Lu Chen had traveled through time and had become the ninth prince of the Great Xia dynasty, but this identity had brought Lu Chen quite a few troubles. Lu Chen looked at the imperial edict in his hand and heaved a deep sigh. At that moment, a woman wearing a green long dress, with a graceful figure, entered the hall where Lu Chen was. Seeing Lu Chen's troubled expression, the woman consoled him, "Chenur, there's nothing dangerous about the north, and besides, being far from the capital city might actually be a good place for you." The woman's voice was gentle and crisp, like a spring breeze that touches one's heart. Lu Chen looked up at the woman before him, and the worries on his face were instantly swept away. The woman was named Chu Yukan, and in the past, she was a maid to his mother, but his mother had always treated her like a sister, so Lu Chen also called her Madam Chu. When Lu Chen was 10 years old, his mother passed away, and since then, it had always been Chu Yukan who took care of him. He hadn't been in this world long before he regained the memories from his life on Earth, but those memories weren't of much help to him. Unlike the protagonists in novels who could do everything, aside from some common knowledge, he didn't know much about science and engineering, and he could hardly remember any ancient poetry. Even if he had memorized poetry every day in high school, by this time, he had forgotten it all, so he was no different from ancient people. As for political matters, Lu Chen was completely clueless, but he knew one thing for certain, that was never to get involved in the struggle for the throne, otherwise, he wouldn't even know how he might end up dead. His mother was born into the aristocratic Chu family from the south, so if he wanted to get involved in the struggle for the throne, he wouldn't be entirely without support. Moreover, there had always been people trying to tempt him to vie for that position, but luckily, he was aware of his own limitations. The life he lived now with everything provided for him was actually not bad. He didn't need to take any risks. It was just a pity that he would soon have to head to the harsh and cold lands of the north to suffer. Perhaps it was because he appeared too inept, only knowing how to enjoy life. The emperor of the Great Xia dynasty, his father, had used his coming of age as an excuse to arrange a marriage with Mu Zixuan for him and instructed him to govern North City. If it had been in the past, who knows how many people would have wanted to marry Mu Zixuan, the first talented woman of the capital city. But now it was different. Mu Zixuan's family had connections with a rebellious clan, and although the Mu family had produced a writ of protection against execution to save themselves, their family's status had plummeted. Anyone with the slightest political acumen knew that marrying Mu Zixuan would virtually eliminate any chance of becoming the crown prince. Lu Chen didn't care about the position of the crown prince. He was only concerned that the Mu family's connection with the rebellious clan might one day affect his comfortable life after marrying Mu Zixuan. Worried as he was, this was a marriage bestowed by his father the emperor, and he could not refuse it. He could only accept it. At this moment, the corners of Lu Chen's mouth turned up slightly, revealing a faint smile as he said, "Madam Chu, if I go to North City, won't you feel lonely here in the capital city alone?" Aside from being a maid to Lu Chen's mother, Chu Yukan had another special identity. She came from the Chu family, and in front of Lu Chen, she represented the interests of the entire Chu family. However, once Lu Chen married Mu Zixuan and went to North City, it would mean he had completely lost the possibility of becoming the crown prince. The Chu family would no longer bet on him, and Chu Yukan would likely leave him too. Chu Yukan had reached the 9th grade in strength. In this world, there were not many 9th grade masters throughout the entire Great Xia dynasty, and the Chu family wouldn't allow a 9th grade master to follow a useless prince. Chu Yukan smiled and then replied, "If you go to North City, I will follow you there." Hearing this, Lu Chen was momentarily stunned. Lu Chen asked with puzzlement, "Madam Chu, are you sure you want to come with me to North City?" Chu Yukan answered with a smile, "Of course, I promised your mother I would protect you for life. You're asking this question, could it be that once you have a wife, you no longer want your auntie?" Lu Chen quickly said, "How could that be? I can't wait for you to come with me to North City, Madam Chu. Without you, I might not even be able to sleep." As he said this, Lu Chen glanced at Chu Yukan. Chu Yukan was 28 this year, yet still peerlessly graceful. Dressed in pale blue cloud attire, her unmatched beauty was flawless, with the snowy whiteness of her delicate face accented by a faint blush. She was pretty and delicate, with crystal clear eyes like rippling springs. Her lips curved gently in a smile, serene with an almost watery tenderness. Her black hair was combed up in the back, twisted into a lofty style, with the scent of her fragrant hair cascading over her shoulders like willow threads in the breeze. The dark pearl on her jade hairpin set against her lustrous black hair shone brilliantly, and her pale blue cloud attire accentuated her exquisite figure with endless charm. Lu Chen's feelings for Chu Yukon were rather complicated, but there was one thing he knew for sure: he craved her. If Chu Yukon were to leave him, he would really hate to let her go. At that moment, Chu Yukon spoke with indulgent affection, "All right, stop your teasing, and prepare for your wedding instead." A few days later. The North Prince mansion was abuzz with excitement inside and out, with festoons and red lanterns hanging everywhere. Today was Lu Chen's big day, and nearly every official, whether close to Lu Chen or not, was present. After the wedding banquet had concluded, Lu Chen could hardly wait to get to the bridal chamber. Over the past few days, Lu Chen had made peace with it. No matter what crimes Mu Zixuan's family had committed, she was now wed to him, and there was no need for him to dwell on it too much. Now that Mu Zixuan was married to him, she was his princess, and just thinking about the rumors of Mu Zixuan being a great beauty excited him immensely. Unlike Chu Yukon, although Lu Chen longed for Chu Yukon, she had a special status after all, whereas Mu Zixuan had just become his wife, someone he could truly be with. Upon entering the bridal chamber, Lu Chen's gaze instantly locked onto the wedding bed. Seated on the bed was a woman, wearing a bright red bridal gown with her face covered by a veil. Although her face was concealed, her graceful figure already captivated Lu Chen's heart. On either side of the woman stood two maids, both very beautiful. In Lu Chen's former life, it would have been very difficult for him to marry a beauty like these maids. With a heart full of excitement, Lu Chen approached Mu Zixuan and took a jade stick from one of the maid's hands to gently lift the veil. The next moment, an exceptionally beautiful face came into view. Mu Zixuan looked like a fairy who had descended to the mortal realm or the mysterious woman of the nine heavens incarnate, leaving Lu Chen completely mesmerized. Blushing, Mu Zixuan said with a hint of shyness, "Darling, it's time to drink." Seeing Mu Zixuan's shy manner, Lu Chen could no longer hold back and pounced on her. The two maids were about to remind Lu Chen to drink the nuptial wine, but seeing that he had already commenced the nuptial rites, they quietly stood aside to serve. After an indeterminate amount of time, Lu Chen, holding Mu Zixuan in his arms on the bed, completely relaxed. Perhaps this was the life he had been longing for. But it was then that an unfamiliar woman's voice rang out. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining your first wife and activating the system of lots of sons and lots of blessings. The newlywed gift pack has been issued, would you like to claim it? Seeing the blue interface before his eyes, Lu Chen was just as stunned as he was when he first saw Mu Zixuan's beautiful visage. He even suspected that he was hallucinating due to overexertion, which might have left him physically weakened. Then, he stared intently at the blue interface and raised his hand to select, yes. Right after that, the woman's voice rang out again. Newcomer's gift pack has been claimed. As the notification sound ended, many items appeared before Lu Chen. Congratulations host for obtaining 1 dragon and tiger pill, 1 realm-breaking pill, a desert eagle with 500 bullets, 50 grenades, and 1 dragon phoenix tree seed. Lu Chen didn't know what these items were for. He first glanced warily at the beauty beside him, Mu Zixuan, who had already fallen asleep from exhaustion. Then he reassuringly raised his hand again and tapped on the words, Dragon and Tiger Pill, on the blue interface. Dragon and Tiger Pill. Upon consumption, it can greatly enhance the host's combat strength and ensure a higher chance of producing offspring. The next moment, a beautifully crafted porcelain bottle appeared in Lu Chen's hand. Lu Chen's eyes lit up, it was real. Immediately after, with a thought and a wave of his hand, the small porcelain bottle returned to the blue interface. Lu Chen then clicked on the other rewards. Realm-breaking pill. Upon consumption, the host can become a first-rank martial artist. Desert Eagle. This gun is very powerful and can protect the host to live more safely in this world. Dragon Phoenix Tree Seed. The Dragon Phoenix Tree can be cultivated with the host's blood. When the dragon phoenix tree grows, if a woman drinks tea brewed from its leaves, it will increase her feelings towards the host and the seed can help the host have more quality offspring. Excited by the descriptions of these items, Lu Chen hadn't expected that just when he had resigned himself to living a normal life as a mere prince, a multiply and prosper system would suddenly appear. Lu Chen immediately asked in his mind, "System, can I receive rewards for every child a woman bears for me?" Although he now had the system, Lu Chen didn't believe it came without any requirements. If every woman who bore his child granted him rewards, then he would quickly become invincible. All he would need to do then was to farm at home every day and do nothing else. The woman's rating must reach 90 to qualify. Hearing the system's voice, Lu Chen turned to look at Mu Zixuan again. At that moment, a recognition interface popped up. Name: Mu Zixuan. Identification: daughter of Mu Changtian, a citizen of the Great Xia Dynasty, Queen of the North Prince. Rating: 93. Favorability: 60. You have made her very satisfied today. Seeing that Mu Zixuan's rating was 93, Lu Chen smiled. For such a beautiful woman, it would indeed be unreasonable to score less than 90. Then Lu Chen glanced at the two maids in the room. They were also quite beautiful and might have ratings of 90 or above. Name: Zhou Xiaoxiao. Identification: daughter of Zhou Wangtian. After Zhou Wangtian's family was raided, she was sent to the Ministry of Punishments. Later, the Mu family bought her, and today she came as a dowry maid accompanying the Mu family's young miss, Mu Zixuan, to marry into the North Prince mansion. Rating: 90. Favorability: 50. Seeing the introduction of this maid, Lu Chen was momentarily stunned. He was not surprised that Zhou Xiaoxiao had a rating of 90, after all, she indeed looked quite beautiful. He was shocked that this woman was actually the daughter of Zhou Wangtian. Zhou Wangtian was the man who had caused trouble for the Mu family with accusations of rebellion. Whether it was true or not, Lu Chen wasn't sure, but it was officially labeled as rebellion. The Mu family was bold enough to rescue her even though she had been sent to the Ministry of Punishments. Moreover, they sent her to the North Prince mansion, which was like setting a trap for him, wasn't it? If someone with ulterior motives found out about this, it was very likely that he too would be implicated. Afterward, Lu Chen glanced at the other equally beautiful maid. Name: Zhou Yuyu. Status: daughter of Zhou Wangtian, younger sister of Zhou Xiaoxiao. After her father Zhou Wangtian's household was raided, she was sent to the Ministry of Punishments and later bought by the Mu family with money. Today she is accompanying the Mu family's eldest daughter, Mu Zixuan, as a maid in her marriage to the North Prince mansion. Rating: 91. Favorability: 80. She fell in love with you at first sight. Seeing Zhou Yuyu's information, Lu Chen furrowed his brows. It was exactly as he had suspected. When he had entered the bridal chamber earlier, he had been curious as to why Mu Zixuan's accompanying maids were so beautiful. These were not simply maids, they were clearly two young ladies. However, on second thought, both of them had a rating of 90, so if he had children with them, that would satisfy the system's conditions. This was like getting two for the price of one. But how should he handle the two women's status? It was really too sensitive a matter. Although they were bought out with money by the Mu family, and perhaps the process was legal, they were still daughters of a criminal, only fit to be slaves. At that moment, Zhou Xiaoxiao and Zhou Yuyu stood beside the bridal chamber, shivering as they saw Lu Chen, busy earlier, now staring straight at them instead of sleeping. They had witnessed Lu Chen's violence just now. They had entered the prince's mansion as maids for the bridal chamber. Even as Mu Zixuan consummated her marriage, they were to attend to Lu Chen and Mu Zixuan, such as wiping sweat and the like, or even replacing the mistress in serving Lu Chen when she was not able. They had already accepted their fate, and for the two daughters of a criminal, being favored by Lu Chen could actually be considered their good fortune. The reason the Mu family chose them as accompanying maids was precisely with this in mind, to have the North Prince mansion protect them. Lu Chen coughed and then said, "You can go to sleep now." In unison, they replied, "Yes, Prince." Then, they turned and walked towards the adjoining room next to the bridal chamber. Watching the graceful silhouettes of the two sisters, Lu Chen couldn't help but think that ancient society was truly sinful. He was, however, already accustomed to it and didn't even feel uncomfortable watching the two sisters from the side earlier. After they had left the bridal chamber, Lu Chen took out a realm-breaking pill and swallowed it directly. Immediately, a warm flow entered his body, and Lu Chen suddenly felt extremely relaxed all over. Subsequently, a blue interface appeared in front of him. Host. Lu Chen. Realm. First rank. Cultivation technique. None. Divine skills. None. Weapon. Desert Eagle. Offspring. None. Lu Chen glanced at it and then closed the system interface. He felt restless at that moment. Since arriving in this world, he occasionally exercised his body, but he had never practiced any martial arts and never had the strength of a martial artist. Having the strength of a martial artist for the first time, Lu Chen was eager to test it out. However, after glancing at the beauty who had already fallen asleep next to him, Lu Chen ultimately dismissed the idea. Everything would wait until tomorrow morning. The next morning, Chu Yukin came to the courtyard where Lu Chen was staying. Seeing that the bridal chamber of Lu Chen and Mu Zixuan was still closed, she asked the prince's mansion soldiers at the door, "Has Chen'er not gotten up yet?" The soldier stammered and replied awkwardly, "Well, the prince is already up, but he is still busy. Madam Chu, please return." No sooner had the soldier finished speaking than Chu Yukin faintly heard some noises coming from inside the room. Chu Yukin, as a 9th-grade martial artist, had a very high status in North Prince Mansion. She was in charge of all the guards in the mansion. Still, even so, the soldiers guarding the courtyard gate felt it was somewhat inappropriate for Chu Yukin to wake up their prince. In the past, there was no issue with Chu Yukin waking up their prince, but now that the prince was married, it would be very awkward if she happened across Lu Chen and the prince's wife being playful with each other. For instance, right now. Although the courtyard gate was a bit far from the bridal chamber, one could still faintly hear some noises coming from inside. Chu Yukin frowned slightly, though she was still a virgin. As a grown woman, she naturally knew the reason for those sounds. Chu Yukin muttered to herself, "This little rascal is already causing trouble early in the morning." At that moment, Chu Yukin turned to the soldier beside her and said, "You go down. From now on, the soldiers guarding the courtyard gate will be replaced with female guards." The soldier immediately responded, "Yes, Madam Chu." Having said his piece, the soldier hastened to flee this potential trouble spot. After a round of playfulness, Lu Chen held Mu Zixuan tightly in his arms. At this moment, Mu Zixuan's complexion was rosy, and she dared not look directly into Lu Chen's eyes. Lu Chen stroked Mu Zixuan's hair and asked with a smile, "Darling, are you satisfied with me, your husband?" Mu Zixuan responded softly with a, "Hm." Before she married into the prince's mansion, she had been a little worried that he might just seem like a child, but all her concerns dissipated upon meeting Lu Chen. After spending the night together, she discovered that the North Prince's body had developed well. Although not exceptionally robust, he was very fit. Moreover, he was also handsome, fitting perfectly the image of the ideal husband she had in mind. The Mu family had been affected by a traitorous family and would not be able to recover for a long while. Marrying a prince was also considered her fortune. Originally, her father had raised her to be the crown princess consort, but she did not wish to be one herself. In her view, marrying a leisurely prince was much better than being a crown princess consort. Although the North Prince might not be mature enough in mind, this also meant that she, the princess consort, would have a lot of authority in North Prince Mansion. Moreover, the fiefdom of the North Prince was far from the capital city, and after leaving, they might never be able to return to the capital. Just the thought of being far from the political center made Mu Zixuan incredibly happy. At this time, Lu Chen said, "We will be departing for North City tomorrow. After we get up, I will accompany you to see your father." Mu Zixuan replied, "All right." Afterward, with the assistance of two beautiful maidservants, Lu Chen took a quick bath and then stepped out of the room. When Lu Chen saw Chu Yukin standing at the entrance of the courtyard, his eyes lit up, and he immediately used the system to identify her personal data. Name: Chu Yukin. Identity: servant of Chu Yu, sworn sister to Jin Lan, representative of the Chu family's interests, Wang Han's wife, currently leading North Prince Mansion's guards, North Prince's first love. Rating: 97. Favorability. 98. Seeing Chu Yukin's identity information, Lu Chen felt a bit puzzled. Wang Han had died on the day Chu Yukin married him. They didn't even consummate the marriage, so how could she be considered his wife? And what about this, North Prince's first love? Although he admittedly was quite enamored with her. This identity information seemed a bit unreliable. But on the other hand, Chu Yukin's rating was actually 97, and her favorability toward him had reached 98. This only further stimulated the wicked thoughts in his heart. At that moment, Lu Chen said with a smile, "Madam Chu, why are you eavesdropping so early in the morning?" Hearing that, Chu Yukin spit out in disgust, then scolded, "You little rascal, you're up to mischief early in the morning. It's important to carry on the family line, but you should also take care of your health." Lu Chen replied with a laugh, "Madam Chu, don't worry, I'm strong and can handle it." Chu Yukin gave Lu Chen a glance and then said, "Eat your breakfast, then go see Duke Mu." Even though he was implicated a while ago, he still has considerable influence in the military. You will need his help to settle things when you leave for your fiefdom in North City. Lu Chen, puzzled, asked, "Why do I need his help to settle things for my departure to my fiefdom in North City?" Chu Yukin replied with a smile, "Chenur, you don't think that your trip to North City will go smoothly without any issues, do you?" Lu Chen paused for a moment, then said, "Madam Chu, what do you mean by that? Don't scare me." Chu Yukin said, "Although you are most likely out of the running for that position, to some people, only the dead pose no threat." This. Lu Chen naturally understood what Chu Yukin meant. However, in his view, since he had always behaved like a useless person and had never made connections with any significant officials, it seemed unlikely that anyone would view him as a threat. Chu Yukin continued explaining, "Madam Chu knows what you are thinking. You certainly believe that since you have never shown any interest in that position and have never befriended any court officials, no one would see you as a threat. But you've forgotten one thing, your identity. Even if you do nothing, your identity ensures that some people will inevitably see you as a threat." Lu Chen realized in an instant. He had always thought that as long as he was offensively useless at home, doing nothing, and not getting involved in the succession struggle, he would be safe. But he seemed to have forgotten his mother's strong political status. His mother came from the Chu family, representing their interests. From his birth, he had been placed in the Chu family's camp. Even if he did nothing, others would assume he had a special relationship with the Chu family. In the eyes of some, if they wanted to collaborate with the Chu family, they would have to deal with him, the obstacle, because the Chu family might not give up on him. Only with his death could the Chu family possibly give up on him completely, turning to partner with another prince instead. Thinking of this, Lu Chen didn't worry too much. If it were yesterday, he might have been concerned about his safety, but having acquired the system, he already had some reassurance. Then he said, "Madam Chu, I understand what you mean." At this moment, Chu Yukin's gaze fell upon Mu Zixuan, who was now coming out of a room, assisted by the two sisters from the Zhou family, limping as she walked. Upon seeing Chu Yukin, Mu Zixuan immediately said, "Greetings to Madam Chu." The princess consort's status was higher than Chu Yukin's, so it should be Chu Yukin who initiates the greeting to Mu Zixuan, but Mu Zixuan was very aware of Chu Yukin's standing in the North Prince mansion. Chu Yukin smiled and nodded, "Zixuan, from now on, Chenur is in your care." Mu Zixuan replied, "Please rest assured, Madam Chu, I will definitely take good care of the prince." Chu Yukin didn't say anything more, she then turned around and left the courtyard. After breakfast, Lu Chen and Mu Zixuan went to the Duke Mu residence. Duke Mu had a very imposing appearance, looking strong and powerful. Upon seeing Lu Chen, Mu Chengtian immediately said, "Greetings to the North Prince." Lu Chen hurriedly replied, "Please, there's no need for such formality, father-in-law." Mu Chengtian sized up Lu Chen, then said, "Please, North Prince." Under Mu Chengtian's guidance, Lu Chen was led to the main hall. At that time, Mu Chengtian asked, "I wonder what plans the North Prince has in mind following your appointment to North City." Honestly, Mu Chengtian had no intention of discussing politics with Lu Chen. For one thing, Lu Chen was young, and furthermore, he had always been an idle prince who hardly ever read books. Of course, this did not mean he underestimated Lu Chen. After all, he was still a prince. When Lu Chen heard Mu Changtian's question, he thought for a moment and replied, "To govern North City well and then live a peaceful life with Zixuan is all I wish for." Upon hearing Lu Chen's response, Mu Changtian immediately regretted asking him this question. Lu Chen was a political novice, he hadn't even understood the implications of what had just been asked. Mu Changtian sighed internally, wondering whether marrying his daughter to the North Prince was a good decision. At this point, Lu Chen initiated the conversation. "I hear that father-in-law has great influence within the military. I will need your help when I go to North City to take up my post." Hearing this, Mu Changtian thought to himself that the North Prince really knew nothing and was still a child. Even though he did have strong influence in the military, it was not something to be plainly spoken of. But this was also okay. The less Lu Chen knew, the more important his daughter would be in the prince's mansion, which could be considered a good thing for her. Mu Changtian then smiled and said, "Rest assured, North Prince. Your journey to North City will undoubtedly be smooth sailing." Mu Changtian did not explicitly say that he would help Lu Chen, for some things in politics cannot be spoken so plainly. However, since he had already assured Lu Chen that his journey to North City would go smoothly, this confirmed that he would definitely send people to protect the North Prince and would also liaise with the military. Although Lu Chen was a political novice, he could understand what Mu Changtian meant. Lu Chen said, "Then, I thank you, father-in-law." At this moment, Mu Changtian glanced at the servants in the hall, then said to them, "You all may leave us, I have something to discuss with the North Prince alone." "Yes." The servants then left the hall. After the servants had exited, an intrigued Lu Chen asked, "May I know what matter my father-in-law wishes to discuss with me?" Mu Changtian sending the servants away from the hall before having a discussion surely meant that it was something very important. Mu Changtian then said, "North Prince, I must remind you that even if you safely reach North City, you won't be safe at all times." Lu Chen asked, "Why is that?" Mu Changtian knew Lu Chen was a political novice, so he decided to be clear about it. "Your mother is the eldest daughter of the Chu family, which naturally aligns them with your faction. Although you have left capital city, in the eyes of most princes, you still pose a significant threat to them. Moreover, the Chu family might still have expectations of you, a view I share, and so will those princes. If you are still here, the Chu family might continue to support you, but if you were..." Mu Changtian did not continue, as the rest of his words would be somewhat disrespectful and he believed Lu Chen must have grasped his meaning. Upon hearing Mu Changtian's warning, Lu Chen instantly understood what he meant, especially since Chu Yukan had reminded him about it just that morning. Lu Chen sighed to himself. His own situation was indeed perilous. If he remained alive, the Chu family might always harbor expectations of him, and being a major family in the south, their support was crucial for any prince. If he died, the Chu family would lose their primary candidate for support and would then shift to backing another prince. Thus, for any prince seeking the Chu family's alliance, the most likely first step would be to eliminate him, the expendable prince, and completely cut off the Chu family's concerns. What a headache. Ever since arriving in this world, he had planned to live a life of leisure without competing for the throne. Unexpectedly, his mere heritage brought him so many problems. But there was nothing he could do, one's birth was determined by fate and could not be changed. Now he had only two choices. One was to find a way to completely turn against the Chu family, making everyone believe they had severed ties. The other choice was to eliminate all those wanting to get rid of him, securing his safety. Choosing the second option would mean he was embarking on the path of the emperor. From a personal standpoint, there was no way Lu Chen could entirely turn his back on the Chu family. Firstly, his maternal grandfather had always treated him well, and the Chu family had continuously provided him protection. Plus, his first love in this world, Chu Yukan, was from the Chu family. He simply couldn't bring himself to sever ties completely with the Chu family. Moreover, even if he did break away from the Chu family, those princes might not necessarily spare him. After all, no one knew whether this was just a ruse performed by him and the Chu family for show. Therefore, eliminating him was still the most foolproof strategy. In doing so, those princes would still likely attempt to make a move against him. That left him with only one option: to embark on the path of the emperor. After some thought, Lu Chen figured that previously, he indeed would have struggled to compete with the other princes for that position. But now things were different. He had the system of lots of sons and lots of blessings. As long as he took multiple consorts and had many children after arriving in North City, he could quickly enhance his power. That position might not be unattainable for him after all. With this in mind, Lu Chen said to Mu Changtian, "Thank you for the reminder, father-in-law, I understand your point." Having left Mu Mansion, Mu Zixuan tentatively asked from inside the carriage, "Prince, what did father say to you?" Lu Chen smiled faintly and then pulled Mu Zixuan into his embrace. "He didn't say much, he urged me to take good care of you." At this moment, Mu Zixuan was somewhat conflicted. She didn't know whether she should tell Lu Chen about the Zhou sisters, considering their identities were extremely sensitive. Then, Lu Chen caressed her hair gently as he continued, "My consort, once we arrive in North City, you should bear many children for me." Hearing such a direct statement, Mu Zixuan's face instantly turned crimson. Although she was already a married woman, she had just begun to engage in such matters. Seeing Mu Zixuan's shy expression, Lu Chen wanted to tease her right away, but ultimately he restrained himself. Meanwhile, Imperial Palace. Royal Garden. A middle-aged man in a yellow python dragon robe stood in the pavilion by the lotus pond, hands clasped behind him, watching the fishes swim in the pond. A person clad in black armor suddenly appeared behind him. "Your Majesty, the North Prince has just visited Mu Mansion." During that visit, Duke Mu ordered the servants to leave the hall and he closed the door to talk about certain matters with the North Prince alone. Hearing this, the Sum Emperor muttered to himself, "It seems that Mu Changtian holds Chen in high regard." At this, the Sum Emperor turned to look at the red-robed eunuch standing beside him. "Mr. Lu, what do you think? After Chen leaves capital city, will the Chu family simply give up on him?" Hearing this question, the red-robed eunuch promptly replied, "Your Majesty, I dare not speculate recklessly." The Sum Emperor expressed his displeasure, "Just speak your mind." The red-robed eunuch hurriedly said, "In your servant's view, it's highly likely the Chu family will abandon the North Prince and choose to support another prince." The Sum Emperor asked with interest, "Oh. Then who do you think the Chu family is most likely to choose?" Mr. Lu trembled with fear. Always by the Sum Emperor's side, he knew things others did not. The Sum Emperor loathed the Chu family to the bone and dreamed of eliminating them. If he suggested who the Chu family might support next, wouldn't he be endangering that prince? The Sum Emperor continued, "Speak boldly, you will not be punished." Mr. Lu immediately knelt to the ground and then said, "Your Majesty, your servant thinks the Chu family is most likely to support Prince Lu Shuyun. The mother of Prince Lu Shuyun was also from the south, so if the Chu family was to choose another ally, they would undoubtedly focus on Prince Lu Shuyun." Upon hearing Mr. Lu's reply, the Sum Emperor merely smiled faintly, murmuring, "Supporting Shuyun, then Chen's journey will probably not be peaceful." At that moment, the soldier in black armor behind the Sum Emperor asked, "Your Majesty, shall I assign someone to protect the North Prince?" The Sum Emperor said indifferently, "No need, someone will protect him. If he truly runs into trouble, it only means his fate wasn't strong enough." Evening. In the room, Lu Chen wanted to have a proper talk with his consort, but remembering they had been intimate just yesterday and earlier this morning, he decided against it. Seeing her darling appeared rather distressed, Mu Zixuan eventually mustered the courage and said, "Prince, why don't you take Yu and Xiao Xiao?" Hearing this, Lu Chen's eyes brightened, not expecting his consort to be so magnanimous. But he still responded, "My consort, how could you bear to push me into the arms of other women?" Mu Zixuan blushed and replied, "Prince, you were staring at them all morning. How could she possibly fail to guess Lu Chen's thoughts?" Mu Zixuan continued, "Besides, both of them were my dowry maids, serving you as their duty." Holding Mu Zixuan, Lu Chen said, "To have a wife like you, what more could I ask for?" At that point, Mu Zixuan called out to Zhou Yuyu and Zhou Xiaoxiao, "Yuyu, Xiaoxiao, come here." Then, the candlelight within the room flickered. Ding! Congratulations to the host on gaining another wife and concubine. Reward, Chi Refinement Mantra. Ding! Congratulations to the host on gaining another wife and concubine. Reward, Rejuvenating Skill. Ding! The host and his wife and concubine have reached a heart-to-heart connection, obtaining 1 Barrett along with 20 Barrett bullets. Lu Chen, who had been basking in happiness, was jolted back to reality by the system's prompt. He hadn't expected to receive such generous rewards. If he was already getting such gifts without having any children yet, wouldn't the rewards be even more bountiful once he had offspring? As Lu Chen was musing over this, the system's prompt sounded again. Ding! The rewards for the first communication and interaction with the host's wife and concubine will be more generous. Only then did Lu Chen realize, so that was it, he had thought that every communication and interaction would yield such rich rewards. At this moment, Lu Chen checked the new rewards he had received. Chi Refinement Mantra, a legendary cultivation technique said to help people become immortals, can be practiced by fostering a relationship through communication with wives and concubines. Rejuvenating Skill, can use spiritual energy to heal some injuries. When cultivated to perfection, there is a chance to revive those on the verge of death. This technique can be practiced by fostering a relationship through communication with wives and concubines. Seeing these 2 rewards, Lu Chen was completely dumbstruck. Isn't this the martial arts world? Could this world actually contain cultivation techniques like the Chi Refinement Mantra and Rejuvenating Skill that are only found in the immortal world? But then again, if one day he became an immortal, wouldn't the throne of the great Xia dynasty be readily within his grasp? Thinking of this, Lu Chen happily hugged Zhou Yuyu, Zhou Xiaoxiao, and Mu Zixuan, the 3 of them. You 3 are truly my treasures. Hearing this, the Zhou sisters felt incredibly happy. Now that they had finally become women of the North Prince, perhaps once they got to North City, they wouldn't have to hide anymore. However, just then, Lu Chen suddenly spoke up. By the way, my consort, I feel like you might be hiding something from me. Hearing this, Mu Zixuan's heart skipped a beat. She had not expected Lu Chen's intuition to be so accurate. Lu Chen continued, you are now my wife, and I would rather my women not keep things from me. Just as Mu Zixuan was about to say something, Lu Chen patted the waists of Zhou Yuyu and Zhou Xiaoxiao and said with a smile, if I'm not mistaken, you 2 are the daughters of Zhou Wangtian, aren't you? Hearing this, the 3 women were greatly shocked. They had not anticipated that Lu Chen already knew this. Zhou Yuyu and Zhou Xiaoxiao quickly got up from Lu Chen's embrace, then knelt on the bed, kowtowing as they said, Your Highness, please forgive us, we did not mean to deceive you. All of this is our fault, please do not blame the consort. Mu Zixuan opened her mouth to say something, but then closed it. After all, it was she who had been in the wrong. Zhou Wangtian and her father, Mu Changtian, were known as the 2 Sky Kings of the Great Xia dynasty, and their families had always had a good relationship. Mu Zixuan and the Zhou sisters were as close as sisters. She really couldn't bear to see them being imprisoned in the Ministry of Punishments as playthings for others. Seeing the Zhou sisters so panicked, Lu Chen's mouth curved upward slightly, then he said with a smile, Indeed, you 3 have done wrong. To keep such an important matter from me. However, I can give you 3 an opportunity to atone for your sins through meritorious deeds. Hearing this, Mu Zixuan's brows immediately relaxed, and she quickly asked, Your Highness, how should we atone through meritorious deeds? Lu Chen looked at Zhou Yuyu and Zhou Xiaoxiao and said, It's simple, all you need to do is bear me several children. Hearing this, the 3 women instantly understood. Then Zhou Yuyu and Zhou Xiaoxiao hurriedly thanked him, saying, Thank you for taking us in, Your Highness. We will certainly bear you many descendants in the future. Lu Chen then said, All right, you 2 sisters go rest first. Once we get to North City, I will take you as my concubines. The 2 of them spoke in unison, Yes, Prince. Then the pair left the room, limping away, and went to the adjacent chamber. After they left, Mu Zixuan cautiously asked, Prince, do you really intend to take in the 2 of them? Although Lu Chen was 3 years younger than herself, he was still the prince, and Mu Zixuan couldn't be sure about his temperament. Lu Chen pulled Mu Zixuan's delicate body toward himself, wrapped his arms around her, and whispered in her ear, If I didn't plan to take them in, do you think I would have touched them just now? Hearing this, Mu Zixuan realized the point. Indeed, Lu Chen apparently knew the identities of the two Zhou sisters all along, yet he didn't seem to care about their origins earlier. Lu Chen continued, "My love, I hope this is the first and last time something like this happens. Do you understand what I mean?" Mu Zixuan promptly replied, "Yes, Prince. I will not keep any secrets from you in the future." Lu Chen kissed Mu Zixuan and, stroking her body, said, "That's what I like to hear from my cherished consort. By the way, I'm not unreasonable. There's no need for you to be so cautious, after all, you are the mistress of this household." Mu Zixuan, 3 years his senior, but these past few days, she completely acted like a little woman, cautious in both her speech and actions, giving the impression that she was an outsider. Blushing, Mu Zixuan said, "Prince, I will adjust to my role as quickly as I can." Lu Chen added, "Also, stop calling me prince, call me darling." Mu Zixuan replied softly, "Yes, darling. All right, get some sleep now. We're setting off for North City tomorrow." "Yes." Then Lu Chen, holding Mu Zixuan's warm and tender body, fell into the land of dreams. Early the next morning, before the sky fully brightened, everyone at North Prince Mansion began their preparations. Lu Chen wasn't one to rise early, but since he had to leave the capital city today, he too had to get up early from the warmth of his bed. Standing at the entrance of North Prince Mansion, Lu Chen looked over his home, feeling a certain gloom in his heart. The North Prince Mansion held all his memories since childhood, and now the moments of his past played like a movie in his mind. Leaving this time, he didn't know when he would return, as without the seigneur's orders, he could not come back to the capital. Determined, Lu Chen made a silent vow to grow stronger as quickly as possible. The day he returned to the capital city would be the day he commanded the world. At that moment, a group of soldiers, clad in armor and riding horses, arrived at the entrance of North Prince Mansion. The leading officer, Li Feng, seeing Lu Chen, immediately half-kneeled and said, "General Li Feng, at your service, Prince. On your journey to North City to establish your fief, I will do everything in my power to ensure the safety of you and your household." Then, Lu Chen's eyes emitted a subtle gleam that others might not notice, and an information bar appeared before him. Name: Li Feng. Identity: one of the generals in the Great Sha Hu Ben army, currently serving as a temporary general for the Great Sha North Prince's Guard team. Strength: 7th rank. Loyalty: 50. Seeing this information bar, Lu Chen was momentarily startled. So the system of lots of suns and lots of blessings could display information about men as well. This was incredibly useful to him. Lu Chen was very satisfied with Mu Chengtian's arrangements. Though Li Feng was only a 7th grade martial artist, in this world, the strength of a 7th grade martial artist could already be considered as a match for 100. Moreover, the soldiers Li Feng brought with him were mostly 2nd and 3rd grade, there were no ordinary soldiers among them. In other words, they were all elite, with no cannon fodder. Lu Chen then said, "General Li, rise. I believe in your strength to adequately protect both me and my family." "Thank you, Prince." Li Feng stood up as soon as he finished speaking. Afterward, Li Feng whispered into Lu Chen's ear, "Prince, Duke Mu asked me to remind you that Prince Lu Shuyun has already sent people to North City." Hearing this, Lu Chen frowned slightly and pondered for a moment. Prince Lu Shuyun. What is he sending people to North City for? To kill me. Lu Chen soon understood that Lu Shuyun's mother also came from a great clan in the south, so if Lu Shuyun wanted to lay claim as the legitimate successor, he would need the Chu family's support the most. If he died, the Chu family would inevitably choose someone who also descended from a great clan of the south. He had not expected Mu Chengtian to obtain even this kind of information. It seemed that although Mu Chengtian had been dismissed from his position, he still retained control over the army. No wonder his father, the emperor, was so wary of Mu Chengtian. Lu Chen then said, "All right, I got it." Following that, Lu Chen mounted his horse and declared, "Since everyone has arrived, let's set out now. We shall hurry to North City." Lu Chen was now solely focused on reaching North City and starting on his cultivation journey. The Qi refinement mantra and the rejuvenating skill both required cultivating a relationship with his wives, which essentially referred to matters between a man and a woman. However, it was clearly inconvenient to do so on the road, a stable place was necessary. As for the threats along the way, Lu Chen did not take them to heart. Below a Grand Master, all were mere mortals. Mortals can't block bullets, and the Desert Eagle and Barrett in his hand were not for show. Following this, the people from the North Prince Mansion set out in formation, leaving the city with great fanfare. Unlike the time of Lu Chen's wedding, not a single court minister came to see him off today, not even his own father-in-law. Only onlookers among the common folk lined the sides of the road. Lu Chen didn't mind these things, it made no difference to him whether anyone saw him off or not. When the procession passed by an inn, a man dressed in blue brocade garments gazed at the gradually fading figures from the second floor. At this moment, the man asked, "Is everything ready?" "Your Highness, rest assured, we have arranged everything properly. Blood Moon Tower has dispatched an 8th grade and 2 9th grade this time," another person replied. "As soon as they leave the jurisdiction of the capital city, Blood Moon Tower's men will take immediate action." Hearing his subordinate's words, Lu Shuyun watched Lu Chen on horseback and murmured to himself, "Had Chu Yukon not accompanied you to North City, I wouldn't have chosen this method. My dear brother, I wish you a pleasant journey." Initially, Lu Shuyun thought that after Lu Chen left the capital city, the Chu family would completely give up on him, especially since even the Sum Emperor had banished him to the bitter cold land of North City. What Lu Shuyun didn't expect was that Chu Yukon, a 9th grade master, would actually go to North City with Lu Chen. What did this mean? It meant that the Chu family hadn't given up on Lu Chen at all. Otherwise, the Chu family would never let Chu Yukon go with him. Since the Chu family had not lost hope, he might as well help the Chu family make a firm decision. It wasn't long before Lu Chen and his company left the city. After leaving the city, Chu Yukon saw Lu Chen riding a horse and slightly furrowed her willow-like eyebrows. Those people inside the city did not dare to act, but outside the city, it was a different story. Riding on a horse made Lu Chen too obvious a target. If someone shot arrows, it would be hard to guard against. Chu Yukon immediately rode up beside Lu Chen and said, "Chenur, you should go back to the carriage." Lu Chen turned his head to look at Chu Yukon, then said, "Madam Chu, rest assured, even if someone wants to make a move against me, they won't do it near the capital city." Chu Yukon said, "Better safe than sorry. You should listen to your aunt and stay inside the carriage quickly." Chu Yukon's tone was a bit stern. After all, this involved Lu Chen's safety and was not to be taken lightly. At that moment, Li Feng also came over from afar. "Prince, we are about to leave the jurisdiction of the capital city. You should go inside the carriage. The carriages provided by Duke Mu are reinforced and can withstand most arrows." Seeing both of them say so, Lu Chen no longer insisted on being stubborn. As a first-grade martial artist, he was only a bit stronger than an ordinary person. If someone really attacked him, he would still be unable to react in time. Lu Chen then said, "All right, I leave the surrounding security to you both. If there's any sign of trouble, notify me immediately." With that, Lu Chen returned to the reinforced carriage prepared by Mu Changtian. At this point, Lu Chen and his wife, Mu Zixuan, were separated. If there really was an attack, even if Lu Chen was targeted, Mu Zixuan and the others might still have a chance to survive. As the carriage convoy slowly proceeded on the official road, soon after leaving the jurisdiction of the capital city, a dense forest appeared ahead of the straight path. Li Feng immediately reminded the soldiers of the guard team, "Stay sharp. Look around." Chu Yukon also told the trusted aides of the prince's mansion, "From now on, don't leave the side of the carriage for half a step." After the convoy entered the forest, the light dimmed dramatically. Through the window, Lu Chen looked outside and, noticing the darkness, realized that danger might be approaching. Immediately, Lu Chen took out the Desert Eagle from the system space and loaded it with bullets. The Desert Eagle had 500 bullets, which ought to be enough. Moreover, he didn't need to deal with the pawns. Li Feng and the others were there for that. He only needed to be ready for those experts who would come directly for him. Just as the convoy reached the depths of the forest, the sound of whizzing came from a distance, followed by countless arrows falling from the sky. Li Feng immediately shouted, "Enemy attack! Protect the prince!" Seeing this, Chu Yukon quickly drew her sword from her waist. Hearing the various sounds outside, Lu Chen became somewhat tense. He hadn't expected enemies to actually come. At that moment, he heard a scraping noise coming from the carriage, indicating that arrows were striking it. It had to be said, the carriage provided by Duke Mu was truly remarkable, managing to block all the arrows shot by the attackers. In this way, as long as he didn't go out, those arrows couldn't harm him. After the first wave of arrow rain, a group of people dressed in black, wearing masks, and holding large knives charged directly towards the convoy. Most of these attackers were roughly 3rd grade, led by an 8th grade martial artist. Seeing this, Li Feng immediately engaged the assassins in combat along with the guard team. At this time, Lu Chen's trusted aides still did not leave the side of the carriage. Their main task was to protect Lu Chen and his family, preventing the enemy from creating a diversion. Chu Yukon did not assist Li Feng. She simply stood not far from Lu Chen's carriage, vigilantly observing her surroundings. Chu Yukon did not believe that the enemy would only send an 8th grade martial artist. The ability to summon so many 3rd and 4th grade warriors in an instant meant that the force behind the assassins was definitely not simple. There must be a 9th grade martial artist yet to come. While Chu Yukon was on alert, a breeze blew through the forest, and the falling leaves split into mid-air, softly landing on the ground. A sharp light flashed in Chu Yukon's eyes. The real enemy has arrived. Chu Yukon had just gotten ready when a black figure appeared on her right side and immediately thrust a sword towards her body. With a light push of her feet, Chu Yukon's body soared through the air like a feather and leapt into the sky. Then, she turned and swept her sword toward the assassin. The assassin hastily retreated. Not bad for a female swordsman trained by the Chu family. Quick reflexes. Hearing this voice, Chu Yukon finally got a clear look at the other's face. There were 2 people, and neither of them wore masks. The aura emanating from these 2 suggested that they were at least 9th grade martial artists. Those 3rd grade martial artists all wore masks, yet these 2 key figures did not. What did this imply? It meant that they did not care if others saw their faces. They either believed that they could kill their targets and silence them today, or their current faces were fake, as they had used disguise skills. Of course, whichever it was, that was not important now. What mattered was how to deal with these 2. At this moment, Chu Yukon noticed that both men's clothes bore a red moon emblem. Chu Yukon instantly guessed where they were from. Chu Yukon spoke coldly. Does Blood Moon Tower realize what it's doing? The North Prince is inside the carriage. If the Sum Emperor finds out that the North Prince was assassinated by Blood Moon Tower, you may be quickly eradicated. Upon hearing this, Lu Tong burst into laughter. Madame Chu loves her jokes. If the Sum Emperor was capable of dealing with us, he would have annihilated Blood Moon Tower long ago, not waited until today. At that moment, White Crane beside Lu Tong said indifferently, Madame Chu, we bear no ill will toward the Chu family. Just step aside, and we won't lay a finger on you. After hearing White Crane's words, Chu Yukon gripped her sword tightly and said icily, to harm the North Prince is to make an enemy of the Chu family. Lu Tong retorted, give it up. The North Prince is already cast aside by the Sum Emperor. He will never ascend to the throne. What reason does the Chu family have to support him now? White Crane also said, Madame Chu, we're just fulfilling a contract. If you insist on obstructing us, don't blame us if our swords and sabers show no mercy. Chu Yukon wielded her sword in the air, unleashing a streak of sword chi that drew a line between them. This is the line. Cross it, and die. Seeing that Chu Yukon was unwilling to make way, White Crane and Lu Tong had no choice but to brace themselves for a tough fight. Honestly, they really didn't want to confront Chu Yukon head-on. Although all of them were 9th grade, there could be a great disparity amongst those of the same grade. Chu Yukon may just be a woman, but her innate talent in swordsmanship was incredibly high. She was even quite famous throughout the entire Great Sum. But since Chu Yukon was unwilling to step aside, they had no choice but to fight. White Crane immediately said to Lu Tong, Elder Lu, try to hold her off while I take care of that useless prince. Lu Tong, holding his great iron hammer, said with a chuckle, Great, I've been eager to witness Madame Chu's swordsmanship. Let's see just how formidable the Chu family's #1 female swordsman is. In the midst of speaking, Lu Tong pushed off with his legs, propelling his body towards Chu Yukon like a cannonball. Chu Yukon frowned and swung her sword, releasing a blast of sword chi. Chu Yukon's body was extremely agile, floating through the air as if weightless. Because her body was nimble, her sword was astonishingly fast. After just one exchange, Lu Tong nearly got pierced by Chu Yukon's sword. Seeing his hair cut by Chu Yukon's sword, Lu Tong immediately shouted to White Crane, "Elder White, don't waste time." Lu Tong had not expected Chu Yukon's sword to be so fast, he nearly lost his life in just a brief encounter. White Crane also realized that Lu Tong might not be a match for Chu Yukon, so he quickly charged towards the convoy. Seeing this, Chu Yukon's toes lightly tapped the ground, and her body shot forward like an arrow. Immediately afterward, Chu Yukon swept her sword toward White Crane. White Crane turned his head in an instant, raised his hand with his sword, and blocked Chu Yukon's slash. At that moment, White Crane said to Lu Tong, "Elder Lu, I'll keep her occupied." Upon hearing this, Lu Tong's body disappeared on the spot and he rushed straight to the carriage where Lu Chen was. Lu Chen's trusted aides saw this and all charged over, attempting to block Lu Tong's path. But Lu Tong, being a 9th grade martial artist, swung his hammer down and killed a trusted aide with a single blow. In front of Lu Tong, Lu Chen's trusted aide stood no chance at all. Seeing this, Li Feng from a distance grew anxious. Now this is trouble. He immediately ran towards Lu Chen's carriage, but just as he took a few steps, an 8th grade martial artist blocked his way. "General Li, your opponent is me." Chu Yukon also realized that Lu Chen was in danger. She immediately swung her sword frantically, and strokes of sword chi swept through the forest, instantly splitting the surrounding trees into countless fragments. However, White Crane was no simple foe, he always managed to dodge Chu Yukon's sword strikes. After all, both were 9th grade martial artists, and although he might not be as strong as Chu Yukon, stalling her wasn't too much of a problem. Chu Yukon grew desperate, seeing that Lu Tong was about to reach the carriage where Lu Chen was. If she continued to be stalled like this, Lu Chen's life would be in danger. She had promised to protect Lu Chen when his mother passed away. If something happened to Lu Chen, how could she face her sister, with whom she had formed a sworn sisterhood, in the afterlife? Lu Chen cannot come to harm. Chu Yukon no longer cared about White Crane and charged directly towards Lu Tong. Seeing Chu Yukon bypass him, White Crane hurriedly rushed up, blocking her way. By this time, Lu Tong had already arrived in front of Lu Chen's carriage. He did not know which carriage Lu Chen was in, but he was ready to search them one by one. Lu Tong went straight with his hammer, and the door of the carriage was instantly smashed to pieces. Lu Chen was sitting upright inside the carriage at that moment. Seeing that he had found Lu Chen in the very first carriage he smashed, Lu Tong laughed loudly and said, "Ha ha ha, looks like my luck isn't too bad." Chu Yukon's face turned deathly white from a distance. "It's over. Chenur." Li Feng was also in a state of panic, he wanted to save Lu Chen too, but the opponent in front of him was an 8th grade martial artist, while he himself was only a 7th grade martial artist, he simply couldn't get away. Just when everyone thought that the North Prince was certain to die there, Lu Chen showed a faint smile. Seeing this, Lu Tong standing in front of Lu Chen was stunned. Lu Tong asked in confusion, "Kid, what are you smiling about?" Lu Chen said nothing and simply raised his hand and shot. Bang! Accompanying the sound of gunfire, Lu Tong's body slowly toppled backward. His pupils constricted, his eyes wide open as if he couldn't believe that he had just died. At this moment, everyone focusing on Lu Chen was shocked. People couldn't process what had happened. The North Prince was surely doomed, so why did the North Prince just raise his hand and that 9th grade martial artist fell to the ground, lifeless? And what was that sound just now? What exactly happened here? The death of Lu Tong terrified all the members of Blood Moon Tower present. Lu Tong was, after all, a 9th grade martial artist. And yet, just by looking at the North Prince, he was dead. Even Chu Yukon couldn't believe what she was seeing as she looked at Lu Chen. She had been ready to fight to the death for Lu Chen's revenge, yet the situation took an instant turn. Chu Yukon had guessed how Lu Tong died. His death was definitely related to the black stick-like object in Lu Chen's hand. But she couldn't believe that object could instantly claim the life of a ninth-grade martial artist. At that moment, it was as if everything hit the pause button, and both sides even forgot to fight. It took Chu Yukon a long time to finally come back to her senses. A hint of murderous intent flashed in her eyes. The ninth-grade martial artist who had attempted to assassinate Lu Chen was dead, and she absolutely could not let this one in front of her escape. Even though she did not know what Lu Chen held in his hand, it had enabled an ordinary person to possess the ability to kill a ninth-grade martial artist. That proved the item was incredibly powerful, and if word got out, it would certainly cause turmoil throughout the entire world. White Crane was still shocked by Lu Tong collapsing in an instant, and he had just come to his senses, wanting to flee from the place. However, at the moment White Crane was distracted, it seemed as though it had started to rain from the sky, with the virtual shadow of raindrops and flower petals slowly falling. The next moment, several streaks of white light appeared around White Crane's body. Only then did he realize the danger, his face turning pale. Not good. It was at that moment that Chu Yukon whispered, "Rainfall of 9 swords." Immediately after, the virtual shadows of the raindrops and flower petals became incredibly violent, furiously assaulting White Crane's body. Combat between ninth-grade martial artists often results in victory or defeat in an instant. When a martial artist becomes distracted, it is easy for their opponent to seize the opportunity. And Chu Yukon had seized the opportunity when White Crane was distracted, executing her most formidable sword technique directly. Watching White Crane in front of Chu Yukon slowly fall to the ground, Lu Chen was stunned. The speed at which Chu Yukon had struck with her sword was too fast for him to see clearly. By the time he reacted, all he saw were a few flashes of white sword light passing through the body of the ninth-grade martial artist, then he collapsed. Is this the strength of a ninth-grade martial artist? So strong. Although Lu Chen had just dealt with a ninth-grade martial artist himself, after all, he had done so with firearms. He still deeply desired to rapidly improve in the world of martial arts. Firearms are, after all, external objects. If one could utilize firearms to take advantage of another's unawareness is what happened just now, then killing a ninth-grade martial artist is no different from slaughtering a chicken. But if the opponent is on their guard, it would not be so easy for him to kill a ninth-grade martial artist. Especially after seeing the speed of Chu Yukon's sword strike, the smugness Lu Chen felt from killing a ninth-grade martial artist vanished in an instant. The people from Blood Moon Tower, seeing that both of their elders had fallen, knew that the mission had failed and thus began to flee. Retreat. Retreat quickly. The 8th grade martial artist who was entangled with Li Feng saw that both 9th grades were dead. He knew if he continued like this, he might also die here, so he immediately turned and fled towards the woods without any hesitation. Seeing those from Blood Moon Tower trying to flee, Chu Yukon coldly ordered the guard team and the prince's mansion's trusted aides, "Kill them, don't let any escape." Immediately after, the situation shifted dramatically. Led by Li Feng, his soldiers, and the prince's mansion trusted aides started to round up the remaining Blood Moon Tower assassins. Although these assassins also had strengths of the 3rd or 4th grade, they were just there to make up the numbers. Their main mission was to hold back the guard team and the trusted aides of the prince's mansion until Lu Chen was successfully assassinated by their elders. Now that their mission had failed, the only option they had left was to run away. Meanwhile, seeing that the 8th grade martial artist from Blood Moon Tower was trying to escape, Lu Chen stepped out of the carriage and took out the Barrett. He had not used this gun before and wanted to give it a try. Chu Yukon had intended to pursue that 8th grade martial artist, but when she saw the black stick-like thing in Lu Chen's hands, she paused for a moment. At that moment, Lu Chen quickly lay down on the ground, then aimed the black stick at the escaping Blood Moon Tower 8th grade martial artist. Boom! With a muffled yet enormous sound, the head of the escaping 8th grade martial artist burst open in an instant. Chu Yukon was once again frozen in place. From such a distance, a 9th grade martial artist vanished in an instant. She had watched Lu Chen grow up, but she never knew that Lu Chen had such a formidable weapon. What 9th grade, 8th grade, in front of Lu Chen, it was only a matter of looking at them. Seeing that black metal staff, even Chu Yukon, a 9th grade martial artist, couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. 8th grade, Ninth grade, they all have the strength to fight against a grandmaster, and even powerful ninth grade martial artists can fight on par with master level martial artists. However, the once highly sought after 8th and ninth grades were being slaughtered like chickens by Lu Chen, an ordinary man. Chu Yukon knew very well that Lu Chen had never practiced martial arts, he grew up under her protection, and she didn't want Lu Chen to endure the pain of martial arts training. An ordinary person, holding an unknown weapon, could instantly kill 8th and ninth grade martial artists. What did that mean? It meant that once the weapon in Lu Chen's hands was spread, the entire martial arts world would be overturned, and from now on, the status of martial artists would plummet. After a long while, Chu Yukon finally recovered. Now was not the time to think about these things, the priority was to quickly deal with the assassins from Blood Moon Tower. At that thought, Chu Yukon pushed off with the tips of her toes and sprinted towards the assassins from Blood Moon Tower. With no ninth grade martial artist from Blood Moon Tower to restrain Chu Yukon, those third grade martial artists were no different from ants in front of her. Wherever Chu Yukon passed, there were only the corpses of Blood Moon Tower assassins. Soon, all the assassins from Blood Moon Tower were annihilated. Of course, Lu Chen's side also paid a steep price. Only about 100 men from Li Feng's guard team were left, and only 50 or 60 of the prince's mansion's trusted aides survived. Looking at the bodies scattered across the ground, Lu Chen felt no stirring in his heart. Lu Chen was very clear that the road to eminence was necessarily paved with blood. Today's slaughter was just the beginning. Just as Lu Chen was lost in thought while looking at the bodies, an enchanting figure appeared behind him. Chenur, you better confess, are you hiding something from Madame Chu? There was a hint of grievance in Chu Yukon's tone. As an aunt, who had watched Lu Chen grow up, and even arranged all the work in the prince's mansion, she was unaware that Lu Chen had acquired such a terrifying weapon. That kind of weapon definitely could not be Lu Chen's, no need to even think about it. What she wanted to know now was who supplied Lu Chen with such a terrifying weapon and what their purpose was. There's no such thing as a free lunch. If someone provided Lu Chen with such a powerful weapon, they must have some conditions. Chu Yukon was afraid that Lu Chen would fall into an even bigger conspiracy. Now, all Chu Yukon wanted was for Lu Chen to live a peaceful life after he got to North City. After hearing Chu Yukon's voice, Lu Chen was momentarily stunned. He just wanted to test the power of firearms and had not thought about how to explain what would happen next. Those were 8th and 9th grade martial artists, and they vanished in front of him instantly. If word got out. At that moment, Lu Chen turned his head to look at Chu Yukon and replied with an innocent and radiant smile, Madam Chu, what could I possibly hide from you? Seeing Lu Chen playing dumb in front of her, trying to cover it up, Chu Yukon sighed and continued, tell me, who gave you those 2 weapons you had just now? Lu Chen feigned ignorance, weapons, what weapons? Chu Yukon gave Lu Chen a look, do you think your aunt is blind? At that moment, Lu Chen took the Black Desert Eagle out from his embrace and removed the magazine, are you talking about this? Looking at the Desert Eagle in Lu Chen's hand, Chu Yukon was momentarily stunned. After all, this was a weapon that allowed an ordinary person to instantly kill a 9th grade martial artist. Seeing Chu Yukon's curiosity about the Desert Eagle, Lu Chen directly handed over the unloaded gun to her. After Chu Yukon received the Desert Eagle, she repeatedly caressed it with her fair hands, very curious, how exactly did this small thing kill a 9th grade martial artist? Chu Yukon then asked, Chenur, where did you get this weapon from? Chu Yukon happened to be a martial artist herself and had seen many weapons. She could tell the moment she touched it that the materials used for making the Desert Eagle were not ordinary, and the precision of the weapon was beyond one's imagination. It was even possible that the royal family of the Great Xia dynasty did not possess such materials, nor could they manufacture a weapon this precise. Although Lu Chen survived with the help of this mysterious weapon, Madame Chu felt somewhat guilty at that moment. She had always protected Lu Chen's safety, yet she had still allowed the provider of this mysterious weapon to come into contact with him. What if the person did not intend to provide Lu Chen with weapons, but instead wanted to kill him? The consequences were unimaginable. Lu Chen answered with a smile, Madam Chu, if I told you that these were parts one had made and then assembled myself, would you believe me? Chu Yukon snorted lightly and said, I am not an idiot. Lu Chen, pretending to be an adult, said, Madam Chu, I'm also a man now, having a bit of a man's secret is quite normal. Lu Chen's words were originally just a joke, but upon hearing them, Chu Yukon fell silent. Ever since Lu Chen lost his mother at the age of 10, Chu Yukon had always looked after him, caring for him as if he was her own child. But now Lu Chen had turned 16 and was even married. She, however, subconsciously still saw him as a child. Seeing that Chu Yukon was not speaking, Lu Chen asked with concern, Madam Chu, what are you thinking? Is there something wrong with what I said? Chu Yukon came back to her senses and handed the Desert Eagle back to Lu Chen, showing a relieved smile on her face. Chenur, you're right, you have grown up, you're a man now, I shouldn't continue to treat you like a child. However, I still want to remind you that the person who provided you with the weapon must have big plans, you must be careful. Also, those two weapons you carry must not be known to outsiders, otherwise, even if you reach North City, you will attract continuous assassination attempts by the strong ones in the martial arts world. Lu Chen said, don't worry Madam Chu, I am aware of the pros and cons. Chu Yukon said, alright, go and check on Zixuan and the others. Afterward, Chu Yukon turned and left, heading towards General Li and his group. At this time, General Li and the others were cleaning up the bodies. Seeing Chu Yukon coming over, General Li immediately asked, Madam Chu, is the prince unharmed? Chu Yukon replied indifferently, he's fine. With this, Chu Yukon reminded, General Li, regarding today's event, I hope you and your soldiers can act as if you've seen nothing. Hearing these words from Chu Yukon, General Li instantly understood what she meant. Clearly, she was referring to the North Prince instantly killing a 9th-grade martial artist. The outside world rumored that the North Prince was nothing but a useless prince, who knew nothing of martial arts, did not study much, and knew only to indulge in eating, drinking, and merrymaking. When Duke Mu asked General Li to protect the North Prince on his journey to establish his feudal estate in North City, General Li was somewhat reluctant in his heart. But after witnessing today's event, it seemed that everyone was mistaken. With the North Prince holding such a terrifying weapon, he couldn't possibly be just a waste as simple as that. That was a 9th-grade martial artist. Only a level below Grand Master, the 9th grade. With just one additional glance at the North Prince, that 9th-grade martial artist was no more. And that 8th-grade martial artist, from such a distance, General Li himself admitted he might not have been able to shoot and kill that 8th-grade martial artist with an arrow. 8th-grade martial artists have spiritual energy within their bodies. When an arrow enters their body, they can control their muscles to catch the arrowhead. Yet the North Prince, using some unknown weapon, managed to blow the head off that 8th-grade martial artist instantly from such a distance. Moreover, at that time, the North Prince was just lying on the ground without any movement. Shooting an arrow requires drawing a bow, yet as the North Prince lay there, the life of that 8th-grade martial artist came to an end. This was enough to show how terrifying the weapon in the North Prince's hands was. Despite having such a terrifying weapon, the North Prince did not vie for the throne, he even willingly went to North City. What did this imply? Li Feng dared not think any further. He even began to suspect whether he might be silenced by the North Prince. Although he was the general of the guard team assigned to escort the North Prince to his fief, he was also a commander in the Great Shah's Huben army. The North Prince might not necessarily trust them. Thinking this, Li Feng and his men couldn't stop the cold sweat from soaking their backs. After Chu Yukon finished reminding Li Feng and the others, she turned and left. Watching Chu Yukon's departing figure, a soldier whispered to Li Feng, General, after we reach North City, we won't be silenced, will we? The soldiers following Li Feng were elites from within the Huben army, and they were not dumb. They also understood what having a weapon that could instantaneously kill a 9th-grade martial artist meant. To everyone at that moment, the North Prince must have had a great scheme in mind, so to prevent the day's events from being leaked, it was highly possible that the North Prince might silence them. In order to comfort the remaining 100 or so soldiers, Li Feng immediately said, "Don't spout nonsense, you lad. We are Duke Mu's men, and Duke Mu is the North Prince's father-in-law, the North Prince will surely trust us." Hearing Li Feng's words, the soldiers came to a realization. Indeed, Duke Mu was the North Prince's father-in-law, and Duke Emu's daughter was also the princess consort. Weren't they, the soldiers of Duke Emu's faction, equivalent to being men on the North Prince's side? Then why would the North Prince want to silence his own people for no reason? With this thought, the soldiers also breathed a sigh of relief. However, Li Feng was still quite worried at this time. Even though they were part of Duke Emu's faction, they were also part of the Great Shah's Hu Ben army. After escorting the North Prince to North City, they were to return to the capital city. Would the North Prince really trust them? That was uncertain. But now, there was no other choice but to wait until they reached North City to know the North Prince's true intentions. After cleaning up the scene, Lu Chen and his caravan set off again, continuing towards North City. A few hours later, a certain tavern. Lu Shuyun sat by the window, quietly waiting for the news to arrive. At this moment, he faintly sensed something was amiss. By all accounts, those people should have returned by now, but up till now, there was still no news. Just then, a man dressed in gray clothes hurriedly walked out. Your Highness, there has been a grave mishap. As soon as the man entered the room, he immediately kneeled down. Lu Shuyun's brow furrowed, and he then asked in a cold voice, what happened? The man quickly answered, Blood Moon Tower failed, and none of the people they dispatched have returned alive, including those two ninth-grade experts. Now, the Tower Master of Blood Moon Tower is in a great fury, believing we deliberately set them up, and is demanding compensation. Upon hearing his subordinate's words, Lu Shuyun's face instantly darkened. 2 ninth grade, 1 8th grade, and over 100 martial artists around the 3rd grade, yet they couldn't even kill a useless prince. Not only did they fail to assassinate him, but all were captured, none returned. The angrier Lu Shuyun thought about it, the more furious he became. He slammed his palm down on the table, shattering the bowls and pots on it instantly. Useless, all useless. He simply couldn't fathom how they could have failed. They had gathered detailed intelligence on the entourage accompanying the North Prince on his journey northward, of which only Chu Yukon and Li Feng were somewhat powerful. Apart from those two, there weren't even many above the 5th grade in that group. And yet, Blood Moon Tower had actually failed. They actually failed. What were the assassins of Blood Moon Tower even good for? What did they feed on? With 2 ninth grade experts, even if they had no way to deal with Chu Yukon, one could hold her off while the other took care of that useless prince. But they still failed. And now, Blood Moon Tower has the audacity to demand compensation from them. They couldn't even kill a useless prince and still think about compensation. After letting off some steam, Lu Shuyun somewhat calmed down and asked emotionlessly, has Blood Moon Tower found out why their operation failed this time? The man kneeling on the ground immediately answered, Your Highness, when Blood Moon Tower sent someone to investigate, they discovered that some of their members' bodies had been scorched. When Lu Chen and the others left, they buried the bodies of their own people, while some of the assassins' bodies from Blood Moon Tower were piled up and burned. Although it wasted some time, Chu Yukon thought it was necessary, especially for those killed by Lu Chen. Martial artists could determine how a person died from the wounds on a corpse, and to prevent Blood Moon Tower from discovering their cause of death, Chu Yukon adopted this method of destroying the bodies and erasing the traces. Hearing his subordinate's report, Lu Shuyun became even more infuriated. It was bad enough that the mission failed, but to not even know how their people died was worse. At that moment, a subordinate beside Lu Shuyun speculated, Your Highness, I suspect there might have been a master-level expert hidden among the North Prince's convoy. Hearing his subordinate's guess, Lu Shuyun's mind blanked for a moment, then he fell silent as various expressions flitted across his face. After a while, a spiteful look flashed in Lu Shuyun's eyes, if that's the case, then this good-for-nothing deserves even more to be erased from this world. His subordinate spoke up again, Rest assured, Your Highness, our men have already reached North City. Even if a Grand Master is protecting him, they will let their guard down given enough time. Lu Shuyun said nothing more, knowing he could only wait now. Luckily, he had a contingency plan. Lu Shuyun raised his head to look out the window, muttering to himself, My good brother, I hope your luck lasts forever. Meanwhile, nearly everyone of status within the capital city had learned of Blood Moon Tower's failed assassination attempt, though it was unclear who had leaked the information. Imperial Palace. Royal Garden. The Sum Emperor, having received the message from the Shadow Guard, found it unbelievable. Sitting in front of the emperor was an old man with white hair, who, seeing the emperor's surprised expression while looking at the piece of paper, asked, "Your Majesty, what has happened?" The Sum Emperor collected himself and then tore up the paper in his hands. "I never imagined that Chen might still have a Grand Master by his side. The Chu family is really sparing no expense." Hearing this, the elder in front of the Sum Emperor paused. The Sum Emperor continued, "State Preceptor, do you think the Chu family truly wishes to support Little Nine, or are they deliberately diverting attention?" The elder before the Sum Emperor was Great Xia Dynasty's national pillar, Satu Ce, who also served as the state preceptor, often giving strategic advice to the Sum Emperor. Facing the Sum Emperor's question, Satu Ce pondered for a moment, then responded, "Your servant believes this is Chu Shang's personal action and does not represent the entire will of the Chu family." The Sum Emperor laughed and said, "Oh. Why does the state preceptor think so?" Satu Ce replied, "North City is a land of bitter cold. Even if the North Prince were to go there, it would be difficult to develop North City, let alone recruit soldiers or amass strength. The Chu family is not the Chu of the Chu people. They would not possibly support a prince who has completely lost his legitimacy in the competition for the throne. But Chu Shang is different. Chu Shang is the North Prince's maternal grandfather, and there exists a bond of blood between them. Thus, your servant believes that Chu Shang, considering the North Prince as his own grandson, would send someone to protect him, and it's not because of the Chu family's interests." Hearing Satu Ce's words, the Sum Emperor rose from the stone bench, laughed loudly, and said, "The words of the state preceptor are quite interesting. The Chu family is not the Chu of the Chu people, ha ha ha, it reminds me of myself, this Great Xia is also not my Great Xia. The Chu family has already tied itself to the powers of the south, so it's impossible for them to mindlessly support a prince with no hope of succession. If they insist on doing so, it would lead to conflicts with those forces, which could potentially lead to the Chu family's disintegration. Therefore, the Chu family is not the Chu of the Chu people." The words of Satu Ce also led the Sum Emperor to reflect upon his own situation. Just as the Chu family cannot do as they wish, so too, he, the emperor, is subject not to his own desires but is constrained by various forces, especially including the powerful aristocratic families like the Chu family. Duke Mu residence. Seeing the pigeon letter in his hand, Mu Changtian's hand trembled slightly. This letter had been sent by Li Feng, detailing their ambush by assassins from Blood Moon Tower. When Mu Changtian saw the part of the letter stating that Blood Moon Tower had dispatched 2 9th-grade martial artists and 1 8th-grade martial artist, he thought the North Prince had indeed met with misfortune. But at the end of the letter, Li Feng told him that a mysterious master-level expert had appeared and taken care of the 2 9th-grade experts from Blood Moon Tower. This piqued Mu Changtian's curiosity. A mysterious expert, who had been sent to protect the North Prince. Could the mysterious expert come from the Imperial Palace? As these thoughts crossed his mind, Mu Changtian's gaze turned toward the direction of the Imperial Palace, but he quickly dismissed the idea. The Sum Emperor never regarded the North Prince as his own child, even deeming him the stigma of his life, so how could he possibly send someone to protect him? Meanwhile, Lu Chen and his group had already set off again. In the month that followed, Lu Chen faced no further assassination attempts. This was largely thanks to a certain rumor that had spread throughout capital city. Nowadays, people believed that Lu Chen was protected by a Grand Master. With a Grand Master around, no one would be foolish enough to assassinate him. Of course, people did not believe that the Grand Master would stay by Lu Chen's side to protect him indefinitely. There were not many of master-level expertise throughout the whole Sum country. It was impossible for one to continuously protect a useless prince. In people's eyes, that Grand Master would most likely only protect the North Prince until they reached North City, then depart. After nearly 2 months of exhausting travel by carriage and boat, Lu Chen's caravan finally arrived at North City. Along the way, officials from the various prefectures and counties courteously received them. While on the road, Lu Chen had communicated with his wives and concubines, but due to the rush of the journey, there had hardly been any serious exchanges, and he scarcely practiced his chi refinement mantra and rejuvenating skill. Upon seeing the boundary marker of North City, the fatigue of 2 months vanished in an instant. In a world without concrete roads, traveling by horse-drawn carriage could jolt a person to death. Now that he had reached North City, his plan to have children could finally be implemented. With that thought, Lu Chen ordered his men to quicken their pace toward his new mansion. Before long, Lu Chen's caravan arrived at Yan County in North City. With 13 cities under its jurisdiction, Yan County was the most prosperous and would also serve as Lu Chen's princely city in the future. When Lu Chen's entourage made its appearance in Yan County, all the local officials came out to greet them, and the common people stood lining the roads. At that moment, many in the crowd quietly discussed the North Prince. At last, our North Land has been graced with a seigneur. What's the use? The North Prince is only 16, still a child. I've heard that the North Prince is an ignoramus, thrown to North City for that very reason. Who knows if the North Prince will start raising taxes right away. If taxes go up again, we'll not be able to survive. If the North Prince just indulges in merry-making in his mansion and ignores us, that would be best. I've heard that in some places, life became much harder for the people after a seigneur arrived. As Lu Chen entered the city, he took a look at the common people on both sides of the road. The clothing of the Northland's inhabitants was clearly shabbier than that of people from other prefectures and counties. Compared to others, they were almost like beggars. This is too poor. Yan County was still the wealthiest city in North City. If even the residents of Yan County were dressed so shabbily, one could only imagine the state of other counties. His father, the emperor, was truly heartless to send him to such a place. Lu Chen wondered if there were many women in North City who could reach a score of 90, and whether this would affect his plans for taking concubines. Continually using the system to search the crowd for women who could score 90, he scanned for a long time without finding a single one. Among the commoners on both sides of the road, the highest score for any woman did not exceed 80. Lu Chen felt somewhat disappointed. When the caravan reached the city gate, the officials of North City all bowed and said, "We greet you, Prince." At that moment, Lu Chen stepped down from his carriage. Upon seeing Lu Chen emerge, the crowd immediately erupted with excitement. The North Prince is so handsome. They say the North Prince is only 16, but he already looks as mature as a 20-year-old man. Judging by his appearance, the North Prince doesn't seem like the type who is uneducated, right? At this time, a middle-aged man dressed in a green robe stepped forward to Lu Chen and said, "I am Li Rui, at your service, Prince." Hearing this, Lu Chen sized up Li Rui. Name: Li Rui. Identity: temporary governor of North City. Strength: 5th rank. Loyalty: 30. In his opinion, you are a talentless waste of a prince. Seeing Li Rui's loyalty so low, Lu Chen immediately checked the loyalty of the officials of North City, only to find that almost all the officials had a loyalty similar to Li Rui's. That wasn't surprising. These people had most likely already inquired about his reputation in the capital city. Lu Chen directly asked, "Prefecture Governor Li, may I know how the construction of my mansion is coming along?" Li Rui responded, "Rest assured, Prince, your mansion has been completed, and it is ready for you to move in." With a smile, Lu Chen said, "Then please lead the way." "Yes, Prince." After that, Li Rui and the others led the carriage team to the North Prince mansion. Upon entering the North Prince mansion, Li Rui directly asked, "Prince, when will you have time? I would like to report to you the situation in North City." Although Li Rui looked down on Lu Chen, the useless prince, Lu Chen was, after all, the North Prince, the supreme ruler of North City now. The appointment and dismissal of officials in North City were decided by the North Prince. In this era, seigneurs in their allotted lands held great power, not only administrative authority but also the right to appoint and dismiss officials, as well as the power to mint currency and command the military. Li Rui was only a temporary prefecture governor appointed by the court. With the arrival of the North Prince, there was a possibility that he would be transferred elsewhere, so Li Rui planned to make an impression on the North Prince and show his presence, to let him know he was a capable official. Hearing Li Rui's words, Lu Chen patted his shoulder with a smile and then said, "Leave professional matters to professionals. Governor Li, you managed North City well before my arrival. Continue to govern North City on my behalf in the future." Upon hearing this, Li Rui excitedly half knelt and said, "Thank you for your recognition, Prince. I will dedicate myself to assisting you with all my might, to my last breath." Lu Chen found himself somewhat at a loss for words, he had only intended to find someone to do the job. At that moment, Lu Chen saw Li Rui's loyalty instantly rise to 50 and said, "All right, Governor Li, go about your business. If there is nothing important, do not come looking for me from now on. I am about to get acquainted with my mansion." Saying this, Lu Chen walked towards his prince's mansion. Watching Lu Chen's departing figure, Li Rui's feelings were complex. Clearly, the North Prince intended to be a hands-off ruler, leaving all affairs of North City to him, the prefecture governor. Of course, this was good news for him, who didn't like power. But Li Rui also knew that taking over the power entrusted by the North Prince to an excessive degree could potentially lead to dissatisfaction from the court. In the Great Shah dynasty, there had been a precedent where a chief secretary of a princely fiefdom had taken over all the seigneur's powers and had thereafter been convicted by the court of usurping the seigneur's authority, imprisoning the seigneur, leading to the eradication of that chief secretary's entire family. After entering the prince's mansion, Lu Chen decided on the courtyard he would reside in. He then took out a dragon phoenix tree seed from the system space. After biting his fingertip and dripping a drop of blood on the dragon phoenix tree seed, he buried the seed in the soil and instructed the servants to take good care of it. Once the dragon phoenix tree grew, the tea brewed from its leaves could make women more reliant on him, an item quite useful to Lu Chen. At that moment, Mu Zixuan, dressed in a red gauze dress, passed by the courtyard. Seeing Lu Chen repeatedly squeezing blood into the soil after biting his fingertip, she hurried into the courtyard. "Prince, what's the matter?" Mu Zixuan had initially thought that Lu Chen was bitten by a poisonous snake and was squeezing out the venom. Glancing at the alluring Mu Zixuan, Lu Chen smiled and said, "I'm fine, I am cultivating the dragon phoenix tree with my blood." Mu Zixuan asked with confusion, "Dragon phoenix tree, what is that?" Lu Chen wrapped his arm around Mu Zixuan's slim waist in response, "You will know in the future." With that, Lu Chen's hand began to wander around Mu Zixuan's waist. "My dear, why don't we go try out how comfortable the bed in the prince's mansion is right now?" Hearing that, a blush instantly appeared on Mu Zixuan's face. Then Lu Chen directly picked up Mu Zixuan around her waist and headed to the room. Building a relationship with your wife once, Qi Refinement Mantra experience value increased by 10. Congratulations on unlocking the Qi Refinement Mantra, successful in channeling Qi into the body. Congratulations, you have successfully impregnated Mu Zixuan, and you have earned the method to make soap. The reward for successful pregnancy is an encouragement reward, therefore the reward is comparatively small. Giving birth successfully will yield much richer rewards. Upon hearing the system's broadcast, Lu Chen instantly felt his body become incredibly refreshed, as if his skin could breathe. Lu Chen was extremely delighted. He had finally managed to draw spiritual energy into his body. After drawing spiritual energy into his body, had he not stepped onto the path of cultivation? Of course, there was another matter that delighted Lu Chen. Mu Zixuan was finally pregnant. In the previous 2 months, they had been on the road. Although they had communicated and often cultivated their relationship, there had been no sign of pregnancy for any of the 3 women. Unexpectedly, just after settling down, Mu Zixuan became pregnant. To bear offspring, a stable environment is indeed essential. Lu Chen, holding Mu Zixuan, gently stroked her fair and rosy skin while saying, "My love, I have a method to make money. Are you interested in hearing about it?" Lu Chen was now the seigneur of North City, and the prince's mansion's economic source mainly came from the taxes of the people. However, these taxes needed to be used to pay officials, leaving perhaps not much for the prince's mansion itself. If the prince's mansion wanted to live well, it still had to have its own industry, and it so happened that he obtained the method of making soap. Of course, the real money makers were commodities like salt and iron, but for the time being, Lu Chen had no plans to touch these. These were things with too many vested interests involved. If he were to meddle with them upon arriving in North City, it would probably lead to more attempts on his life. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Mu Zixuan's eyes lit up, and she immediately asked, Prince, what is the method you speak of? Mu Zixuan also wanted to prove that her worth was not limited to the bedroom. When in the capital, her father had trained her as if she were to become the crown princess consort. Therefore, her abilities were quite strong in all aspects. Lu Chen replied, I have something in my possession that can clean clothes, and I believe that people will favor it. Mu Zixuan asked with curiosity, is the prince referring to soapberries? In this world, there was a type of tree that bore fruit capable of cleaning clothes, which people referred to as soapberries. If it were soapberries, they were common and hard to turn into an industry. Lu Chen said with a smile, of course not, the thing I'm referring to has a much stronger cleaning capability than soapberries. You'll understand once I have it made in a few days. Mu Zixuan replied, understood, my lord. At that moment, the voice of a maid came from outside, Prince, Madame Chu seeks an audience with you. Hearing this, Mu Zixuan quickly said to Lu Chen, Prince, you better go see. Madame Chu must have something important to discuss. They had just arrived in North City, and there were certainly many matters to attend to. Mu Zixuan didn't dare to cling to Lu Chen. If word got out that she was clinging to Lu Chen upon arriving in North City, she didn't know how many would criticize her. My love, rest well, I'll go check out the situation, Lu Chen said. Reluctantly getting up from the bed, Lu Chen dressed and left the room. When Lu Chen arrived at the prince's mansion's training ground, he saw Li Feng and Chu Yukan discussing something. Seeing Lu Chen coming over, Li Feng hastily said, Prince, I greet you. Lu Chen looked at Chu Yukan and asked, Madam Chu, did you want to see me about something? Chu Yukan replied, it's not me looking for you, but General Li. Lu Chen's gaze fell back onto Li Feng. Li Feng quickly took out a letter from his bosom and said to Lu Chen, Prince, this is from Duke Mu. He instructed me to deliver this letter to you once we reached North City. Lu Chen immediately took the letter from Li Feng and began to read it carefully. At that moment, Li Feng and the 100 or so soldiers behind him were intently watching the letter in Lu Chen's hands. Li Feng, in particular, seemed very nervous. He didn't know what the letter contained, and he was now afraid that the North Prince would silence them. After all, they were about to return to the capital, and the North Prince might not trust them. After reading the letter, Lu Chen glanced at Li Feng and the others. Li Feng's loyalty had now risen to 87, making him a completely reliable subordinate. The loyalty of the soldiers from the guard team was also high, with basically none dropping below 60. Lu Chen spoke plainly, Duke Mu has informed me in this letter that you have all perished. As soon as these words came out, there was an uproar. Backquote. Li Feng and the others couldn't help but wonder in their hearts, could the North Prince actually be planning to silence them? No, it should be said that Duke Mu never intended to let them live in return. After all, the letter was from Duke Mu to the North Prince. Seeing Li Feng and his men seeming very nervous, Lu Chen continued, Duke Mu has asked me to tell you that he has already had your family members brought to Yan County. You've been removed from the Hu Ben army, and from now on, you will follow me. This. Li Feng immediately realized that they had misunderstood Lu Chen's meaning. They were already dead, meaning they had been dismissed from the great Sus Hu Ben army. It seems that Duke Mu had no intention of letting them return to the capital from the start but wanted them to follow the North Prince. At this moment, Lu Chen revealed a sly smile. Of course, if you don't wish to follow me, I won't force you. Hearing this, Li Feng and those 100+ soldiers kneeled without hesitation. We swear to follow the prince to the death. Are you kidding? If they dared to utter the word, no, now, they definitely wouldn't be able to leave Yan County, they weren't fools. Moreover, following the North Prince wasn't a bad thing. After learning that the North Prince possessed a weapon capable of killing 9th-grade experts, they believed he had always been hiding his abilities. Once the North Prince returned to the capital and reigned supreme, all of them would have the merit of dragons. The choice was obvious, no need to think it over. Lu Chen said, all right, all of you get up. Thank you, Prince. Lu Chen took out a token from his bosom and tossed it to Li Feng. General Li, take my token and take command of the North City's troops. The training of the troops will be your responsibility. Li Feng immediately clasped his fists. I will not let the prince down. I will quickly reorganize the North City army and train them into a fighting force. Lu Chen said, there's no need to rush, making big moves may have negative impacts. Li Feng immediately caught on and replied, understood, I will proceed with caution. Li Feng thought that the North Prince must be planning to continue concealing his skills to avoid alerting others to his schemes. Alright, go about your business. With that, Lu Chen turned and prepared to leave. At this moment, Chu Yukan watched Lu Chen's retreating figure and felt an uneasy feeling in her heart. For some reason, she always sensed as if there was a mass of qi around Lu Chen. To confirm her suspicion, Chu Yukan propelled herself forward with a push of her toes and instantly appeared behind Lu Chen. Feeling the fluctuation of spiritual energy behind him, Lu Chen turned around abruptly, just in time to see Chu Yukan, and their gazes met. Chu Yukan was less than 30 centimeters away from him. A faint fragrance drifted into Lu Chen's nostrils, causing a stir in his body. Madam Chu, what are you? Chu Yukan smiled, then said, Chenur, I never expected you to become a martial artist behind my back. How come I've never seen you practicing martial arts before? What kind of cultivation art are you practicing? Realizing he had been exposed, Lu Chen replied with a smile, Madam Chu, it's a little secret of men. Chu Yukan feigned annoyance, where do you get all these secrets from? Lu Chen chuckled, a deep man has many secrets in his heart, it's normal. Chu Yukan gave Lu Chen a speechless glare, then said, fine, don't tell me. I'm off to set up the defenses. As she finished speaking, Chu Yukan's figure moved towards the entrance of the prince's mansion. Watching Chu Yukan's graceful and poised figure, Lu Chen felt the flames in his heart burning more fervently. He quickly turned away and ran to find his two concubines to practice cultivation. Yan County. Prefectural government. Seeing Li Rui returning, the officials of North City swarmed around him. One official asked, Lord Li, did the prince mention what he plans to do next? The officials of North City were all deeply concerned about what major moves the North Prince might make after arriving in the North Land and whether it would affect their positions and interests. Li Rui revealed a slight smile, raised his hand to touch his beard, then replied calmly, the prince told me to not bother him with non-urgent matters, everything in North City will remain as usual. Upon hearing this, the officials of North City became incredibly excited. If that was the case, their power and their interests would remain unharmed. Although they didn't say it out loud, they all thought, luckily the imperial court sent a useless prince to North City. However, just at that moment, a soldier from the prefectural government rushed in panicked. He approached Li Rui and whispered something to him. After listening to the soldier, Li Rui frowned and his expression turned grave. Seeing how troubled Li Rui looked, an official hastily asked, Lord Li, what has happened? Before the official had finished speaking, Li Feng entered the prefectural government. Seeing Li Rui and the group of officials, Li Feng said with a smile, Lord Li, your residence is quite lively today. Li Rui came to his senses and quickly approached, saying, that's an overstatement. May I know what message General Li has for us at my residence? Li Feng directly brought out the North Prince's token and then said, the prince has ordered that, starting from today, all military affairs in North City will be handed over to me. Hearing this, the officials in the courtyard became panicked. The main reason they had been so brazen and indifferent to the North Prince was that the military of North City was under the control of the governor. The North Prince had just arrived in North City and was now taking over its military affairs. What was he planning? The military was a sensitive matter. If a senior took control of the military, he must have some plans in mind. Could it be that the North Prince was planning to turn against them? At this moment, Li Rui said, General Li, the prince has just arrived in North City and is not yet familiar with it. May I know why he has assigned you to take over the military affairs? Li Rui didn't think that the North Prince was aiming to strike at the powers in North City, at least not in the short term. After all, he had only just arrived and hadn't yet established a strong foothold. Moreover, in order to maintain his rule over North City, the North Prince still needed these officials and the major powers in North City. Even if the North Prince wasn't well informed, he wouldn't likely undertake such an act that would destroy his own foundations. Li Feng saw the concerns of Li Rui and the others and said directly, Lord Li, you must have heard about the assassination attempt on the prince by Blood Moon Tower on his way to the fief, right? Li Rui said, naturally. Li Feng continued, given that, then you should understand why the prince wants to take control of the military power. The prince doesn't want his personal safety to be in the hands of others. After Li Feng's explanation, Li Rui and the others immediately realized the situation. Indeed, the North Prince had been attacked on his way here, and he was young and likely got scared. Perhaps it was because he feared death, and feared that the North City's military might harm him, so he decided to take control of the military power. Li Feng went on to say, Lord Li, you wouldn't be unwilling to hand over the military authority, would you? The prince has entrusted you with all the affairs of North City. If the military power remains in your hands, who is the true prince, you or the North Prince? At these words from Li Feng, cold sweat broke out on Li Rui's forehead. Indeed, if all the power of North City were in his hands and he had no one to restrict him, it wouldn't be long before the imperial court would send someone to cause trouble for him. Li Rui thought it over. Since there weren't that many soldiers in North City anyway, it would be better to hand them over promptly and avoid trouble. With this in mind, Li Rui immediately took out the Tiger Talisman from his bosom. General Li, this is the Tiger Talisman that governs all the troops of North City. Then, Li Rui turned to a soldier dressed in armor beside him and instructed, Captain Wang, please take General Li to the barracks to have a look. Yes, my lord. Following that, Li Feng followed the soldier to the barracks of Yan County. After Li Feng left, the officials who had been behind Li Rui gathered around him. Lord, why did you hand over the Tiger Talisman to him? Yes, Lord, what if the prince misuses the military authority? Lord, what should we do now? Hearing the discussions among the officials, Li Rui said, rest assured, military authority should naturally reside in the hands of the prince. It is perfectly normal for the prince to take back control. Moreover, you all heard Li Feng's words just now. The prince has delegated all affairs of North City to me. If I were to retain control over the military, not only would the prince find it hard to accept me, but the court would never tolerate me either. Hearing this explanation, some officials who were quick on the uptake immediately understood Li Rui's intentions. After all, there had been a case in the Great Xia dynasty where an official in a prince's mansion had monopolized power and imprisoned a seigneur. Still, they remained somewhat concerned. Once the North Prince had military power, it meant he had a weapon in hand. It would be easy for him to deal with them, and they no longer dared to act recklessly as they had before. Li Rui continued, now, you all should return to your respective jurisdictions. If the North Prince issues any command, I will notify you at the first opportunity. After hearing Li Rui's words, the officials had no choice but to leave the prefectural government office one after the other. A few days later. North Prince Mansion. In the courtyard, Lu Chen watched as the servants made soap following the blueprint and decided to try one piece by rubbing it on a dirty piece of clothing. Soon, the stains on the dirty clothes were washed away, leaving them clean and pristine. Seeing this scene, everyone in the courtyard let out incredulous exclamations. Chu Yukon curiously asked, Chenur, where did you find the method to make this? The soap works so well. As he washed his hands, Lu Chen replied with a smile, Madam Chu, would you believe me if I said I thought of it myself? Raising her beautiful eyes, Chu Yukon spoke with a hint of sarcasm, Chenur has certainly grown up, keeping more and more secrets, and hiding everything from Madam. Seeing that the atmosphere seemed a bit uneasy, Mu Zixuan hurriedly tried to smooth things over, Madam Chu, this is indeed a method that the prince came up with. In truth, Chu Yukon was only slightly mocking in her tone, and not angry at all. She had long since given up on probing Lu Chen's secrets. That said, Chu Yukon still felt a sourness in her heart, thinking back to when Lu Chen used to tell her everything, but now kept everything to himself after getting married. At that moment, Zhou Xiaoxiao changed the subject. Prince, how do you plan to sell this soap? Lu Chen had already made it clear before making the soap that he intended to sell it, so Zhou Xiaoxiao was curious about how the prince planned to price such an effective cleaning product. After thinking for a moment, Lu Chen said, let's sell it for between 3 to 10 coins per piece. Startled, Zhou Yuyu, who was nearby, said, that cheap. Lu Chen replied, thin profits and high turnover. This is meant to replace bath beans, it shouldn't be too expensive, or no one will buy it. At this point, Lu Chen's gaze fell on Mu Zixuan. Consort, the soap venture shall be entrusted to you. Excited, Mu Zixuan said, rest assured, Prince, I will take good care of the soap venture and fill the mansion's treasury as soon as possible. No sooner had Mu Zixuan spoken than her complexion suddenly turned pale and she began to retch. Seeing this, Zhou Yuyu and Zhou Xiaoxiao quickly went to her side to support her. Sister, what's wrong? Quick, call the physician. Seeing Mu Zixuan retch, Lu Chen figured out what was probably the matter. After all, he had received a system prompt a few days ago, and the method for making soap was obtained due to Mu Zixuan's pregnancy. Still, even knowing she was pregnant, it was necessary to have a doctor look at her. His rejuvenating skill hadn't begun training yet, and he couldn't assist Mu Zixuan in examining her condition, so he could only let a doctor come and check. Mu Zixuan was then moved back into her room, where, lying on the bed, she looked up at Lu Chen beside her and said, Prince, your concubine is all right. Lu Chen, stroking Mu Zixuan's cheek, smiled and replied, you should still rest. Let's wait until the doctor has looked at you. Soon, the doctor arrived in the room. After a simple pulse check, he immediately rose and bowed, exclaiming, congratulations, Prince. The princess consort is with child. At these words, everyone in the room became excited. Zhou Xiaoxiao, beside Mu Zixuan, said, Sister, that's wonderful. You're pregnant. Our prince will have an heir. Lu Chen, also overjoyed, said, Xiao Ru, give the doctor 2 taels of silver. Hearing this, the doctor quickly responded, thank you for the reward, Prince. 2 taels of silver was no small sum in those days, a doctor wouldn't know how many patients he'd have to see to earn that much. After the doctor had left, Lu Chen, touching Mu Zixuan's belly, said with a smile, my love, it seems all our hard work these past days has been worth it. Mu Zixuan's face turned red, there were so many people around, and Lu Chen was speaking so directly. At that moment, Mu Zixuan said, Prince, I won't be able to attend to you for a while. Lu Chen replied, no matter, your duty now is to rest and nurture the baby. Mu Zixuan then asked, Prince, when do you plan to have Xiaoxiao and Yuyu formally enter our household? Although Zhou Xiaoxiao and Zhou Yuyu were already Lu Chen's women, the wedding feast had not been held yet. Since the prince would be taking concubines, the wedding feast was definitely still necessary. After thinking for a bit, Lu Chen answered, we'll hold it in a couple of days. Mu Zixuan, smiling, asked, may your concubine take care of this matter? Lu Chen said, if my love is willing, then I'll leave this task to you. Seeing Lu Chen and Mu Zixuan so affectionate, Chu Yukan couldn't help feeling uncomfortable, and she quietly left the room. She used to be the one by Lu Chen's side. Now that he had a princess consort, it seemed he no longer needed his concubine, which left her feeling desolate. A few days later, word got out from the North Prince mansion that the North Prince was taking concubines. Hearing this news, various powers from North City began to prepare gifts. At the 100 Flowers Tower, a woman in a red robe sat by the window, gazing at the bustling crowd in the distance. The red robe hung loosely on her, exposing her fair collarbone and a dazzling expanse of skin that could easily mesmerize onlookers if noticed. Her supremely beautiful face was flawless, cheeks tinged with a gentle blush, radiating youthful charm. The woman's lips curved slightly, her peach blossom eyes seemed to hold a hint of allure, adding to her enchanting appearance. Her hair was piled up high, secured with a phoenix hairpin, with long locks cascading over her shoulders, her curvaceous figure enhancing her alluring aura. Just then, a woman wearing a mask entered the room, stating from behind the curtain, Saintus, the pavilion master wants you to complete your mission and leave North City as soon as possible. At these words, the woman in red let out a cold laugh, her voice as clear and melodious as the song of a forest bird. The North Prince has been hiding in his mansion, We still can't confirm whether his Grand Master has left his side or not. It's not that easy to complete the mission. The woman outside the curtain replied. The pavilion master said it was the prince's order, even he can't do anything about it. If you need any help, please ask. Wang Qingqi said indifferently. Forget it, reply to him and tell him that I will find an opportunity to approach the North Prince as soon as possible, so he doesn't need to rush me. Wang Qingqi was somewhat irritated at the moment, having arrived in Yan County 2 months ago in order to get close to the North Prince. She even deliberately turned herself into an Oran. However, since the North Prince's arrival in Yan County, he had not visited the 100 Flowers Tower even once. People said the North Prince was unlearned and licentious, liking to sneak into the pleasure quarters to listen to music. But once he arrived in North City, it was like he became a different person, staying inside his mansion all the time, going nowhere else. Wang Qingqi also tried to send people to gather intelligence at the prince's mansion, but the guards were numerous, and with Chu Yukon personally in charge, her people found it very difficult to infiltrate. Now, they didn't even know what the situation was like inside the prince's mansion. At that moment, a bluebird flew in from outside the window and landed before Wang Qingqi, who immediately caught it and took the paper from its leg. After reading the message, Wang Qingqi smiled gracefully. It seemed their intelligence has not been wrong. The North Prince indeed had a weakness for beauty. He had only been in North City for a few days and was already taking concubines. For her, this was good news. She needed to find a way to visit the prince's mansion, and if she could catch the attention of the North Prince, that would be perfect. The beauty trap was her best tool, especially when it came to assassination. Several days later. North Prince Mansion. Today was Lu Chen's day to take a concubine. The mansion was decorated brightly with lanterns, and guests bearing gifts came in an endless stream. Mu Zixuan was in charge of all the arrangements for the concubinage this time, and virtually all the major powers of North City had received invitations from the prince's mansion. Mu Zixuan was also planning to use this opportunity to promote soap, hence she invited all the major powers of North City. While receiving gifts, Lu Chen sat in the martial arts training ground, listening to reports from his mansion about the gifts from various powers while his eyes scanned the women who had come to attend the wedding banquet. In the Great Xia dynasty, unwed women generally did not leave home to attend others' wedding banquets. However, many today had brought forth their unwed daughters in hope of catching the prince's attention to arrange a marriage with him. But after scanning the crowd, Lu Chen did not find any woman whose score exceeded 90. Lu Chen sighed and thought, Yan County is indeed too small, too poor, even women with scores over 90 are this scarce. Just as Lu Chen was about to give up, a woman in a purple dress caught his eye. Name: Wang Qingqi. Status: 9th grade martial artist, adopted daughter of the Wang family from the south, Saintess of Misty Pavilion, temporary tower master of 100 Flowers Tower. She came to attend the North Prince's marriage celebration specifically to assassinate the North Prince, intending to draw his attention and seduce him using her beauty. Score: 95. Favorability: 0. Seeing the prompt before his eyes, Lu Chen was momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected a 9th grade assassin to have infiltrated the gathering. Oh, that's not right, she didn't infiltrate, she walked in openly and above board. Looking at Wang Qingqi's enchanting figure, and her smooth, ample shoulders and the bright whiteness of her skin, Lu Chen felt a bit dizzy. It was rare to find a woman with a score of 95, and she turned out to be an assassin. What bad luck. Finding a woman with a score of 95 was not easy. He certainly had to find a way to obtain this enchanting rose and have her bear his children. With that thought, Lu Chen fell deep in thought. It seemed that the dragon phoenix tree had already grown, and later he would test the effects of the dragon phoenix tree leaves used to make tea. If the dragon and phoenix tea was effective, then his identity and that of Wang Qingqi's would undergo a change. Thinking this, Lu Chen's lips curved up slightly. Sometimes a hunter appears in the form of the prey. At this moment, Wang Qingqi also noticed Lu Chen. After all, she had come specifically for him. Seeing that the North Prince was smiling at her, Wang Qingqi was overjoyed, and it seemed her plan had already succeeded by half, and she indeed had caught the attention of the North Prince. All she needed to do now was wait quietly. She believed it wouldn't be long before the North Prince would come looking for her, confident in her own beauty. Soon, Wang Qingqi smiled back at Lu Chen as well. After the wedding banquet was over, Lu Chen left straight away, whereas Mu Zixuan stayed to chat with the females who had attended the wedding. Lu Chen had long since communicated and exchanged feelings with Zhou Xiaoxiao, so he wasn't in a hurry about the wedding chamber at all. He now headed to the main courtyard, the one where he had planted the dragon phoenix tree. The dragon phoenix tree hadn't been planted for even half a month, but it had already grown as tall as Lu Chen's waist. However, the dragon phoenix tree looked no different from any ordinary tree. Lu Chen plucked a few leaves from the dragon phoenix tree, intending to brew tea for Zhou Xiaoxiao and her sister later in the wedding chamber. At that time, Chu Yukan appeared in the yard. Seeing that Lu Chen was neither receiving guests nor looking for Zhou Xiaoxiao and her sister but had run to this yard to look at a tree, Chu Yukan asked with curiosity, "Chen'er, what are you doing here? Why aren't you looking for the Zhou sisters?" Upon hearing Chu Yukan's voice, Lu Chen was startled, then he turned his head to look at her, and an idea suddenly formed in his mind. At this point, Lu Chen asked the system in his heart. "System, is it true that after a woman drinks the dragon and phoenix tea, she will become dependent on me and unable to leave me?" "That is correct. Moreover, after a woman drinks the dragon and phoenix tea, she will be unable to harm you, and when you touch their bodies, they will lose their strength. However, if the woman who drinks the dragon and phoenix tea has a favorability towards you, the tea can enhance their skill to a certain extent." Hearing this from the system, Lu Chen was surprised. He had thought that the dragon and phoenix tea would at most make women dependent on him, not that it also had the effect of increasing skill. Since Chu Yukan had such a high favorability towards him, then if she drank more dragon and phoenix tea, it would definitely increase her skill substantially. With this thought, Lu Chen smiled and said, "No rush, it's broad daylight now, what do you want me to do by searching for them? Could it be, Madam Chu, you want me to perform that what?" Hearing this, Chu Yukan gave Lu Chen a white look. "What nonsense are you talking about? I just want you to talk to the two sisters, now that you're married." At that moment, Chu Yukan, looking at the dragon phoenix tree leaves in Lu Chen's hand, asked out of curiosity, "What are you doing with the tree leaves?" Instead of directly answering Chu Yukan's question, Lu Chen looked around carefully and said in a cautious tone, "Madam Chu, come with me, I have a secret to tell you." At these words, Chu Yukan's eyes lit up, and she was instantly intrigued. Lately she had discovered that Lu Chen had many secrets. Each time she asked him about them, Lu Chen would use the excuse that he was all grown up and unwilling to tell her, making her wonder if Lu Chen no longer recognized her as his aunt. Since Lu Chen was willing to share a secret with her today, she definitely wanted to hear it. She was curious about what kind of secret Lu Chen would reveal. At this time, Lu Chen headed towards his room, with Chu Yukan quickly following. Once in his room, Lu Chen placed the leaves he was holding into the teapot on the table. Seeing this, Chu Yukan grew even more curious, wondering what Lu Chen was up to. After a moment, Lu Chen poured the brewed dragon and phoenix tea into 2 purple clay cups. "Madam Chu, try the flavor of this tea." Hearing this, Chu Yukan paused for a second, then asked unbelievingly, "Chen'er, is this what you call a secret?" Lu Chen said mysteriously, "Madam Chu, once you drink it, you'll understand the secret I'm talking about." Having said this, Lu Chen picked up a purple clay cup from the table and drained the dragon and phoenix tea inside. Seeing Lu Chen drink, Chu Yukan hesitated but picked up the purple clay cup in front of her and gently sipped the dragon and phoenix tea inside. After just a small sip, Chu Yukan immediately felt a cool sensation flooding into her heart. The next moment, Chu Yukan discovered that the skill inside her body was slowly growing. Her realm had stagnated at 9th grade for many years, and she had thought it would be difficult to advance any further, but to her surprise, just a sip of the tea started to loosen the constraints on her realm. Chu Yukan then drained the cup of dragon and phoenix tea and fixed her beautiful eyes intently on Lu Chen. "Chen'er, if I'm not mistaken, the leaves you had in your hands were from that tree in the middle of the courtyard, weren't they?" Chu Yukan had long noticed that Lu Chen seemed particularly concerned about the tree in the center of the courtyard, and she had always been curious why Lu Chen, after arriving in North City, watered the tree himself every day. So the leaves from that tree could actually enhance one's skill. That was truly unbelievable. Lu Chen still didn't answer Chu Yukin's question but instead asked back, Madam Chu, how do you feel now? Chu Yukin closed her eyes slightly, and the next moment, a stream of energy spread out from her body. When Chu Yukin opened her eyes, she could hardly believe it. She had actually broken through to the half-step Grandmaster. Although there was still a long way to go before becoming a Grandmaster, this at least gave her hope. Only then did Lu Chen begin to explain, Madam Chu, the tree in the courtyard is called the Dragon Phoenix tree, and drinking tea brewed with its leaves can help martial artists enhance their skill. Lu Chen revealed only part of the content. As for the other uses of Dragon and Phoenix tea, Lu Chen hadn't planned on telling Chu Yukin yet. Chu Yukin was of a gentler disposition, and Lu Chen hadn't planned on coming on strong from the start. Hearing what Lu Chen said, Chu Yukin was extremely surprised. Although she had already experienced the benefits of the Dragon and Phoenix tea, hearing Lu Chen's explanation made it feel even more incredible. If Lu Chen could produce a weapon that kills 9th grade martial artists instantly, what's more, he had now found a plant that could enhance skill from who knows where. If word of this got out, the entire martial arts world would likely be thrown into chaos. By then, goodness knows how many master-level experts would come to the prince's mansion to fight over that tree. Not just grandmasters, but perhaps even grandmasters might take an interest in that tree. Chu Yukin didn't plan on asking Lu Chen where it came from because, after all, asking him would probably not yield an answer. At that moment, Chu Yukin sighed and asked worriedly, Chenur, does anyone else know about the uses of this tree? Lu Chen shook his head and said, I've only told you, Madam Chu, no one else knows. Chu Yukin cautioned, you must not tell anyone else about the uses of this tree, otherwise the North Prince Mansion will face great trouble, and by then, even I won't be able to protect the North Prince Mansion. Lu Chen assured, don't worry, Madam Chu, I understand the pros and cons. Chu Yukin said, alright, you should go see Xiao Xiao and Yu now. Lu Chen ummed and said, then I'll head over there now. After the sound of his voice faded, Lu Chen turned around and left. For some reason, as she watched Lu Chen's tall figure walking away, Chu Yukin suddenly felt a little unsettled. After leaving the main courtyard, Lu Chen was planning to visit the courtyard of the Zhou sisters when he spotted Mu Zixuan leading Wang Qingqi towards the back courtyard of the prince's mansion. Lu Chen was curious, why had Mu Zixuan brought this woman here? He furrowed his brow, fearing that Wang Qingqi, wanting to get close to him, had concocted some excuse to deceive Mu Zixuan. This wouldn't do. If this woman was here for himself, there would be no problem at all. But if Wang Qingqi hurt Mu Zixuan in the process, that would be troublesome, for Mu Zixuan was pregnant again. With this thought, Lu Chen hurriedly followed them. As Lu Chen entered the back courtyard, the maid Xiao Ru was about to prepare tea. Lu Chen immediately stopped her and said, Xiao Ru, when you make the tea later, use these leaves. With that, Lu Chen handed the leaves he was holding to Xiao Ru. Xiao Ru didn't think much of it, after all, she was just a maid. Yes, Prince. After handing the Dragon Phoenix tree leaves to Xiao Ru, Lu Chen also entered the back courtyard. Upon seeing Lu Chen, Wang Qingqi's heart immediately filled with joy, finally having found a chance to get close to the North Prince. Of course, she had no intention of taking action against the North Prince just yet. This time, she got close to the North Prince mainly to make herself known, to leave an impression on him and deepen his memory of her. She wasn't certain whether the Grandmaster mentioned in the rumors had left the North Prince's side. At this time, acting rashly could mean she might not be able to leave the North Prince mansion herself. At that moment, Wang Qingqi promptly rose from her stone seat and, with a bow, said, this common girl pays respects to the prince. Mu Zixuan, seeing Lu Chen come here, asked curiously, Prince, why didn't you go to see your sisters? Although Lu Chen had already had his way with Xiao Xiao and Yu Yu, today was still the day of the wedding banquet, and he was supposed to go through the formalities. Yet, here he was. Lu Chen said with a smile, no hurry, we'll talk about it tonight. Saying this, Lu Chen sized up Wang Qingqi before him, emanating an alluring fragrance from head to toe. She truly was a seductress. Lu Chen then asked, who are you? Wang Qingqi immediately introduced herself, replying to the prince, "This one is the Oran from the Hundred Flowers Tower." At this time, Mu Zixuan added, "Prince, after seeing the effects of the soap, Miss Wang intends to place an order for a batch of soap from us." Lu Chen said, "Oh, I see. You two continue, don't mind me." Saying this, Lu Chen walked over and sat down at the edge of the pavilion. At this moment, Xiao Ru came into the courtyard with the brewed dragon and phoenix tea. Xiao Ru poured a cup of dragon and phoenix tea for each of them. Wang Qingqi then continued speaking to Mu Zixuan, "Your Highness, our Hundred Flowers Tower intends to order a large quantity of soap. May I know how long it will take for the prince's mansion to make it?" Wang Qingqi wasn't really paying attention to Mu Zixuan right now, but as it wasn't the time to be too presumptuous, she pretended to discuss business. Mu Zixuan asked, "How many do you need?" Wang Qingqi replied, 1,000 pieces. Mu Zixuan was somewhat surprised. This was the first time the prince's mansion had received such a large order. "That many?" Wang Qingqi grinned and then explained, "The ladies of the Hundred Flowers Tower have many clothes that require washing every day, and to clean these clothes, the tower must purchase a large quantity of soap beans outside the city every day." Mu Zixuan thought about it and felt there was some sense to it. After all, in a place of pleasure, the dresses worn by those women of the evening had to be clean, so it was normal to consume a lot of soap. Could it be that in the future, the Hundred Flowers Tower might also become a major client of the prince's mansion? It was when Mu Zixuan was happy about the first big order for the prince's mansion that she noticed Lu Chen's eyes sweeping over Wang Qingqi not far from the pavilion. Mu Zixuan immediately understood why Lu Chen was here. He had come for Wang Qingqi. But Mu Zixuan didn't think much of it. Lu Chen's fondness for beauty was well known. Wang Qingqi was the Oran of the Hundred Flowers Tower, enchantingly beautiful, so it was normal for Lu Chen to be interested. At that moment, Wang Qingqi lifted the teacup on the table and took a sip. With that sip, Wang Qingqi suddenly felt a refreshing sensation surge in her heart and was momentarily stunned. She then asked, "Your Highness, where does the prince's mansion get its tea from?" Hearing this unexpected question, Mu Zixuan was a bit confused. She had not anticipated Wang Qingqi would suddenly steer the conversation toward tea. Curious, Mu Zixuan also picked up the teacup on the table and took a sip, and she immediately understood why Wang Qingqi had asked about the tea. Mu Zixuan turned to look at the maid beside her. "Xiao Ru, what kind of tea did you brew? Why have I never tasted this kind of tea before?" Before Xiao Ru could reply, Lu Chen, who was not far away, took the initiative to say, "My beloved concubine, do you remember the tree in my court?" Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Mu Zixuan immediately remembered the tree Lu Chen had been tending to with care recently. She had always been curious as to why Lu Chen was so attentive to that tree. It turned out to be a special tea tree. At this time, Mu Zixuan asked, "Prince, could it be that the teapot holds leaves plucked from that tree?" Lu Chen nodded and said, "Yes." Having said this, Lu Chen's gaze fell upon Wang Qingqi and, smiling, he inquired, "Miss Wang, how do you like the tea?" Wang Qingqi replied, "It's fragrant and sweet, refreshing and invigorating. I've never tasted such miraculous tea before." Lu Chen said, "Since Miss Wang likes it, I will have someone pick some fresh tea leaves to take back with you." Wang Qingqi thought to herself that it seemed the North Prince was planning to use this tea to ingratiate himself with her, and judging by this pace, it wouldn't be long before the North Prince became a visitor to her bedchamber, and her mission would soon be accomplished. Thinking this, Wang Qingqi revealed a seductive smile and said, "I'm profoundly grateful for the prince's gracious gift." Then, Lu Chen said to Xiao Ru, go and pick 2 liangs of fresh tea leaves from the tree I often water for Miss Wang to take back." "Yes, Prince." Afterwards, Xiao Ru left the rear courtyard to go pick tea leaves from the formal garden. After that, Wang Qingqi and Mu Zixuan continued discussing the soap business. Once the delivery date was confirmed, Wang Qingqi left the prince's mansion with the freshly picked leaves of the dragon phoenix tree that Xiao Ru had plucked. Seeing Lu Chen's eyes still fixed on Wang Qingqi's departing figure, Mu Zixuan sat beside him and said, "Prince, if you fancy Miss Wang, I could have someone purchase her from the Hundred Flowers Tower to serve you. It's likely that Miss Wang is still a maiden." Mu Zixuan was quite open-minded about affairs concerning women and did not harbor thoughts of jealousy. Hearing this, Lu Chen was brought back to his senses. He wrapped his large hand around Mu Zixuan's waist, pulled her up forcefully and sat her on his lap. Then, speaking softly into Mu Zixuan's ear, Lu Chen said, "My beloved concubine, you can't possibly think she's just an ordinary Oran, can you?" Lu Chen planned to reveal Wang Qingqi's true identity to her. After all, Wang Qingqi had ulterior motives regarding him. If she had too much contact with Mu Zixuan, it might be harmful to Mu Zixuan, so it was better to inform her of Wang Qingqi's real identity and have Mu Zixuan be more cautious around her. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Mu Zixuan slightly spaced out. In her eyes, Wang Qingqi was indeed nothing more than an ordinary Oran. Lu Chen continued, "She is a ninth-grade martial artist, the saintess of the Misty Pavilion." Mu Zixuan's mind jolted, as she had no knowledge of what force Misty Pavilion represented. But for a ninth-grade martial artist to end up at a place like the Hundred Flowers Tower to become an Oran clearly indicated some sort of conspiracy. Now Mu Zixuan understood why Wang Qingqi suddenly sought to get close to her. It seemed that ordering soap was just a pretext, while the real intention was to get close to the prince. Mu Zixuan quickly said, "Your Highness, this servant has erred, not knowing her true identity and leading the wolf into the house. This servant is willing to accept punishment." Lu Chen lifted his hand and caressed Mu Zixuan's delicate nose, smiling as he said, "Those who don't know are not guilty, I don't blame you." Mu Zixuan then asked, "What does your Highness plan to do with her in the Hundred Flowers Tower next?" Lu Chen did not answer directly but instead looked at the teapot on the stone table and said, "My love, did you feel anything special after drinking the dragon and phoenix tea just now?" Mu Zixuan thought for a moment, special feelings. After drinking the dragon and phoenix tea, I felt very refreshed. Lu Chen continued to ask, "Anything else? For example, any agitation in your body?" As he spoke, Lu Chen's hands were rubbing Mu Zixuan's stomach, causing her face to instantly flush red as she immediately understood what Lu Chen was inquiring. "Just now, scenes of our wedding night suddenly came to my mind, and those images lingered incessantly." Lu Chen said, "That's the effect of the dragon and phoenix tea. The dragon and phoenix tea cultivated with my blood will make the woman who drinks it develop affection toward me." By now, Mu Zixuan's favorability towards him had already reached 95, so there was no need to conceal the tea's effect from her. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Mu Zixuan immediately reacted, saying that was why she suddenly had a strong desire to be close to Lu Chen. It was the influence of the dragon and phoenix tea. At this moment, Mu Zixuan recalled how, upon Wang Qingqi's departure, Lu Chen had given her 2 liang of dragon and phoenix tea. Mu Zixuan then asked, "Your Highness gives dragon and phoenix tea to Wang Qingqi, is it that you intend to win her over?" Lu Chen replied, "The Misty Pavilion sent me a 9th-grade beauty of peerless elegance, how could I not accept her?" Mu Zixuan said, "This servant congratulates your Highness on soon winning over a 9th-grade expert." Lu Chen merely smiled slightly, without saying much more. After spending some warm moments in the pavilion with Mu Zixuan, Lu Chen felt a bit restless and thus headed to the northern courtyard. At this time, Zhou Xiaoxiao and Zhou Yuyu were quietly waiting in their room. Although they were already Lu Chen's women, they were still very much looking forward to his visit. Unlike marrying a principal wife, taking a concubine involved fewer formalities. After the banquet, they could proceed to the main affair. Lu Chen entered the room and found the 2 sisters sitting on the bed. He brewed a pot of dragon and phoenix tea and said to them, "Xiaoxiao, Yuyu, come here and try the tea I've brewed." Zhou Xiaoxiao and Zhou Yuyu didn't understand why Lu Chen wanted them to drink tea at such a time, but since Lu Chen was the prince, they just needed to obey. The 2 sisters approached the table, picked up the teacups, and took a sip of the dragon and phoenix tea. After drinking the tea, Zhou Xiaoxiao asked in surprise, "Your Highness, what kind of tea is this that smells so sweet?" Lu Chen wrapped an arm around Zhou Xiaoxiao's slender waist and smilingly answered, "This is dragon and phoenix tea, it will help us concentrate better later." The sisters' faces immediately turned bright red. However, at this moment, Lu Chen did not make any more advances. He suddenly remembered he still had a pill he hadn't taken. In his newbie gift pack was a dragon and tiger pill, also with a simple purpose, to enhance his battle power. He hadn't taken it yet because he hadn't needed it before. As a first-grade martial artist, his physical capabilities were multiple times better than those of ordinary people, and handling the three delicate women like Mu Zixuan posed no problem at all. Backquote, backquote, backquote. But the pill would simply be left unused anyway, so I might as well use it now, given that its effects are permanent. With that thought, Lu Chen took out the dragon and tiger pill from the system space and popped it straight into his mouth. The taste of the dragon and tiger pill wasn't anything special, just like eating a sugar bean. After swallowing the dragon and tiger pill, Lu Chen didn't feel anything. Lu Chen was somewhat puzzled. Could it be the pill had expired? After all, it was from the newbie gift pack, an item from 2 months ago. Just as Lu Chen was thinking this, the fragrance from Zhou Xiaoxiao and her sister Yu Yu wafted into his nose, and the next moment, Lu Chen suddenly felt a surge in his blood qi, and his body became exceptionally hot. Lu Chen frowned, realizing he might have underestimated this thing. Next, Lu Chen had no choice but to rely on the Zhou sisters to help alleviate the adverse condition in his body. Comma. Ding. Host has cultivated affection with his wives once, Qi refinement mantra experience points increased by 10, broken through to the first layer, host's realm has advanced to 4th grade. Ding. Host has cultivated affection with his wives once, rejuvenating skill experience points increased by 10, congratulations to the host for unlocking the rejuvenating skill. Congratulations to the host for impregnating Zhou Xiaoxiao, you have obtained the method to make perfume. The pregnancy reward is an encouragement award. Please host try your best to ensure the child is safely born. The rewards for having offspring will be even richer. A series of system prompts made Lu Chen, who had just calmed down, very excited. At this time, he felt his body become lighter and his vitality even more abundant. If the Zhou sisters hadn't already fallen asleep, he would have liked to continue cultivating affection with them. Lu Chen then opened his system panel to check on his current status. Host. Lu Chen. Realm. 4th grade. Cultivation technique. Qi refinement mantra, 1st layer, rejuvenating skill, just unlocked. Divine skills. None. Weapons. Desert eagle, Barret, hand grenade. Offspring. None. Seeing the words, 1st layer, after Qi refinement mantra, Lu Chen couldn't help but think that just by breaking through to the 1st layer of Qi refinement mantra, his realm had jumped directly from 1st grade to 4th grade. If he broke through to the 2nd layer of Qi refinement mantra, wouldn't he become a grandmaster? What if he broke through to the 10th layer? Would he become an immortal? As Lu Chen fantasized about becoming an immortal in the future, the system prompt sounded. Please host remain down to earth and avoid excessive fantasizing. This world does not allow the birth of immortals. Hearing the system's prompt, Lu Chen paused for a moment. But he didn't pay it much mind. It didn't matter if he couldn't become an immortal, as long as he could still use the Qi refinement mantra. Advancing his realm through the Qi refinement mantra was much faster than through training. After improving just one layer of Qi refinement mantra, his realm reached 4th grade. By the time he advanced to the 2nd layer, he would be close to Grandmaster level even if he hadn't reached it. But then again, even becoming a Grandmaster in this world would only make him more capable than most martial artists at best. The moment Lu Chen realized he could take down a 9th grade martial artist instantly with just his Desert Eagle, he suddenly felt that becoming a Grandmaster didn't seem like such a big deal. After all, before guns, all lives are equal. His own strength was just an enhancement of his capability for self-preservation, nothing more. Great Xia Dynasty. Capital city, a certain tavern. At this moment, Lu Shuyun was standing with his back to a woman wearing a veil, his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the distant pavilion. After a long while, Lu Shuyun finally spoke, so much time has passed, yet your misty pavilion has made no move. I really cannot understand, what use is it for me to support you? Hearing this, the woman behind Lu Shuyun hurriedly spoke, Your Highness, the Saintess has already made contact with the North Prince. As soon as she confirms that the mysterious Grand Master has left the North Prince mansion, she will take action immediately. This subordinate believes the Saintess will be able to complete the task soon. Lu Shuyun said coldly, soon. I need a definite time. Hearing this, the woman fell silent and did not continue speaking. At this time, a man entered the room. Your Highness, Blood Moon Tower has agreed, but they demand a price 5 times higher than last time, however, they will send the Vice Tower Master. Hearing this, the anger in Lu Shuyun's heart slightly subsided. Originally, he had not planned to continue to seek out Blood Moon Tower, for they had bungled the last assassination attempt, and the Misty Pavilion, which he supported, also had people in North City. Initially, he intended to let the people from Misty Pavilion take action. But recently, the calls for the establishment of the Crown Prince within the court had grown louder and louder, giving Lu Shuyun a sense of urgency. He needed to gain the Chu family's support as soon as possible. Once he had the Chu family's support, it would be more or less the same as having the support of the southern aristocratic families, and the likelihood of him being established as the crown prince would greatly increase. Lu Shuyun had also sent people to make contact with the Chu family recently, but the Chu family seemed not very interested in him, which made Lu Shuyun feel that they had not yet given up on his useless imperial younger brother. In his view, the mysterious Grand Master by Lu Chen's side was sent by the Chu family, and since they had sent a Grand Master to protect Lu Chen, how could they possibly give up on him? Therefore, Lu Chen must be removed. At this time, Lu Shuyun asked, how strong is the Vice Tower Master of Blood Moon Tower? Lu Shuyun's subordinate immediately replied, Your Highness, it is said that his strength has reached that of a half-step Grand Master. Lu Shuyun thought for a moment. Even if the Grand Master by Lu Chen's side was still there, the Vice Tower Master of Blood Moon Tower should be able to hold him off. Then the others from Blood Moon Tower would have a chance to take advantage of the situation to eliminate Lu Chen. Moreover, Misty Pavilion had also sent quite a few experts to North City. At most Lu Chen had one Grand Master by his side, plus a Chu Yukon. As for Li Feng, merely a 7th rank, not a threat at all. Lu Shuyun then said to the man in the room, Go and tell Blood Moon Tower, if they want 5 times the price, then it's 5 times the price, but I must see the North Prince's head. Yes, Your Highness. After the man's words fell, he left the room, leaving only the veiled woman inside. Lu Shuyun then said to the woman, Write a letter to Wang Qingqi at once, and tell her to coordinate with the assassination attempt by Blood Moon Tower. If Blood Moon Tower can lead away the Grand Master from the North Prince Mansion, Misty Pavilion must act immediately. Yes. After speaking, the woman also left the room. Lu Shuyun's hand rested on the windowsill, looking in the direction of the Imperial Palace, his fingers continuously tapping on the windowsill, and he mumbled to himself. My dear brother, it's about time you step down. Capital City, Prince Luyi's mansion. Looking at the information in his hand, Prince Luyi revealed a trace of a smile. Shuyun is really ruthless. Now that Chen has gone to North City, he still doesn't plan to let him off. At this moment, a retainer clad in a gray robe next to Luyi inquired, Your Highness, what do you intend to do this time? Luyi thought for a moment and replied, I originally thought that by spreading rumors of a Grand Master protecting Chen, Shuyun would retreat knowing the difficulty, but it seems the tactic is useless now. Chen must not die. If he dies, how can I forge an alliance with the Chu family? Lu Yi and Lu Shuyun had different maternal clan identities and thus had different stances, so the things they had to do were different as well. Lu Shuyun wanted to eliminate Lu Chen to leave the Chu family with no choice because his mother also came from an aristocratic family of the south. Without Lu Chen, that southern aristocratic family would have to fully support him. On the other hand, Lu Yi believed that Lu Chen was the grandson of Chu family master Chu Shang. Even if the Chu family had truly abandoned Lu Chen, Chu Shang still had personal feelings for Lu Chen. To eliminate Lu Chen would be tantamount to offending Chu Shang. Even if the Chu family, due to the interests of the southern aristocratic family, were bound to support Lu Shuyun, the incident would still leave a thorn in Chu Shang's heart. What Lu Yi needed to do was very simple. He had to show the Chu family his goodwill, thereby further driving a wedge between the Chu family and the other southern aristocratic families. Therefore, Lu Yi's stance leaned more towards protecting Lu Chen. Moreover, as he saw it, Lu Chen was nothing but an uneducated and useless prince, and such a prince posed no threat at all to his position as crown prince. In the future, once he ascended the throne, he could even support Lu Chen to become the new spokesperson for the southern aristocratic families. An uneducated and useless prince was far easier to control than those southern aristocratic families. At that moment, Lu Yi said to a retainer beside him, Mo Dongping, later you should spread the news about the Vice Tower Master of Blood Moon Tower heading to North City. The Vice Tower Master of Blood Moon Tower heading to North City made even Lu Yi worry that this time Lu Chen might truly be in grave danger. In his heart, Lu Yi thought, Chen, brother, this is as far as I can help you. From here on out, it's up to how tough your luck is. At this time, Lu Chen was still unaware of the events transpiring in the capital city. In the following period, he continued to stay in the North Prince Mansion, cultivating his relationship with Zhou Yuyu daily. Mu Zixuan and Zhou Xiaoxiao were both pregnant now, leaving only Yuyu to attend to Lu Chen, which was somewhat difficult for her to endure. Lu Chen was already a fourth-rank martial artist and had taken the dragon and tiger pill, so Yuyu, a frail woman, was no match for him. North Courtyard. Mu Zixuan and Zhou Xiaoxiao discussed this matter while walking toward the courtyard. According to the perfume blueprint provided by Lu Chen, they had already made some perfumes. The north courtyard was planted with many flowers, and they planned to use these flowers to try to create new perfumes. But just as they were about to enter the yard, they heard the faint sound of a woman's voice coming from a distant pavilion, sometimes subdued, sometimes sharp. Then, two young maids responsible for Yuyu's meals and daily life approached Mu Zixuan and the others, their faces blushing. Greetings to the princess consort. Seeing the two maids, cheeks so red, they immediately understood what had happened. At that moment, Zhou Xiaoxiao ventured, Sister, now that I'm pregnant, only Yuyu is left to serve the prince. And lately, the prince seems to increasingly enjoy that affair. Yuyu alone can't hold up. Could you ask him to see if he is willing to take a concubine? Zhou Xiaoxiao knew well that she was simply a concubine to Lu Chen, so it wasn't appropriate for her to bring up the topic of taking a concubine. Only Mu Zixuan could raise the issue. She didn't know if Mu Zixuan was willing after all, for Mu Zixuan was the princess consort, the mistress of the North Prince Mansion. Hearing Zhou Xiaoxiao's suggestion, Mu Zixuan sighed, Sister, about taking a concubine, I've actually already spoken to the prince. He said his stance on the matter is to prefer quality over quantity. He's not interested in ordinary women. Mu Zixuan was always very open-minded regarding Lu Chen taking concubines and didn't mind it at all. However, Lu Chen himself had very high standards when it came to taking concubines, something that left Mu Zixuan with no options. After hearing Mu Zixuan's words, Zhou Xiaoxiao whispered into Mu Zixuan's ear, Sister, we have a woman in our prince's mansion who meets the prince's standards. Upon hearing this, Mu Zixuan paused for a moment before instantly realizing which woman Zhou Xiaoxiao was referring to. Mu Zixuan said indifferently, Xiaoxiao, Madame Chu's matter is not something we can intervene in, it's up to the prince and Madame Chu's intentions. Almost everyone in the prince's mansion knew that Chu Yukan and Lu Chen had a complicated relationship. From the way Lu Chen looked at Chu Yukan, one could tell he wished he could devour her completely. However, Chu Yukan's status was quite special, and it wouldn't be an easy matter for Lu Chen to have his way with her. Chu Yukan was married once, and although her husband died shortly after the marriage, before they could consummate it, she was already considered part of that family, now a widow. If Chu Yukan had married into an ordinary household, it would be a different story. As the North Prince, Lu Chen had a certain status and could force the family to divorce her or annul the marriage. But Chu Yukan was married into the Wang family, a power just below the Chu family among the aristocratic families of the south, and the Wang family was also the maternal family of Prince Lu Shuyun. For Lu Chen to use his status as the North Prince to make the Wang family divorce Chu Yukan was nearly impossible. Of course, the biggest obstacle was Chu Yukan herself. People in the North Prince mansion could see that Chu Yukan merely viewed the North Prince as a child, as a junior of her own. Additionally, given her gentle nature, she was unlikely to accept Lu Chen's romantic affections. After hearing Mu Zixuan's words, Zhou Xiaoxiao pouted and said no more. At that moment, Mu Zixuan thought of Wang Qingqi from the Hundred Flowers Tower. If Lu Chen could subdue Wang Qingqi soon, perhaps Zhou Yuyu wouldn't have to work so hard anymore. But this was also not something she could intervene in. With this thought, Mu Zixuan let out a soft sigh. A little while later, once the noise from the pavilion had mostly subsided, Mu Zixuan and Zhou Xiaoxiao proceeded to enter the yard. At this time, Zhou Yuyu was disheveled and weak, lying powerlessly in Lu Chen's arms. She had fallen in love with Lu Chen at first sight, so she was originally very happy to develop a relationship with him. But recently, without her sister and the Duchess to share the burden and with Lu Chen's inexplicable ferocity, Zhou Yuyu was finding it hard to cope. Seeing Mu Zixuan and others enter the yard, Lu Chen guessed they might have heard the sounds from earlier, but he didn't care at all. The prince's mansion was divided into an inner and an outer yard, and currently, the inner yard's several private quarters were staffed by female guards, with Mu Zixuan and Zhou Xiaoxiao being his concubines, so it didn't matter if they had heard. At that moment, Mu Zixuan took the initiative to say, "Prince, we have made the perfume according to the method you provided." As Mu Zixuan finished speaking, a maidservant by her side walked into the pavilion carrying a wooden box and placed it on the stone table there. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen then lifted Zhou Yuyu from his embrace and seated her on the bench inside the pavilion. Seeing this, Zhou Yuyu's maidservant hurried over to support her. Lu Chen approached the stone table, took a small porcelain bottle out of the wooden box, and then opened the stopper to take a sniff. The perfume's aroma was natural due to the production method, rich yet not overpowering. Lu Chen expressed his satisfaction. "My consort, Xiaoxiao, you have worked hard." Zhou Xiaoxiao then asked, "Prince, how do you plan to sell this perfume?" The perfume from the prince's mansion was much more practical than the common sachets and even lasted longer. One only needed to take out the bottle and drip a few drops when necessary. Lu Chen thought for a moment, then said, "Perfume isn't an essential product like soap, so let's sell it for a bit more, a couple of silver per bottle." Hearing this, Mu Zixuan and Zhou Xiaoxiao both paused in astonishment. However, they quickly came to understand that although Lu Chen's pricing was relatively high, as women, they were well aware that once the perfume was introduced, it would definitely attract the attention of countless young ladies. At that moment, Mu Zixuan asked curiously, "Prince, where did you learn how to make this perfume?" The perfume-making diagrams Lu Chen provided were very clear, with each step depicted, and they could be learned at a glance. When they were making the perfume, they didn't even have the servants do it. Mu Zixuan and Zhou Xiaoxiao had made the perfume themselves. Hearing Mu Zixuan's question, Lu Chen smiled slightly and shamelessly replied, "I researched it when I had nothing better to do." Upon hearing Lu Chen's response, the ladies were quite surprised. Everyone outside said the North Prince was all play and no learning, yet he had managed to create these two practical items. At that moment, something occurred to Mu Zixuan and she continued, "Prince, I'm thinking of inviting Miss Wang from the 100 Flowers Tower to the residence to discuss having the girls there try out the perfume ahead of time. What do you think?" Mu Zixuan thought that it was not good for Lu Chen to focus his attention solely on Zhou Yuyu all the time. Since Lu Chen had long set his sights on Wang Qingqi, she might as well give Wang Qingqi more opportunities to appear before him. Moreover, having the Oran of the 100 Flowers Tower try out the perfume would also help to quickly establish the perfume's reputation. With the perfume, the men who visited the 100 Flowers Tower would surely go home with their bodies full of fragrance, a scent that would linger for a long time. In time, the female members of those men's households might try to find out where this fragrance on their bodies originated from. When Mu Zixuan mentioned Wang Qingqi, the image of that enchanting figure flashed through Lu Chen's mind. For a moment, Lu Chen felt his blood surging inside him. After taking the dragon and tiger pill, he had become increasingly unable to control himself. If he did not spend time cultivating his relationship with Zhou Yuyu each day, he would find it hard to sleep at night. Lu Chen was somewhat speechless. This was not sustainable. Lately both Mu Zixuan and Zhou Xiaoxiao had become pregnant, and with his current abilities, Zhou Yuyu's turn was probably not far off. If they all became pregnant, what was he supposed to do? If he had known, he would never have taken the dragon and tiger pill. It truly was a bane. At that time, the system's voice rang out. "Host, please rest assured. You are unable to control the effects of the dragon and tiger pill now because your realm is not high enough. Once you break through to the ninth grade martial artist, you will be able to easily suppress your desires. The corner of Lu Chen's mouth twitched. Ninth grade. His method of cultivation was to nurture relationships with his wives and concubines, but he feared he wouldn't reach ninth grade before Zhou Yuyu became pregnant. In this damned place of Yan County, there were so few women with a score of 90 points, when would he be able to break through to ninth grade? It seemed time to take down Wang Qingqi. Wang Qingqi herself was a ninth grade martial artist, with physical strength incomparable to ordinary frail women. After taking her down, his Qi refinement mantra should be able to quickly break through to the second level. In matters of wanting children and improving his cultivation state, Lu Chen found himself somewhat helpless. His method of cultivation relied on cultivating affection with his wives and concubines, but the system told him that only after having offspring could he obtain even more generous rewards. But if all his wives and concubines were pregnant, who would he cultivate affection with? An attractive woman with a favorability score of 90 was not a common cabbage, she wasn't someone he could find whenever he wished. Without someone to cultivate affection with, how could his cultivation state improve? At this thought, Lu Chen became even more determined to win over Wang Qingqi. The higher the realm of a martial artist, the less likely they are to conceive, and he would use her for his cultivation in the future. Afterward, Lu Chen said to Mu Zixuan, "My love, be sure to notify me and Madame Chu before you invite Miss Wang over." Wang Qingqi was a ninth grade martial artist, and precautions were still necessary. Mu Zixuan replied, "Your concubine understands." At that moment, Lu Chen glanced at Zhou Yuyu, who was still resting on the pavilion bench, and said with a smile, "Yuyu, rest well, I will come to find you again tonight." Upon hearing these words, Zhou Yuyu was dumbstruck. He's coming again tonight. Wu Wu, please save the child. A few days later. 100 Flowers Tower. Wang Qingqi was reclining on a beauty's couch, her cloud attire loose and disheveled. At that moment, she muttered to herself, "It's such a pity to kill such a handsome man." Since returning from the prince's mansion, Wang Qingqi couldn't help but have Lu Chen's image involuntarily surface in her mind. She was unaware she had been affected by the dragon and phoenix tea. After all, Lu Chen was indeed handsome. Looking at the note in her hand, Wang Qingqi felt somewhat regretful. Soon, the Vice Tower Master of Blood Moon Tower was going to be in North City, and by that time, regardless of whether the North Prince Mansion's Grand Master was still there or not, the Misty Pavilion had to make a move to assassinate the North Prince. Every time she thought of that handsome figure, Wang Qingqi felt a twinge of reluctance. At this moment, Wang Qingqi's mouth curled slightly upwards, and she murmured, "Young prince, don't blame your sister for being cruel and ruthless. Blame it on your birth into the royal family." Just then, a maid entered the room and spoke from behind the curtain, "Tower Master, North Prince Mansion has sent someone inviting you over, saying there is an important matter to discuss." Hearing this, Wang Qingqi asked, "Is it the North Prince who's looking for me?" The maid replied, "It doesn't seem to be the North Prince who's looking for you, but rather the prince's wife." Wang Qingqi wondered, what could Mu Zixuan want with her? Could it be because of the soap matter? However, whether it was Mu Zixuan or the North Prince who was seeking her out, she was sure to go. With a legitimate reason to enter the North Prince mansion, why wouldn't she go? She could take the opportunity to investigate whether the mysterious Grand Master was still there and, incidentally, entice the North Prince. Thinking of the North Prince's handsome face, Wang Qingqi felt a stir within her. Wang Qingqi then rose from the beauty's couch and straightened her loose cloud attire. "I will go right away." With that, Wang Qingqi headed towards the North Prince mansion. As the servants of the North Prince mansion escorted Wang Qingqi into the back courtyard, Chu Yukan was on patrol and happened to see her. Instantly, her eyebrows furrowed, and she said, "Wait a moment." Wang Qingqi's heart tightened upon the sound of Chu Yukan's voice. Chu Yukan, a ninth-grade martial artist, could easily detect that she was also a martial artist. If her own martial artist status was exposed, it would likely arouse Chu Yukan's suspicion. To avoid exposure, Wang Qingqi immediately halted in her tracks. Chu Yukan came up to Wang Qingqi and asked, "Who are you? How come I have never seen you before?" Wang Qingqi proceeded to bow and replied, "Madam Chu, I am the Oran of the 100 Flowers Tower, and I have come to the prince's mansion at the invitation of the princess. Chu Yukon scrutinized Wang Qingqi, unable to help thinking that this woman was indeed enchantingly beautiful. Could it be that Zixuan was planning to have this woman serve Chen'er? Naturally, Chu Yukon was aware of the recent events in the inner court. Zhou Yuyu had been having difficulty walking these past few days, and if they did not take a concubine for Lu Chen soon, Zhou Yuyu might not be able to bear it. However, Chu Yukon looked at Wang Qingqi with some suspicion. She always felt that there was something extraordinary about this woman, she seemed to have felt inner strength emanating from her just now. But now, this woman seemed no different from ordinary people. After thinking it over, Chu Yukon eventually said, "All right, you may go in." Following that, the servants of the prince's mansion continued to lead Wang Qingqi toward the north courtyard. Upon entering the north courtyard, Wang Qingqi's gaze fell on Lu Chen, who was sitting inside the pavilion. For some reason, she now found herself unable to resist gazing at Lu Chen. Wang Qingqi entered the pavilion and immediately half-knelt to greet them, saying, "I have seen the prince, princess." Lu Chen smiled and said, "Stand up." "Thank you, prince." Wang Qingqi then looked at Lu Chen and asked, "May I know why the prince has summoned me to the mansion?" Lu Chen replied, "It is not I who sought you out, but my beloved consort. You two discuss your business, I'll just sit here and not disturb you." Mu Zixuan immediately took out some small porcelain bottles from the wooden box on the stone table. "Miss Wang, could you come over here?" Seeing the small porcelain bottles on the stone table, Wang Qingqi curiously approached. At that moment, Mu Zixuan opened one of the porcelain bottles, and a scent of flowers instantly filled Wang Qingqi's delicate nose. Mu Zixuan then said, "Miss Wang, this is perfume made by our prince's mansion. The scent lasts a very long time, and we plan to have the ladies of the 100 Flowers Tower try it for a while to help us promote it." Hearing this, Wang Qingqi realized that there was indeed serious business involved, and she had thought that the North Prince had called upon her for a romantic encounter. Wang Qingqi then took the porcelain bottle from Mu Zixuan's hand, sniffed it, and found the fragrance strong but not overpowering, a natural scent. Wang Qingqi then asked, "Princess, may I inquire how long the scent of this perfume will last?" Mu Zixuan replied, "The scent of a single drop can last about 3 hours. Moreover, this perfume is unlike sachets, you can take it out and apply a drop on yourself at any time to keep the fragrance on your body all day, and just this one bottle can last a very long time." Upon hearing this, Wang Qingqi's eyes lit up. Although she had come for the North Prince, it was the perfume that attracted her more. She hadn't expected the North Prince mansion to have such wonderful things. Wang Qingqi then looked toward the other porcelain bottles in the wooden box. "Princess, may I smell the fragrances of the other bottles as well?" Of course, all the perfumes in this wooden box are meant to be given to you for the 100 Flowers Tower to try out. Wang Qingqi immediately said, "Thank you for the generous gift, princess." As her words fell, Wang Qingqi began opening the other bottles to sniff each one, finding every fragrance unique but natural, making one want to keep smelling them. At that moment, Lu Chen used the system to scan Wang Qingqi's personal information. Name: Wang Qingqi. Status: 9th grade martial artist, foster daughter of the Wang family in the south, Saintess of Misty Pavilion, temporary tower master of the 100 Flowers Tower. She came immediately after hearing the North Prince mansion was looking for her. Recently, she can't help but have the North Prince's image constantly appearing in her mind. The thought that the Vice Tower Master of Blood Moon Tower will soon come to assassinate the North Prince makes her feel very regretful. Rating: 95. Favorability: 60. Under the continuous influence of Dragon and Phoenix Tea. Lu Chen paused, he hadn't expected Blood Moon Tower would still dare to trouble him. However, now was not the time to consider that. Seeing that Wang Qingqi had a favorability of 60, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, it was time to reap the rewards. With that thought, Lu Chen spoke to Wang Qingqi, who was trying the perfume. "Miss Wang, I've heard that the 100 Flowers Tower is the liveliest place in North City." Wang Qingqi quickly replied, "Prince, the 100 Flowers Tower may not be the liveliest in all of North City, but it is definitely the liveliest place in Yan County." Lu Chen continued, "With the 100 Flowers Tower being so lively, you must know a lot of things that others do not. I would like to have a private word with you later, to inquire about some matters concerning North City. Would you be willing to do that? After hearing Lu Chen's words, Wang Qingqi was momentarily stunned, and her jade hand holding the perfume bottle paused midair. Didn't she come to the North Prince mansion just to get close to the North Prince? She never would have thought that the North Prince would take the initiative to suggest that they have a private talk. This was truly a rare opportunity. If she could captivate the heart of the North Prince, wouldn't she be able to inquire about the whereabouts of the mysterious Grand Master in the North Prince mansion? Not only that, but if she could captivate the North Prince's heart, once the people from Blood Moon Tower arrive, she could find a way to lure the North Prince away, making their task much easier to accomplish. Moreover, perhaps they wouldn't even need to wait for the people from Blood Moon Tower to arrive to complete their task. With this in mind, Wang Qingqi immediately said to Lu Chen, "Of course, it would be my honor." Lu Chen said with a smile, "In that case, let's change locations to talk." At this point, Lu Chen turned to Mu Zixuan and said, "My love, I'm planning to have a chat with Miss Wang alone. As for these trial perfumes, just have someone deliver them directly to 100 Flowers Tower." Mu Zixuan knew that Lu Chen was planning to win over Wang Qingqi, so she immediately said, "All right, Prince, I will have someone send these perfumes to 100 Flowers Tower later." At this moment, Lu Chen stood up from the bench in the pavilion and turned to walk outside the courtyard. "Miss Wang, please follow me. I'll take you to a quiet place." Upon hearing this, Wang Qingqi sneered inwardly. Truly a lecherous fellow. Although it was time alone, Wang Qingqi was not at all worried about Lu Chen doing anything to her. In her eyes, Lu Chen was nothing more than a useless prince. Apart from his attractive appearance, he had no real strength. As a ninth-grade martial artist, how could she possibly be afraid of a useless prince? If Lu Chen were to try anything with her later, she could easily find various excuses to avoid it, just as she had done in the past with the men she had been tasked to assassinate. If Lu Chen insisted on using force, she could also use her charming skill to bewitch Lu Chen, plunging him into a sweet dream. When dealing with an ordinary person, Wang Qingqi had 100 methods, stemming from her confidence in her own abilities. As Wang Qingqi thought about how she would deal with Lu Chen momentarily, she followed him to the main courtyard. As soon as Lu Chen and Wang Qingqi entered the room, Mu Zixuan immediately summoned Chu Yukan. Chu Yukan was somewhat puzzled. What did Mu Zixuan want with her? Although Mu Zixuan had great faith in what Lu Chen said, she was still worried that something might go wrong, as Lu Chen and Wang Qingqi were alone together, and Wang Qingqi was a ninth-grade martial artist. Seeing Mu Zixuan standing at the entrance of the main courtyard, Chu Yukan approached and asked, "Zixuan, is there something you need me for?" After spending some time together, Chu Yukan and Mu Zixuan had become very familiar with each other, and Chu Yukan hardly ever called her princess anymore, opting instead to call her by her name. At this time, Mu Zixuan said, "Madam Chu, the prince has taken Miss Wang into a room, and I'm concerned that something might happen, so I've asked for you to come and keep watch." Hearing this, Chu Yukan looked at Mu Zixuan with a puzzled expression. "Zixuan, are you talking about the Miss Wang you invited to the prince's mansion?" Mu Zixuan replied, "Yes." Chu Yukan was somewhat confused. She had initially thought that Mu Zixuan had summoned the Oran from 100 Flowers Tower to serve Lu Chen. But now Mu Zixuan was asking her to come here and watch. What did this mean? Could it be that Mu Zixuan was jealous and wanted her to mediate? Chu Yukan then continued to ask, "Do you intend for me to have a word with Chen'er, to discourage him from associating with women of ill repute?" Upon hearing Chu Yukan's words, Mu Zixuan immediately realized the misunderstanding and hurriedly corrected her, "Madam Chu, you've got it all wrong. My point is, it's somewhat unsafe for the prince to be alone with someone else. Should anything happen later, you'll be there to intervene right away." Chu Yukan then understood that Mu Zixuan was worried about the Oran from 100 Flowers Tower posing a danger to Lu Chen. However, on reflection, Mu Zixuan's caution was warranted. She had felt something was off about the Oran from 100 Flowers Tower since the woman walked with a graceful lightness reminiscent of a high-level Qinggong expert. Letting Lu Chen have a private encounter with someone who might possess inner strength was indeed dangerous. Chu Yukon responded, got it. If there's anything unusual in the room, I'll go in immediately. Meanwhile, in the room, Lu Chen sat down at the table, brewed a pot of dragon and phoenix tea, and then said with a smile to Wang Qingqi, Miss Wang, please have a seat. Thank you, Prince. Wang Qingqi then slowly sat down, her buttocks somewhat sinking into the stool's cushion, revealing her body was quite supple. At this moment, Wang Qingqi asked with a hint of seduction, Prince, what would you like to know about North City? I will hold nothing back and tell you everything. Lu Chen did not start touching her immediately. He seriously asked, Miss Wang, do you know of any beautiful girls in North City? Especially those stunning beauties that can overthrow states and cities, and make the moon hide and flowers blush with shame. Hearing Lu Chen's question, Wang Qingqi inwardly despised him, thinking he was truly a lascivious man. Having just arrived in North City, he was already inquiring about beautiful women here. It wasn't surprising, considering this man had just taken 2 concubines not long ago, he was probably thinking about taking another now. Wang Qingqi then responded, Prince, North City is unlike the capital city. Finding a woman with the capability to overthrow states and cities with her beauty is not that easy. However, I have heard of a very beautiful woman residing among the grassland tribes. Hearing this, Lu Chen became interested at once. Oh, Miss Wang is talking about the women of the barbarian tribe on the grasslands. How could a barbarian tribe have beautiful women? Wang Qingqi said, Prince, although most of the women on the grasslands are quite strong and do not fit the beauty standards of men in the great Xia dynasty, there are quite a few beauties with lovely figures in the barbarian tribe's royal court. The beautiful woman I mentioned is among them. Lu Chen thought about it, the barbarian tribe's royal court is not somewhere he can access now, he should think of something more realistic. Miss Wang, let's talk about the beautiful women I can meet right now. The barbarian tribe's royal court is not a place I can go to now. Wang Qingqi gave a charming smile and said seductively, Prince, the stunning woman you can meet right now is right before you, isn't she? Hearing this, the corners of Lu Chen's mouth rose slightly. Wang Qingqi couldn't hold back anymore and was about to start seducing him. Since that was the case, he would no longer be polite. Today, his little Yu could take the day off. Lu Chen then placed a hand on Wang Qingqi's jade leg, smiled, and said, Miss Wang is right. It is my fault for not considering the beauty before my eyes but thinking of finding beauties elsewhere. At that moment, the fragrance from Wang Qingqi's body wildly assaulted Lu Chen's nostrils, and his body immediately became restless. With his current realm, controlling his desires was not an easy task. Of course, Lu Chen did not plan on controlling himself today. Seeing Lu Chen starting to make his moves, Wang Qingqi knew the condition was ripe and now she could use her charming skill to deal with Lu Chen. A person seduced by the charming skill would let her manipulate them at will, and later on, she could also inquire about where the mysterious Grand Master from the prince's mansion went. Wang Qingqi then looked into Lu Chen's eyes, her gaze filled with implied desire, and said, Prince, you're naughty. It's not proper to start touching someone as soon as you meet them. With that, Wang Qingqi fixed her gaze on Lu Chen's eyes and was ready to use her charming skill. But the next second, Wang Qingqi was struck dumb. The skill within her body had disappeared without a trace, and now she was no different from an ordinary woman. Wang Qingqi was stunned. How could this happen? To make a martial artist lose their skill completely, it would require a certain type of skill-dispersing drug. But ever since she entered the prince's mansion, she hadn't eaten anything. Even the tea brewed by North Prince that she just received in the room had gone untouched. Seeing the drastic change in Wang Qingqi's complexion, Lu Chen knew she must have realized the severity of her situation. However, unfortunately for her, it was all too late. Lu Chen then embraced Wang Qingqi's supple body and said, Miss Wang, you truly are beautiful. I want you to become my woman. Hearing this, Wang Qingqi panicked immediately, hurriedly saying, Prince, we've only just met, isn't it too fast? Why don't we take more time to understand each other? Wang Qingqi realized that not only had she lost all her skill, but she also had no strength at all to push Lu Chen away as if she really had been drugged. As a martial artist, Wang Qingqi understood her current predicament well. If Lu Chen were to do anything to her now, she had no power to resist. Seeing Wang Qingqi flustered, Lu Chen lifted her chin with his hand, looked into her beautiful eyes, and said, Miss Wang, once as happenstance, twice as familiarity. Since we need to understand each other, we should thoroughly familiarize ourselves with each other. With that, Lu Chen kissed Wang Qingqi's red lips. Wang Qingqi tried to struggle and push Lu Chen away, but to no effect, and she could only make muffled sounds. After a while, Lu Chen directly carried the alluring bell to his bed to start fostering their relationship. Ding! Congratulations to the host for once again possessing a woman, you've obtained the poison immunity pill. The host and Wang Qingqi have nurtured a bond. As a result, Qi refinement mantra experience points increase by 20, rejuvenating skill experience points increase by 10. Although the system notification chimed in his ear, Lu Chen was now in no mood to pay any attention to it. He had completely lost his mind, and he realized why Wang Qingqi had a rating of 95. Even though they were all above 90, this woman was the cream of the crop, making it impossible for him to control himself. At that moment, at the entrance of the main courtyard, Mu Zixuan was anxiously waiting, yet at that moment, they seemed to faintly hear sounds coming from the room. Hearing this sound, Mu Zixuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed like the prince had succeeded. Following this, there would be another 9th grade expert in Prince's mansion. Chu Yukin's face was somewhat flushed at this time. The princess consort was bringing her to eavesdrop by the wall, which gave her a strange feeling inside. Recently, in the quiet of the night, she would always think of Lu Chen's handsome face, followed by an endless feeling of emptiness and loneliness. Chu Yukin constantly reminded herself that Lu Chen was her sister's son, and it was not right for her to have such feelings for him, but by day, her gaze would invariably and involuntarily steal glances at Lu Chen. Every time she heard the mingled sounds of Lu Chen with other women, her restlessness grew harder to suppress, and to make things worse, the rascal Lu Chen liked to be unruly in the inner courtyard. If things continued like this, she feared she might really do something inappropriate. At that moment, Chu Yukin quickly exerted her skill to stabilize her mind and avoid overthinking. While exerting her skill, she continued to remind herself internally. Chenur is Yu's son. I absolutely must not harbor improper thoughts. At this time, Mu Zixuan, who was next to her, saw Chu Yukin close her eyes and her face turn crimson, and she couldn't help but giggle behind her hand. After all, she was a woman, and moreover one who had never known the touch of a man. It would be rather abnormal if those sounds did not affect her. But this also showed that in her heart, Chu Yukin did harbor thoughts about the prince. It was only because of the status between them that she had been repressing her romantic feelings. It was at this moment that Mu Zixuan suddenly thought of something. It seemed that recently Chu Yukin had consistently been drinking dragon and phoenix tea. Others may not know the effects of the dragon and phoenix tea, and so would not understand what drinking it implied, but she knew because Lu Chen had told her. Thinking to herself, Mu Zixuan wondered if the prince was truly planning to make Chu Yukin his woman. Right now, he had managed to subdue Wang Qingqi, a 9th grade martial artist, with the help of dragon and phoenix tea, and Chu Yukin was also drinking the dragon and phoenix tea. This meant that sooner or later, if Lu Chen insisted on making Chu Yukin his woman, she would be unable to resist. With this thought in mind, Mu Zixuan looked at Chu Yukin with a meaningful gaze. It looked like Chu Yukin would never be able to escape the clutches of their prince for the rest of her life. Painful times are very long, joyful times are very fleeting. But the length and brevity of time are all relative. For instance, Lu Chen felt the time was fleeting, while Wang Qingqi thought it agonizingly long. Wang Qingqi had tried every possible way to escape, but in the end, she would always be pulled back by Lu Chen. Her humiliation was beyond measure. A 9th grade martial artist, she had actually fallen into the hands of an ordinary man today, and she did not even know how she had been ensnared. After an unknown number of hours had passed, Lu Chen held Wang Qingqi tightly by the waist and said with a laugh in her ear, Qingqi, I never expected that you, an Oran of the 100 Flowers Tower, would still be a virgin. It seems that I'm rather lucky. At that moment, Lu Chen's words were like the whispers of a demon. Wang Qingqi clenched her teeth, wanting to curse him out, but ultimately she held back. She had to find a way to leave the prince's mansion, to escape this place that had brought her so much humiliation. Once her skills had recovered, she would come back and kill the man who had taken her virginity. Wang Qingqi then spoke in a coquettish tone, Prince, please let me go, I really can't take it anymore. Hearing Wang Qingqi's voice, Lu Chen felt even more agitated. Lu Chen said, Qingqi, how about you stay in the prince's mansion from now on? I will buy you and you can serve me forever. These words made Wang Qingqi's face turn deathly pale. She quickly said, My prince, I still have lots of things in the 100 Flowers Tower. If you truly wish to buy me, please let me return to the 100 Flowers Tower to retrieve my things for the prince's mansion. As Lu Chen caressed Wang Qingqi's jade back, he said, Those things are not necessary. We can buy new ones. After all, the prince's mansion is not lacking silver. Wang Qingqi hurriedly searched for another excuse. My prince, I grew up in the 100 Flowers Tower and I have very deep feelings for the sisters there. I find it hard to part from them. If you truly hold affection for me, could you perhaps give me some time to say goodbye to them? Now, she could only play the emotional card to make Lu Chen let her go. Lu Chen said, All right, I'll give you 1 month. How does that sound? In her heart, Wang Qingqi thought, 1 month. Perfect, the people from the Blood Moon Tower will be here soon. In 1 month, this guy's dead. She wanted to personally deal with him and vent the hatred in her heart. Although that's what she thought, Wang Qingqi's tone remained seductive. Thank you for your generosity, my prince. I will surely serve you well in the future. Looking at Wang Qingqi's fair body, Lu Chen couldn't help but deepen their connection once again. After what seemed like an eternity, Lu Chen finally let Wang Qingqi leave. As Wang Qingqi walked out of the prince's mansion, her body was still trembling uncontrollably. She was so feeble that she needed the maidservants of the mansion to support her as she walked. The moment Wang Qingqi turned her head for a last look at the plaque of the prince's mansion, her expression instantaneously turned icy cold, her eyes flickering with intense murderous intent. North Prince, just you wait, your day of reckoning is near. After inwardly swearing her resolve, Wang Qingqi turned around and went back to the 100 Flowers Tower. After Wang Qingqi had left, Lu Chen came out of the room, just in time to see Chu Yuqin and Mu Zixuan. At that moment, Mu Zixuan said, Congratulations, my prince, for capturing the beauty's heart. Lu Chen moved close to Mu Zixuan, wrapping his arms around her, and then said tenderly, All this I owe to your arrangements, my darling. Just then, Chu Yuqin interjected, Chenur, I've noticed you've been more frivolous lately, even bringing an Oran into our home. If word gets out, what would the people of North City think of you? You are their prince, after all. Hearing Chu Yuqin's reprimand, Lu Chen sighed and said, Madam Chu, actually, I have my reasons. Upon hearing that, Chu Yuqin was taken aback, then asked, What reasons? Although Chu Yuqin felt that Lu Chen was just making excuses for his lechery, she was not like most people, she usually would listen to Lu Chen's explanation. Lu Chen then said to Mu Zixuan, Darling, you explain to Madam Chu about my reasons. Mu Zixuan was stunned. How would she know Lu Chen's reasons? Wasn't her husband simply fond of beautiful women? Nevertheless, Mu Zixuan quickly recovered and then said to Chu Yuqin, Madam Chu, I will discuss the prince's affairs with you later. He truly has reasons. Hearing this, Chu Yuqin looked at Mu Zixuan with skepticism, now seriously doubting whether Lu Chen and Mu Zixuan were putting on an act together. After all, husband and wife are often in cahoots, but she had no evidence. Then Chu Yuqin chose not to say more. I'm going to patrol. You two talk. Watching Chu Yuqin's retreating figure, Mu Zixuan couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh again. Lu Chen asked with a puzzled look, My dear, what are you laughing at? Mu Zixuan replied, Prince, you didn't see Madam Chu's expression just now. When she was at the courtyard gate, her face was flushed, and she seemed to be in great distress. Lu Chen thought to himself that this must be the effect of the dragon and phoenix tea. At this moment, Mu Zixuan asked, Prince, has Miss Wang truly completely submitted to you? Lu Chen thought for a moment. When Wang Qingqi had left earlier, he had glanced at her favorability. Her favorability hadn't gone down despite his forceful approach. On the contrary, under the influence of the dragon and phoenix tea, her favorability had increased by 10, reaching 70. However, to say she had completely submitted was still premature. Lu Chen then said, not yet, but if she visits the prince's mansion a few more times, I believe she will soon not want to leave. Mu Zixuan said, then, I wish the prince an early conquest of Miss Wang. Lu Chen smiled slightly and said no more. After returning to the Hundred Flowers Tower, Wang Qingqi immediately recalled in detail what she had done since entering the prince's mansion. After all, she was a ninth-grade martial artist, but she had been drugged without noticing it. Thankfully, the North Prince did not know her identity but only lusted after her beauty. If the North Prince had wanted to kill her today, she would likely be dead by now. She would not allow such an incident to happen a second time. After pondering for a while, Wang Qingqi still couldn't think of where she might have been drugged. At that moment, Wang Qingqi suddenly thought of something. She immediately took a perfume bottle out of a wooden box on the table. The moment she might have been drugged was likely with the perfume from the prince's mansion. Wang Qingqi then opened a perfume bottle and sniffed it, but the perfume didn't cause her to lose her skill. Consecutively, Wang Qingqi opened all the perfume bottles and smelled each one, but her inner strength remained intact. She suddenly remembered that her skill had immediately returned after leaving the North Prince. Could the problem be with the North Prince himself? But the North Prince was just an ordinary man. How could he have such mysterious methods? The more Wang Qingqi thought about it, the more confused she became, and she was now very irritated. Originally, she planned to seduce the North Prince and then control him using her charm seduction skill, but not only did the seduction fail, she had gotten herself entangled with him instead. After being toyed with by that guy for so long, she even worried that she might become pregnant with his child. The thought made Wang Qingqi furious. Damn it! That lecherous North Prince, I swear I'll personally castrate him one day. Meanwhile, North Prince Mansion. Lu Chen didn't go to find Zhou Yuyu today, giving her a rare day to rest. After Chu Yukin had strolled around the inner court, she returned to the main courtyard, where Lu Chen was no longer there, only Mu Zixuan was still in the pavilion. Chu Yukin immediately came before Mu Zixuan. Zixuan, earlier Chen'er said his lechery was due to a bitter necessity. Can you tell me what that necessity is? This. Mu Zixuan was momentarily stunned. Anyone with clear eyes could tell that Lu Chen was just looking for an excuse, but she had not expected Chu Yukin to actually believe he had difficulties. What hardships could he have, if not simply being lecherous? Of course, as Lu Chen's wife, Mu Zixuan would definitely not speak of her darling in such terms. Mu Zixuan thought for a moment, then replied, Madam Chu, have you not noticed that the prince has changed a lot recently? Although he still enjoys the company of women, he is quite different from the North Prince who was rumored to be ignorant and incompetent. Upon hearing Mu Zixuan say this, Chu Yukin thought about it and realized that indeed was the case. Let alone the fact that Lu Chen possessed two mysterious weapons and had a tree that could enhance skill, just from his personal character, he had undergone a significant transformation. In the past, he had not cared at all about the affairs of the mansion, everything had been arranged by her, his aunt. But recently, Lu Chen had even come up with soap and perfume, thinking about increasing the income for the prince's mansion. Moreover, it seemed he had also been encouraging Li Feng to actively train the troops. Of course, the biggest change was the inner force fluctuation in him. He had now become a martial artist. Although she did not know where his skill had come from, he was indeed a martial artist. However, when it came down to it, what did all this have to do with his lecherous hardships? Chu Yukin continued to ask, Chen'er has indeed changed a lot recently, but what does this have to do with his so-called hardships? Mu Zixuan's mind raced, and then she sighed and said, Madam Chu, in my opinion, the prince is not ignorant nor does he truly fancy beauty. All that he has done, in fact, is to sully himself, to protect his life. Think about it, if he were a prince who was both literate and martial, could he have left the capital alive? Upon hearing Mu Zixuan's words, Chu Yukin's mind staggered, and she instantly connected all the past incidents. She had always thought that Lu Chen had been spoiled by her and believed that he would continue to indulge himself forever, but she had never considered that it might be an act. Now, thinking about it, if Lu Chen hadn't pretended to be incompetent, perhaps numerous forces would have made their move against him while he was still in the capital. The assassination attempt by Blood Moon Tower was a perfect example. Even though he was already regarded as an incompetent prince and had even been banished by the emperor to the cold lands of the north, there were still people who wouldn't let him be. If he had appeared to be even slightly smarter, wouldn't he have been seen as a greater threat in others' eyes, making the princes even more eager to kill him? Realizing she had misunderstood Lu Chen, Chu Yukon felt an immense self-reproach. All this time, it hadn't been that Lu Chen hadn't grown up, it was she who had never understood Lu Chen. Lu Chen's pretense of being ignorant must have put a great deal of pressure on him. As his aunt, she truly had not fulfilled her role well. She had even promised her own sister to take good care of Chenur all his life, yet she was oblivious to so many of his inner struggles, mistaking him for an irresponsible lecher. Mu Zixuan, who had only been married to Lu Chen for a few months, was aware of the secrets in Lu Chen's heart, whereas she, who had been by Lu Chen's side for over a decade, was unaware of his hardships. At this moment, Chu Yukon said to Mu Zixuan with a downhearted tone, "Zixuan, you are right. It's me, his aunt, who has failed to comprehend the pressures he endures within. Now that you are the person closest to him, I hope you can help take good care of him and share some of his burdens." Mu Zixuan smiled and said, "Madam Chu, you shouldn't speak like this. In the prince's eyes, you are the person closest to him." Chu Yukon sighed and said, "What am I in being closest to him, when I don't even know his innermost thoughts?" Mu Zixuan quickly said, "Madam Chu, you mustn't think like that. To the prince, no woman is more important than you." Chu Yukon's face showed a bitter smile, and she did not continue the topic further. An hour had passed in the blink of an eye. Today marked the grand opening of the prince's perfumery in the prince's mansion. Thanks to the promotion by the girls at the 100 Flowers Tower over the past fortnight, the entire Yan County had come to know that the perfumes produced by the mansion were of exceptional quality. In the morning, as soon as the perfumery opened its doors, ladies and misses from the wealthy households of North City flooded in. In less than an hour, all the perfumes produced by the mansion over the past half-month sold out. Lu Chen hadn't gone to the perfumery, instead, he was at home studying the map of this world. As he had already decided to compete for that position, he could no longer afford to lie idle and ignore the books as he did before. At that moment, Mu Zixuan and Zhou Xiaoxiao returned, and seeing them back so soon, Lu Chen set down his map and asked, "My love, how did the perfumes sell?" Mu Zixuan didn't answer directly but commented, "Prince, I think the perfumes are priced too low." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen paused, then asked, "Why do you think so?" Mu Zixuan responded, "The mansion produced less than 2,000 bottles of perfume in half a month, yet they were all sold out in less than an hour." Lu Chen expressed his astonishment, that quickly. Lu Chen was no fool. He had originally set the price at a couple of silver per bottle based on the economy of North City. After all, North City was impoverished, and there weren't many affluent families that could afford to buy perfume. And now Mu Zixuan was telling him that all the perfumes were snatched up in less than an hour. Then Zhou Xiaoxiao spoke up, "Prince, among those who came to buy perfumes were many people from other regions, especially the merchant caravans. They showed great interest in the perfumes, often buying by the dozen." Instantly, Lu Chen understood the reason. It seemed that the merchants had their eyes on the mansion's perfumes, which was why they sold so rapidly. It was highly probable that these merchants weren't buying perfumes for personal use, but rather to take to more affluent places and sell, like the capital city. Upon reflection, Lu Chen realized he couldn't limit his vision so narrowly. In the future, he would need a substantial amount of silver to support an army, and his trade activities certainly couldn't be confined to North City alone. With the pockets of North City's residents mostly empty, squeezing enough revenue out of them to maintain an army was practically an impractical idea. With this in mind, Lu Chen looked at Mu Zixuan and the other women before asking, "My love, if you were still in the capital city, still Miss Mu, unmarried, and you heard someone in the capital city selling this type of perfume, how much silver would you be willing to spend on a bottle?" After pondering for a moment, Mu Zixuan answered, "Prince, if it were me, I would be willing to pay up to 20 silver for a bottle of perfume." Mu Zixuan's status represented the daughters and wives of the wealthy families in the capital city. If Mu Zixuan was willing to spend 20 silver on a bottle of perfume, so too would the other ladies and wives. Then Lu Chen said, I've decided to open another perfumery in the capital city and in Sufeng City. From now on, the price of the perfume will be set at 20 silver. Once perfume production increases, we can adjust the price according to the exquisiteness of the small ceramic bottles. Lu Chen thought to himself, although he couldn't return to the capital city, selling items from his shops there should pose no problem. After hearing what Lu Chen said, Mu Zixuan promptly mentioned, Prince, I need to speak with my father about this matter. Lu Chen couldn't return to the capital city, and since the perfumes would surely become highly profitable commodities, others might covet them. Thus, to open a shop in the capital city, it was necessary to have someone there to look after it. Lu Chen naturally understood this and said with a smile, then I'll be troubling my love. At that point, Mu Zixuan continued, Prince, if you want to open a perfumery in Sufeng City, you might need to speak with Madame Chu and ask her to inform the Chu family. Sufeng City was located in the south, a hub for the numerous aristocratic families of the area and the most commercially developed place in the Great Xia dynasty. Of course, that place could also be said to be the stomping ground of the southern aristocratic families. To open a perfumery in Sufeng City, one needs someone reliable to oversee it, and it must be somebody from an aristocratic family, as only they could hold the fort. Without an aristocratic family watching over, the shop might get robbed within days. Lu Chen said, I will speak with Madame Chu about this in a moment. At this time, Chu Yukan was patrolling the outer courtyard and was not present, so Lu Chen was not in a hurry. These things take time, setting up a business is not something that can be done immediately. At this moment, Zhou Yuyu quietly tiptoed up behind Mu Zixuan and gently nudged her as if hinting at something. Mu Zixuan instantly understood and asked with a smile, Prince, the perfume's current fame owes much to the publicity by Hundred Flowers Tower. Should we invite Miss Wang to the prince's mansion to personally thank her? Recently, for the past half-month, Lu Chen had been spending nearly every night in Zhou Yuyu's room, and Zhou Yuyu could no longer hold up. Mu Zixuan and the other two ladies also noticed that it seemed necessary for Lu Chen to cultivate his relationships with them daily. Mu Zixuan and Zhou Xiaoxiao would occasionally attend to Lu Chen, but since they had children, Lu Chen wouldn't let them overexert themselves. For him, the children were more important. Zhou Yuyu wanted Wang Qingqi from Hundred Flowers Tower to come and share her burden, but such words were certainly not for a concubine like her to say, so she had Mu Zixuan speak with Lu Chen. Fortuitously, they could use thanking Wang Qingqi as an excuse to invite her to the prince's mansion as guests today. After hearing Mu Zixuan's suggestion, Lu Chen said, that is possible, but you must invite her in your name. Half a month had passed, and the thought of Wang Qingqi's soft and boneless tender body made Lu Chen's heart stir with heat. He had no choice, he had not yet made a breakthrough to the 9th grade and could not suppress his desires. Mu Zixuan smiled coyly, your concubine understands. Then, Mu Zixuan turned to the maid Xiao Ru and said, Xiao Ru, go invite Miss Wang to the prince's mansion. Tell her that I wish to personally thank her. Yes, your highness. Subsequently, Xiao Ru left for Hundred Flowers Tower. It wasn't long before Wang Qingqi met Xiao Ru. Upon hearing that the princess wanted to personally thank her, Wang Qingqi's eyebrows slightly furrowed. She had suffered a loss last time at the prince's mansion and was now wary of it. She still didn't understand how she was drugged, as she had been recalling the details of that day for the past half-month and still could find no trace of how the drug was administered. Mu Zixuan's invitation to the prince's mansion this time might be another provocation from that lecher. At the thought of Lu Chen, Wang Qingqi's delicate body involuntarily shivered. The demon from last time didn't leave her alone for several hours, treating her as nothing more than an object of amusement. Wang Qingqi hesitated for a moment. Should she visit the prince's mansion today, or wait a few more days, until reinforcements from Blood Moon Tower arrived? After contemplating for a while, Wang Qingqi decided to go to the prince's mansion for a look. Firstly, it was a summons from the prince's mansion, and as a nominal Oran, she found it difficult to refuse. Secondly, she was on her guard this time and confident she wouldn't be duped again. She planned to carry soft muscle powder with her, If she found herself alone with Lu Chen again, she would use it against him. This time, she didn't believe she would be played with again. Under the guidance of a servant from the prince's mansion, Wang Qingqi once again arrived at the place where she had lost her virginity. Gazing at the plaque of the prince's mansion before her, the scenes from half a month ago echoed ceaselessly in her mind. Wang Qingqi struggled to keep her emotions in check, trying to appear calm. Soon, the servant from the prince's mansion led Wang Qingqi to the northern courtyard, and upon entering, Wang Qingqi only saw Lu Chen sitting in the pavilion. The princess consort was nowhere to be seen. Seeing this, Wang Qingqi immediately understood. Sure enough, this lecher had tricked her into coming here with a pretext. What a farce about the princess consort wanting to thank her. It was clearly him wanting to repeat his old tricks and play with her body again. Wang Qingqi sneered inwardly. This time was different from the last. The North Prince thinking of repeating his old trick would not be so easy. She then gripped the soft muscle powder in her hand, planning to catch Lu Chen off guard and use the powder on him, then employ the charm seduction skill. Daring to take away her purity, today she was determined to make the North Prince pay a steep price. With this thought, Wang Qingqi slowly approached the pavilion and then, bowing, she said, "This humble one greets the prince." Lu Chen nodded slightly and then said with a serious face, "Miss Wang, Zixuan mentioned she had something to discuss with you, but she just went to the perfumery, she probably won't be back for a while, please take a seat and wait a bit." Wang Qingqi replied, "As you wish, prince." Thereupon, Wang Qingqi approached the stone table and used her cloud attire to shield the teapot on the table, slipping the soft muscle powder into it. At that moment, Lu Chen gave Wang Qingqi a glance, seeing her personal information appear in his eyes. Name: Wang Qingqi. Status: 9th grade martial artist, adopted daughter of the Wang family from the south, Saintess of the Misty Pavilion, temporary tower master of Hundred Flowers Tower. Upon hearing that the North Prince mansion was searching for her, she saw through the North Prince's ruse at a glance, yet she still chose to head to the North Prince mansion. Once there, she poured soft muscle powder into the teapot, planning to first drug the North Prince and then use the charming skill to seduce and ultimately take revenge on him. Rating: 95. Favorability: 75. Affected by the continuous influence of Dragon and Phoenix tea. Seeing Wang Qingqi's personal information, Lu Chen's mouth curved into a slight smile, thinking she planned to use soft muscle powder against him. Her wishful thinking wouldn't succeed. With this in mind, Lu Chen asked the system in his heart. System, can the poison immunity pill withstand the soft muscle powder? Of course it can, since the host has ingested the poison immunity pill, he has acquired the poison immunity body. All poisons in this world can be neutralized by the host's body. Hearing the system's reply, Lu Chen was reassured. If Wang Qingqi intended to use soft muscle powder on him, then he might as well turn the tables on her. Afterward, Lu Chen approached the stone table, pouring 2 cups of tea, placing one in front of Wang Qingqi and holding the other himself. "Miss Wang, you must be thirsty. Have some tea to moisten your throat." Wang Qingqi hastily said, "Thank you, prince, but this humble one is not thirsty." She had just put soft muscle powder in that teapot, she dared not drink it, and even without the powder, she would not dare to drink tea from the prince's mansion. The memory of what happened last time was still vivid, and she had to be extremely cautious at the prince's mansion, not to be tricked again. Noticing that Wang Qingqi was not drinking, Lu Chen did not say much more and then lifted the teacup to his lips, drinking it all at once. Then he sat down on the stone bench next to Wang Qingqi, his eyes unwaveringly fixed on her. "Qingqi, since you left last time, this prince has been thinking about you incessantly." Upon hearing this, Wang Qingqi's heartbeat inexplicably began to quicken. She knew that the North Prince was preparing to make his move on her. At this moment, Wang Qingqi felt extremely fortunate, thankful that she had put the soft muscle powder in the teapot beforehand, otherwise, there might be a repeat of the previous situation. Wang Qingqi then said, "This humble one thanks the prince for your concern." Lu Chen continued, "Qingqi, have you and your sisters from the Hundred Flowers Tower said your goodbyes? I plan to find a time to buy you back." Wang Qingqi pretended to look pitiful as she said, "Prince, please give this servant a bit more time, I can't bear to leave them and haven't yet brought up this matter to them. Lu Chen was about to say something when he suddenly stopped himself, then he raised his hand to his head. Ouch, that's odd, why is my head so dizzy? Hearing this, Wang Qingqi's eyes lit up, the soft muscle powder was taking effect, and she could begin her act. Wang Qingqi quickly feigned panic, then immediately went over to support Lu Chen, right at the moment when her skirt swept over the table, knocking the teapot to the floor. Prince, what's the matter with you? Please don't frighten this servant. Prince, wait here, I will call someone over right now. At this time, except for the two of them, there was not a soul in the north courtyard, not even a maid. Of course, this was specifically arranged by Lu Chen. At this moment, Lu Chen shook his head and said, Qingqi, I'm alright, help me to the room. I should be better after a bit of rest. Wang Qingqi then supported Lu Chen to a room in the north courtyard. If anyone else had been there, they would have definitely seen a smile on both Lu Chen's and Wang Qingqi's faces. Soon, Wang Qingqi helped Lu Chen into the room, and she even closed the door behind them. At this point, Wang Qingqi was completely unaware of the seriousness of the situation. She thought her plan was about to succeed and was already plotting how to deal with the North Prince to vent the hatred in her heart. After lying down on the bed, Lu Chen feigned weakness and said, Qingqi, I'm fine, don't worry. My body has always been rather weak, and I often suffer from headaches and limb weakness. Wang Qingqi sneered inwardly. Rather weak. Who is it that toyed with her body for hours last time? And that's called, rather weak. Wang Qingqi didn't intend to waste any more time. After all, she was in the North Prince mansion, and there was Chu Yukon to consider. She had to charm the North Prince as soon as possible and learn what he knew about the mysterious Grand Master of the North Prince mansion. Then, Wang Qingqi looked into Lu Chen's eyes and said, Prince, look into my eyes. As her words fell, Wang Qingqi's face revealed a seductive smile, and she prepared to use the charm seduction skill. At that moment, Lu Chen grasped her hand and said with a smile, Qingqi, you are truly beautiful. Wang Qingqi was stunned. She found that her skill had once again dissipated, vanishing instantaneously without a trace. How could this be? The North Prince hadn't done anything, had he? She had been so careful, and yet she still fell into a trap. Wang Qingqi glanced at Lu Chen lying on the bed and breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, she had administered the soft muscle powder to the North Prince in advance, he wouldn't be able to do anything to her. However, just as Wang Qingqi thought this, Lu Chen's strong hand pulled her firmly onto the bed, and he quickly flipped over, looking down at her from above. Wang Qingqi was stunned again. Hadn't the North Prince been affected by her soft muscle powder? How could he still have the strength? And just a moment ago, she had seen with her own eyes that the North Prince had ingested the soft muscle powder. Wang Qingqi felt her mind go blank. Just as she was about to say something, Lu Chen leaned in. Ding. Host has cultivated feelings with Wang Qingqi once, Chi refinement mantra experience increased by 20, rejuvenating skill experience increased by 10. Wang Qingqi knew she was done for. During her first time cultivating a relationship with the North Prince, all she felt was pain, her mind constantly thinking about how to take revenge on him, how to kill him. Yet, just a short half-month later, when she was once again cultivating a relationship with the North Prince, she forgot all her pain and completely lost herself in confusion and infatuation. Several hours later, Chu Yukon was patrolling the north courtyard when she heard noises coming from a room, and she paused, stunned. She had clearly seen Mu Zixuan and the three other women in the east courtyard when she was there on patrol, so why were there such sounds in the north courtyard? Could it be that a man had sneaked into the north courtyard and was having an illicit affair with one of the maids? This would not do. Chu Yukon then approached the room from where the sounds emanated, poked a hole in the paper door, and peeked inside. Upon looking, Chu Yukon was taken aback. She quickly closed her eyes, blushed, turned her head, and hurriedly walked away, muttering, "This little rascal brings a woman back and doesn't even tell me." She had thought that a man from the outer courtyard had come in for a secret affair with a maid from the inner courtyard, but it turned out to be Lu Chen himself up to no good. After witnessing that scene, Chu Yukon felt even more restless and agitated. Chu Yukon quickly circulated her cultivation technique to steady her mind and kept reminding herself not to have improper thoughts. At sunset, the sun gradually slanted westward, and the sky was filled with fiery red twilight. Mu Zixuan and the two sisters from the Zhou family were chatting and laughing as they arrived at the north courtyard, obviously aware of what had happened there. At that moment, in a room in the north courtyard, Wang Qingqi was lying in Lu Chen's arms, motionless. The fiery glow of twilight shone into the room, casting Wang Qingqi's fair skin in a bronze hue. By this time, Wang Qingqi had completely sobered up. She knew she had been deceived. No, it should be said that everyone had been duped. The entire Great Xia dynasty had been fooled. The North Prince, the man who had taken her virginity, definitely could not be a good-for-nothing. After her virginity was taken by the North Prince the last time, she was overwhelmed with extreme anger, so she never considered the possibility that the North Prince was not a good-for-nothing. But now when she thought about it, there were doubts everywhere. First of all, the North Prince being able to toy with her for hours was an impossible feat for an ordinary person, who wouldn't have such physical stamina, especially when there were rumors that the North Prince had long been sapped of his strength by wine and women. Furthermore, the North Prince was also able to silently seal the skill in her body, which likewise proved his extraordinariness. Additionally, today, after the North Prince drank soft muscle powder, he was completely fine. Could that be an ordinary person? Could that be the useless prince people spoke of? What a joke. If someone who could drink soft muscle powder and be unaffected is considered useless, then there probably wouldn't be many useful people in the world. As for the North Prince claiming he felt a headache and weakness after drinking soft muscle powder, it was now clear that he was pretending with the goal of having her help him into the room, making it easier for him to carry out his actions. The more Wang Qingqi thought about it, the more she regretted it deeply, feeling so foolish for actually believing the North Prince was affected by the soft muscle powder. But it was no use regretting now, what happened had already happened. At that moment, Wang Qingqi whispered, "Prince, you knew my identity all along, didn't you?" At this stage, there was no need to keep up the pretense, it was time to lay the cards on the table. Lu Chen was clearly aware that she was a ninth-grade martial artist since he could instantly seal her skill, and the fact he was resistant to the soft muscle powder indicated he knew what it was. There was no point in pretending any longer. Upon hearing Wang Qingqi's words, Lu Chen, stroking her smooth jade back, smiled and said, "What identity? Qingqi, what are you talking about? I don't understand." Wang Qingqi continued, "Prince, there's no need for you to pretend any longer. The ability to instantly seal the skill within my body isn't something ordinary people can do, and it's impossible that you're unaware of my identity. So tell me, how do you intend to deal with me? Now that I've fallen into your hands, you can kill or slash me as you please." Hearing this, Lu Chen flipped over, propping his hands on either side of her head, looking down at her from above. "Why would I kill you? My Prince Shuyun has been so good to me, gifting me with a ninth-grade beauty. If I were to kill you just like that, wouldn't I come across as inhumane?" At Lu Chen's words, Wang Qingqi's heart skipped a beat. Indeed, the North Prince must have long known she was sent by Prince Shuyun. Wang Qingqi then chuckled lightly and said, "Everyone says the North Prince is useless, even the Emperor sent you to North City because he was disappointed in you, yet you never defended yourself and even promptly came to North City. The North Prince has hidden his true self so deeply, there must be a greater scheme at work. Now that I know you've been feigning all this time, are you certain you won't kill to silence a witness?" Wang Qingqi's beautiful eyes stared straight at Lu Chen, not believing she would be able to survive. After all, she was already powerless before the North Prince, and he could not possibly be an ordinary man. Perhaps the mysterious Grand Master that people spoke of was the North Prince himself. At that moment, Lu Chen raised his hand, caressing Wang Qingqi's charming cheeks, then said indifferently, "Had it been someone else, they might well have killed you. But I am not like them. Not only will I not kill you, but I also intend to make you my slave, my cherished pet, to bear children and carry on my lineage." Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Wang Qingqi became dumbfounded. However, she then let out a cold laugh. Lu Chen, puzzled, asked, "What, do you find my words amusing?" Wang Qingqi responded, indeed, they're laughable. Do you actually think I would willingly serve you by your side with all my heart? Even if you have sealed my skill, I could still take my own life when I'm alone. Lu Chen said with a smile, take your own life. I'm curious as to what reason you'd have for suicide. Wang Qingqi replied, the prince wishes to keep me in the prince's mansion as a tool for gratification, yet you ask me why I would take my own life. Do you think I would endure such humiliation just to stay alive? Lu Chen spoke indifferently, I never said I would keep you confined to the prince's mansion forever. I will release you shortly. Wang Qingqi's mind went blank for a moment. What did she just hear? The North Prince was going to release her. How could that be possible? They had already laid their cards on the table. If he let her go, wouldn't that be like releasing a tiger back to the mountains? The North Prince had managed to pretend to be incapacitated for so many years, proving he was a very calculating man. Was he daring enough to take such a risk? Or did the North Prince have the confidence that he could keep her from leaving Yan County? Seeing the astonishment on Wang Qingqi's face, Lu Chen then asked, what, do you find it strange? Collecting herself, Wang Qingqi then inquired, aren't you afraid that once I leave the North Prince mansion, I will spread the word that you are not a disabled man? Lu Chen replied indifferently, firstly, no one would believe your words. Secondly, I believe you won't spread my secrets. After 2 instances of cultivating a relationship, Wang Qingqi's favorability had risen to 90, especially after today's interaction, which could be said to have completely conquered her. Once favorability surpasses 80, there is no possibility of betrayal, not to mention her favorability is now at 90. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Wang Qingqi fell silent. Indeed, even if she went out and told everyone that the North Prince wasn't useless, it was unlikely that anyone would believe her. After all, the image of the North Prince as a good-for-nothing had deeply rooted itself in people's hearts, compounded by the fact that since he arrived in North City, he had done nothing of significance and spent every day seeking pleasure in the North Prince mansion. Now there were constant rumors in North City saying that the North Prince kept many beautiful maid-servants in his mansion and mixed with these maid-servants all day long, indulging in hedonistic pleasures. However, Wang Qingqi was somewhat puzzled. Why did the North Prince think she would definitely not speak out? Did he trust her so much? Didn't he know that after he had committed such an outrage against her, she had been thinking of revenge all along? Just then, Lu Chen let go of Wang Qingqi's delicate body, rose from the bed, and as he dressed himself, said, all right, you can go back now. Hearing this, Wang Qingqi looked at Lu Chen somewhat incredulously. You really intend to let me go? She asked. Lu Chen gave a slight smile, then said, do you think this prince is someone who likes to joke around? Wang Qingqi didn't continue the conversation, and she too began to get dressed. After a while, Wang Qingqi carefully stepped out of the prince's mansion. Standing at the gate of the mansion, she still somewhat couldn't believe it. She turned her head to look at the plaque of the mansion, her heart a mix of emotions. She had just left like this. Had the North Prince really not laid a hand on her? Wang Qingqi quickly checked her own skill, and indeed, her skill had returned. If the North Prince had not intended to let her go, he wouldn't have removed the seal on her internal skill, especially since she was a 9th grade martial artist, and capturing a 9th grade martial artist was no easy task. Afterward, Wang Qingqi turned her head, her heart filled with trepidation, and quickly made her way back to Hundred Flowers Tower. All the way, she paid close attention to her surroundings, afraid that the North Prince would attack her en route. However, she made it back to Hundred Flowers Tower without anyone laying a hand on her, or even following her. Back at Hundred Flowers Tower, Wang Qingqi stood on a pavilion, looking towards the North Prince mansion and couldn't help thinking that it seemed the North Prince was serious. She hadn't expected the North Prince to have such great boldness. Wang Qingqi sighed. The more magnanimous the North Prince acted, the more it proved his strength was formidable. The fact that the North Prince wasn't afraid of her disclosing his affairs showed that he no longer feared the consequences his exposed power might bring, and it also indirectly indicated the North Prince might already be fully fledged. Wang Qingqi's emotions were complex. What should she do now? Could it be that she should truly betray Misty Pavilion, betray the Wang family, betray Prince Lu Shuyun? Sitting on the pavilion, Wang Qingqi quietly gazed into the distance, the breeze upon her face, when the figure of Lu Chen once again emerged in her mind. Immediately after, the scenes of what had just occurred replayed in her mind, and for a moment, her body became incredibly hot and restless. Wang Qingqi sighed. She had already found out that she seemed to have become addicted to the feelings she experienced when cultivating a relationship with the North Prince. Although there had only been 2 instances, the sensations this time had engraved themselves deep in her heart. She found it difficult to imagine how she would calm her restless body should the North Prince die one day. She didn't know how the North Prince had managed it, but none of that mattered anymore. What was important was that she could no longer be without the North Prince. And after thinking it over, even if she cooperated with Blood Moon Tower to kill the North Prince, she would still be nothing more than a tool in Prince Lu Xian's eyes. After all, she was just an assassin raised by the Wang family, without a notable identity, so whether she was by Prince Lu Xian's side or the North Prince's side, there actually wasn't much difference. Moreover, considering the North Prince had somehow made it so that her body couldn't be without him, becoming the North Prince's woman was indeed her best choice. Wang Qingqi then looked toward the direction of North Prince Mansion and said softly, "Prince, you have won." As her words fell, the pressure on her seemed to dissipate instantly. She also understood why the North Prince was so confident in letting her go. She couldn't help feeling that the North Prince was a terrifying man. Fortunately, she was a woman, for if she were a man, she likely would have been dead already. Just at that moment, an old woman appeared in the pavilion. Saintess, Blood Moon Tower sent a message, asking us to find out as soon as possible whether the mysterious Grand Master is still in North Prince Mansion. They will arrive in Yan County in 5 days. Wang Qingqi said expressionlessly, "I know. I'll go to North Prince Mansion myself tonight and test them out." In the still of the night, a black figure appeared at the entrance of North Prince Mansion. The black figure easily bypassed the prince's mansion's trusted aides and swiftly entered the inner courtyard. The outer courtyard of the prince's mansion didn't have too many skilled martial artists, so it wasn't surprising that someone could sneak in, but the inner courtyard wasn't somewhere just anyone could enter. As soon as the black figure reached the inner courtyard, before she could even enter, she was blocked by a woman dressed in white. Chu Yukon looked at the person in black and said coldly, "Not anyone can just enter the prince's mansion." As her words fell, Chu Yukon thrust her sword toward the woman in black. The figure in black dodged easily, avoiding Chu Yukon's thrust. Chu Yukon's brow furrowed, and a sense of unease quickly took hold in her heart. A 9th-grade martial artist. It appears she's here to assassinate Chenur. Just as Chu Yukon got ready to continue her assault, the woman spoke up, "Madam Chu, I have urgent matters to discuss with the prince, please allow me to pass." Hearing this, Chu Yukon scoffed and said, "Urgent matters to discuss? I'm afraid you're here to assassinate him." Madam Chu did not recall when Lu Chen ever mingled with any 9th-grade martial artists other than herself, and even though the woman's voice sounded familiar, Madam Chu still couldn't let her guard down and had to treat her as a female assassin. Madam Chu then swept her sword towards the woman in black again, but the woman in black didn't seem to have any intention of engaging directly with Chu Yukon, continuously dodging instead. Before long, Lu Chen in the main courtyard heard the commotion outside, and he immediately came out. Lu Chen had a system that could quickly identify a person's identity, even if they were dressed in black and veiled. Seeing that the woman in black was Wang Qingqi, the corners of Lu Chen's mouth lifted slightly, and he then said to Chu Yukon, "Madam Chu, she's one of mine. Let her in." At Lu Chen's words, Chu Yukon was stunned. She didn't understand when Lu Chen had acquired a 9th-grade martial artist as a subordinate, let alone a woman. She certainly hadn't heard or seen any other 9th-grade martial artists around Lu Chen before. But soon, Chu Yukon let go of her concern, as there were too many things about Lu Chen she did not know. Madam Chu then stepped aside, but still threatened Wang Qingqi, "If you dare do anything against the North Prince, then you won't be able to leave North Prince Mansion." Wang Qingqi ignored Madam Chu's threat and went straight into Lu Chen's room. Once inside the room, Wang Qingqi removed her veil. At that moment, Lu Chen took a glance at Wang Qingqi's entire body. Dressed in tight-fitting black clothes, her curvaceous figure was perfectly accentuated, giving her an extraordinary allure. Lu Chen asked with a smile, having left the prince's mansion less than 4 hours ago, you come to find me again. Could it be that you wish to engage in marital affairs with this prince again? Wang Qingqi smiled seductively and said, the prince jests. I am not as capable as you, my lord. I came to tell the prince that Blood Moon Tower's assassins will arrive in Yan County in 5 days, and this time, to kill you, they have dispatched 5 ninth-grade martial artists, and even the vice tower master has been mobilized. Hearing Wang Qingqi's words, Lu Chen's face did not show a hint of unease. He had already extracted the information about Blood Moon Tower sending people to assassinate him from Wang Qingqi's personal profile. However, he had not expected Blood Moon Tower to actually dispatch so many 9th-grade martial artists to kill him. Aren't 9th-grade martial artists supposed to be rare in this world? How come they are now aplenty, deploying 5 of them just to assassinate a worthless prince like himself? Is that really okay? If he didn't have the system, he probably would have been doomed. Seeing that Lu Chen's face bore no worry, Wang Qingqi thought to herself that indeed, the North Prince had grown powerful and was not the least afraid of the assassins from Blood Moon Tower. At that moment, Lu Chen came up behind Wang Qingqi, then slid his hands under her arms to embrace her slim waist and whispered in her ear with a smile, it seems you've made your choice. But aren't you afraid he will send someone to kill you for betraying my 8th brother like this? Wang Qingqi spoke seductively, isn't all of this caused by the prince himself? I am now your woman and can't leave you, I have no choice. What else could I do? I only hope that in the future, the prince will cherish me and not treat me as a mere tool to be discarded after use. Lu Chen replied with a smile, of course. As he spoke, Lu Chen rested his head on Wang Qingqi's fragrant shoulder, breathing in the scent of her body. Lu Chen was calculating in his mind that in a few days the people from Blood Moon Tower would arrive. Although he had the Desert Eagle and modern firearms like Batrele, if there were too many opponents, and someone was holding him back, he feared he wouldn't even be able to draw his weapon before finding himself in danger. Therefore, he absolutely needed to enhance his own strength. It would be best if he could break through to the rank of 9th-grade martial artist within these few days, as every aspect of his physical ability would be substantially improved. Even if the assassins from Blood Moon Tower were very fast, with the 9th-grade strength aiding him, the Desert Eagle and Batrele would still make killing them as easy as slaughtering chickens. However, as useful as weapons are, one still needs to be alive to use them. If, for example, someone suddenly launched a surprise attack and his sensory abilities were not up to par, even the capability to kill with a single shot could result in him being taken out by the enemy beforehand. At this point, Lu Chen asked the system in his mind, System, how much experience is still needed to upgrade the Qi refinement mantra to the 2nd level? The system's voice immediately sounded in Lu Chen's mind. You need another 100 experience points. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen felt elated. He needed only 100 more experience points to upgrade to the 2nd level. That fast? Lu Chen then inquired, after upgrading the Qi refinement mantra to the 2nd level, can my realm break through to 7th grade? Lu Chen's question was a bit conservative. Originally, he thought that if the Qi refinement mantra broke through to the 2nd level, his strength could probably make it to the 9th grade. Just then, the system's voice emerged. After upgrading the Qi refinement mantra to the 2nd level, the host's realm will advance to 9th grade. Lu Chen was somewhat excited. Just as he had imagined, it truly would advance to 9th grade. However, on second thought, the Qi refinement mantra was only a cultivation technique for refining Qi, mainly increasing his skill without actual lethal power. He would still need to find an external cultivation technique with lethal power in the future. At this moment, Wang Qingqi, wrapped in Lu Chen's embrace, felt something unusual in his body. Wang Qingqi's fair complexion instantly turned rosy, followed by a blush spreading from her face to her collarbone and neck. Lu Chen then whispered in Wang Qingqi's ear, from now on, you are my female slave. As a female slave, do you know what you should do for your master? Upon hearing this question, Wang Qingqi was slightly taken aback. She had just been toyed by this man all afternoon and hadn't expected him to have the energy for more at night. How could the North Prince possess such formidable stamina? Wang Qingqi was somewhat astonished. She had spent a long time in Hundred Flowers Tower but never heard of a man with the ferocity of the North Prince. Wang Qingqi then said, Prince, your servant has only come to deliver a message, and now that the message has been delivered, your servant shall take her leave. As she spoke, Wang Qingqi half-turned, intending to push past Lu Chen and leave, only to discover that her skill had vanished once again. She instantly felt utterly powerless and was unable to push Lu Chen away. Lu Chen immediately wrapped his arms around Wang Qingqi and walked towards the bed. He needed to seize the time to gain experience points from the Qi refinement mantra, so he couldn't let Wang Qingqi just run off like that. Wang Qingqi finally sighed, feeling somewhat bewildered. After becoming the North Prince's female slave, she had no idea what the future would hold. With uncertainty about the future, Wang Qingqi soon immersed herself in the pleasure that Lu Chen brought her. Meanwhile, outside the courtyard, Chu Yukin had seen the woman in black enter Lu Chen's room and had been guarding the courtyard entrance ever since. If anything happened inside the room, she would rush in. She still didn't trust that woman in black. After all, she was a ninth-grade martial artist. To think that the woman in black had approached the North Prince with no other motive, Chu Yukin found that hard to believe. But just then, Chu Yukin heard the sound of a woman's cheerful voice coming from the room. Chu Yukin's mind went blank. That ninth-grade martial artist is actually Chener's woman. Ninth-grade martial artists were rather rare in this world, and female ninth-graders were even rarer. Being a ninth-grade martial artist herself, the woman in black was willing to become the woman of a prince, who was nominally a useless royalty, which Chu Yukin found utterly unbelievable. Chu Yukin was somewhat curious why this woman would choose Lu Chen. The next morning, Wang Qingqi limped out of Lu Chen's room, and as she did so, she ran into Chu Yukin, who was still at the entrance of the courtyard. Seeing that the one coming out of the room was Wang Qingqi, Chu Yukin's face darkened as she said indifferently, "It's you. A ninth-grade martial artist, running to the Hundred Flowers Tower to become an Oran, and then approaching the North Prince. If there wasn't a scheme behind it, who would believe that?" As a servant by the side of Lu Chen's mother, having seen all kinds of plots and schemes, Chu Yukin believed that Wang Qingqi definitely harbored some designs on Lu Chen. Seeing Chu Yukin still there, Wang Qingqi was also stunned for a moment. In the end, Chu Yukin refrained from using force, as Lu Chen had already declared that Wang Qingqi was his. However, Chu Yukin still gave a cold warning, "Although I don't know who you are, I must remind you that if I find you have any designs on Chener, wishing to use him for your unspeakable goals, not only you, but also the force behind you will pay the price." Hearing these words, Wang Qingqi smiled faintly and then said, "Madam Chu, how come I feel that you harbor a great hostility towards me? Could it be that Madam Chu has become jealous after listening at the wall all night?" As soon as Wang Qingqi finished speaking, a gust of wind radiated out from the center of Chu Yukin's body, lifting the hem of her dress. Seeing this, Wang Qingqi's smile disappeared in an instant. Half-step Grand Master, even at the level of projecting inner strength outward. North Prince Mansion truly wasn't as simple as she had thought. Afterward, Wang Qingqi turned her head and left. "Madam Chu, your servant will return home for today. Please rest assured, your servant is merely the prince's female slave, and poses no threat to your place in the prince's heart." Watching Wang Qingqi's retreating figure, Chu Yukin fell into deep thought. A ninth-grade martial artist. And she claimed to be Chener's female slave. If Lu Chen were now the crown prince of the Great Xia dynasty, possessing a ninth-grade female slave wouldn't surprise Chu Yukin in the slightest, given that the crown prince held real power. However, in the eyes of others, Lu Chen was nothing but an idle, depraved wastrel. And yet Wang Qingqi willingly became his female slave. Could it be that the forces behind Wang Qingqi had already discovered Chener's disguise? Or is it possible that the forces supporting Chener were the same as those behind Wang Qingqi? At that moment, Chu Yukin approached the door of Lu Chen's room, feeling the need to give him a warning. Just then, Lu Chen came out from his room. Upon seeing Chu Yukin's serious expression, he curiously asked, "Madam Chu, do you need something from me?" Chu Yukin inquired, "Chener, does Wang Qingqi come from the force that's supporting you from behind?" Hearing this question, Lu Chen was completely puzzled. What force supporting him? Could it be that Madame Chu believed there was indeed a force supporting him from behind? Lu Chen thought for a moment about his recent abnormal behavior, coupled with the fact that he had produced modern firearms like the Desert Eagle and Batrele, which surely made Chu Yukon suspect that there was a powerful force supporting him. Considering this, Lu Chen said with a smile, "Madame Chu, how could you possibly know that?" He definitely couldn't reveal the truth about the system, but in order to reassure Chu Yukon, Lu Chen decided to fabricate a lie. Chu Yukon sighed and then said, "Chenur, that woman is no ordinary person, she's a ninth-grade martial artist. Your aunt actually doesn't want to interfere too much with your affairs, but when it comes to your personal safety, I still want to remind you that force supporting you must have significant designs, and although I don't yet know their purpose, you shouldn't always let them lead you by the nose. If you desire that position in the capital city, just tell your aunt, and I will inform your grandfather. At that time, both your grandfather and the Chu family will surely stand by your side, and you won't need to rely on those powers of unknown provenance." The Chu family had not originally planned to give up on Lu Chen, but he was such an embarrassment that they couldn't prop him up. Moreover, he had now been sent to the desolate North City, forcing the Chu family to consider other candidates. After all, Lu Chen is the grandson of the Chu family master. Among all the princes, his blood relation is the closest. If Lu Chen could brace himself up and boldly declare his intention to join the struggle for inheritance, not just the Chu family but also most of the aristocratic families in the south would support him. Chu Yukon believed that Lu Chen had no need to depend on those untraceable forces. Hearing Chu Yukon's words, Lu Chen gave a faint smile, then walked over to her side and naturally took hold of Chu Yukon's jade hand. Feeling Lu Chen's hold on her hand, Chu Yukon's delicate body involuntarily trembled, but she did not pull away, for they had often held hands to discuss matters in the past. Lu Chen then said, "Madame Chu, I know what you're worried about, but I assure you, the force behind me follows my commands to the letter. There are some secrets I can't tell you outright, as once I do, it could throw not just Great Sha, but the whole world into turmoil. However, I can give you a hint." Chu Yukon felt a tremor in her heart. What secret could be so terrifying as to cause such chaos? At that moment, Lu Chen lifted Chu Yukon's jade hand and wrote two characters in her palm, "Immortal." Sensing the characters Lu Chen inscribed, Chu Yukon was shocked, and even her refined and graceful face showed a hint of panic. It is well known that this world is a martial arts world, one without immortals. Even if someone reached the legendary heavenly human realm, it was just a few hundred years added to their lifespan. After all, they would still die. Countless people tried various methods to become immortals, and numerous emperors throughout various dynasties sought the traces of immortals in hopes of achieving immortality, only to lead their dynasties to collapse and be replaced, but immortals in this world have remained nothing more than an unattainable legend to this day. And now, Lu Chen had actually told Chu Yukon that the secret he carried was related to immortals. How could this not shock Chu Yukon greatly? If Lu Chen's secret truly had something to do with immortals, then it could indeed lead to great chaos in the world. Not just chaos, but it could even cause the downfall of countless nations and dynasties. In a panic, Chu Yukon said, "Chenur, you don't have to say any more. From today onwards, don't reveal anything about those two characters to anyone, including me." Lu Chen asked, "Madame Chu, do you believe me that quickly?" Chu Yukon replied, "I have no choice but to believe. Your mysterious weapon and the inner strength that suddenly emerged from you have already proven that your words are related to those two characters." At this point, Chu Yukon still asked with some concern, "Does that Wang Chinky and the power behind her have anything to do with those two characters you mentioned?" Lu Chen shook his head and said, "Not exactly, I just have a way to control them, to ensure they can't betray me. If they betray me, they will die as well. So far, only I know this secret, because I am the only inheritor." Hearing this, Chu Yukon felt a surge of emotion, and tears unconsciously fell from her eyes. Seeing this, Lu Chen froze. "Madame Chu, why are you crying?" Chu Yukon quickly wiped her tears with her sleeve and said while wiping her eyes, "If your mother were to know that you have such an opportunity, she would be very happy under the netherworld." Chu Yukon had thought that Lu Chen would just drift through this life, But unexpectedly, the day had come when he might obtain the chance to become an immortal, something so many yearned for in their dreams, and it had fallen upon Lu Chen. As Chu Yukon, who had watched Lu Chen growing up since he was little, felt genuinely happy for him from the bottom of her heart. With the opportunity to become an immortal, not to mention immortality, at the very least Lu Chen would be capable of doing many things. For example, he could now contend for that position in the capital city. Lu Chen embraced Chu Yukon's mature and charming body and patted her back, comforting her. Madam Chu, don't cry, we should be happy about this. At this moment, the scent from Chu Yukon's body wafted into Lu Chen's nose, and with the soft body in his arms, he suddenly felt a restlessness. Lu Chen was somewhat speechless. The dragon and tiger pill was truly the source of all evil, leaving him with no self-control whatsoever. Just as Chu Yukon was about to say something else, having sensed something was off, her face instantly turned red, and she quickly pushed Lu Chen, saying, "Chenur, let go of me, you're a married man now, it doesn't look good for us to be seen hugging each other." Lu Chen did not let go, but leaned in her ear and whispered, "Madam Chu, what does it matter? You are my closest person, let's see who dares to gossip. Besides, you've watched me grow up since I was young, and we've done far more intimate things than this, what's the big deal with just a hug?" Hearing this, Chu Yukon became even more flustered and she pushed at Lu Chen's body again. But at that moment, she realized that the skill within her had dissipated and she could not muster any strength at all. Chu Yukon hurriedly said, "Chenur, stop this, you're grown up now, not a child anymore, you need to understand the need for propriety." Lu Chen said with a smile, "Madam Chu, no matter how old I am, you are my aunt, and I am your Chenur." With that, Lu Chen hugged Chu Yukon tightly, pressing their bodies completely together. Feeling the warmth of Lu Chen's breath, Chu Yukon was already somewhat dizzy. Chu Yukon steeled her heart. No. This couldn't go on. Chu Yukon felt that if things continued this way, there would be trouble. Thereupon, she said to Lu Chen with embarrassment and anger, "Chenur, if you don't let go of your auntie, I'm going to get angry." Seeing Chu Yukon's flushed cheeks and her angry expression, Lu Chen had no choice but to let her go. Lu Chen was in no rush at the moment. Women in ancient times cared deeply about their reputation. Even though Chu Yukon's favorability was very high, she probably couldn't accept a romantic relationship with him just yet. He figured he just needed to wear her down slowly. When Lu Chen released her, Chu Yukon quickly retreated a few steps, putting some distance between them, but she didn't continue to scold him. Chu Yukon sensed her own skill and, realizing it had returned, she curiously asked, "Chenur, my skill just disappeared. Does that have something to do with your opportunity?" Lu Chen replied, "Yes, it has a certain relation to the cultivation technique I'm practicing. Any woman who harbors affection for me will temporarily lose her skill and feel weak all over upon coming into contact with my body." Upon hearing this, Chu Yukon instantly understood the implication behind Lu Chen's words. She glared at him and then, with her face flushed, she spat out, "You little rascal, spouting nonsense, I am your aunt. Enough with the nonsense, I have to go on patrol." Before she finished speaking, Chu Yukon turned and left, or more accurately, she turned and fled. At this moment, Chu Yukon felt as if her heart was about to leap out, and her body had become incredibly hot. What had she just heard? That little rascal was actually targeting her. How dare he think such thoughts? She was his aunt, after all. Even though they were not related by blood and she had watched him grow up since he was a child. And she was a widow, although still a virgin, having never known a man. How could he think of her like that? However, on second thought, she herself had also begun to lose control just now. When she was in the capital city, she often checked Lu Chen's body and never experienced the feelings she had today. In just a few months' time, she actually started having those kinds of thoughts about Lu Chen. Chu Yukon felt a bit guilty in her heart. How could she harbor other thoughts about Lu Chen? Chu Yukon sighed and murmured to herself, "Alas, it seems that Chenur has really grown up, becoming more and more manly. I will have to keep my distance from him in the future." Afterwards, Chu Yukon started to cultivate, trying to calm her agitated body. Meanwhile, Lu Chen stood there, watching Chu Yukon's voluptuous figure and charming silhouette, feeling as if his body was about to burst into flames. He then immediately went to the north courtyard. At this time, Zhou Yuyu had just gotten up, preparing to go see Mu Zixuan. Xiao Huan, I'm going to Sister Emu's place first. Come over after you're finished tidying up, she said. No sooner had Zhou Yuyu spoken than she stepped out of the door. Yet she had just left when she bumped into Lu Chen. Without a word, Lu Chen scooped Zhou Yuyu's delicate body into his arms and walked into the room. Zhou Yuyu let out a startled cry, "Ah, Prince." Hearing Zhou Yuyu's voice, the maid Xiao Huan, who was tidying up the bed, quickly turned her head. Seeing Lu Chen holding Zhou Yuyu, Xiao Huan immediately blushed, knowing all too well what was about to happen as a maid in the prince's mansion. Xiao Huan quickly stepped aside and left the room, closing the door behind her. Host and Zhou Yuyu fostered affection once, Qi refinement mantra experience points increased by 10, rejuvenating skill experience points increased by 20. Congratulations on successfully impregnating Zhou Yuyu, you are awarded 10,000 jin of breeding potatoes. Pregnancy rewards are incentive-based and therefore modest. A richer reward will be granted upon the successful birth of the child. Once his body had settled down, Lu Chen felt much better. Today's events made Lu Chen realize that he needed to break through to the 9th grade soon, otherwise it would be easy for problems to arise if he could not control his own body. In the mansion, in the inner courtyard, it didn't matter much what he did, since everyone there was family. But if one day he left the prince's mansion and went outside, if he still couldn't control himself upon seeing pretty women, he would lose a great deal of face. After calming down, Lu Chen looked down at the little beauty in his arms. Zhou Yuyu had her eyes slightly closed at that moment, her cheeks flushed, and her arm, tender like lotus roots, resting on his shoulder. Zhou Yuyu belonged to the type that was petite and adorable. Lu Chen felt a tinge of guilt, thinking about how he had been building a relationship with her recently, barely letting her get proper rest. Although she was his woman, Lu Chen never treated her as a mere tool for bearing children, he genuinely liked them. At that moment, Lu Chen glanced at the reward he had just received and a smile appeared on his face. Then, he gently caressed Zhou Yuyu's skin, whispering in her ear, "Yuyu, you truly are my lucky star." With 10,000 caddies of breeding potatoes, it wouldn't take many years to have the whole North City cultivating potatoes. North City, due to its cold climate, wasn't suitable for growing rice, and the yield of wheat wasn't high either. But potatoes were different, the soil in North City was just right for their cultivation. Once North City began growing potatoes, they would have an additional food source, and the people would no longer suffer from a lack of grain. In an agricultural society, what is most important? Of course, it's the grain. Having grain in hand ensures a heart free from panic. After returning to the 100 Flowers Tower, the old woman from yesterday approached Wang Qingqi again. Saintess, how did the investigation go last night? Wang Qingqi replied indifferently, I haven't found any trace of the mysterious Grand Master, only Chu Yukon, a 9th grade, was in the inner yard. Hearing this, the old woman immediately said, Saintess, since the mysterious Grand Master is no longer in the North Prince Mansion, let's make our move tonight. Wang Qingqi frowned slightly, then asked, Madam Yu, you seem to be in a hurry. Chen Yu hurriedly spoke, Saintess, this task was given to us by Prince Lu Shuyun. If we end up completing the task only after the people from Blood Moon Tower have arrived, your position in the eyes of Prince Lu Shuyun will plummet. It would be better to complete the task before Blood Moon Tower arrives. That way, Prince Lu Shuyun can see your worth. Wang Qingqi then said, there's no need. Since Prince Lu Shuyun has already sent people from Blood Moon Tower, it's to ensure that nothing goes wrong. If we act prematurely and spook the target, causing the assassination mission to fail, we in the Misty Pavilion cannot bear the consequences of Prince Lu Shuyun's blame. Seeing that Wang Qingqi had made up her mind, Chen Yu did not dare to argue further. A few hours later, North City, Yan'er City. A group of people dressed in black and red sat in a tavern. Suddenly, a bird landed on the shoulder of a man wearing a bamboo hat. The man caught the bird and removed a slip of paper tied to its claw, then unfolded it to read. After reading the contents, the corners of the man's mouth lifted slightly. Excellent. Now that the Grand Master has left, it's time for you, worthless prince, to join my brothers below. In the evening, another shadow appeared in the inner yard of the prince's mansion. A different time, the same place, the same person. As Chu Yukon saw the shadow and was about to draw her sword, she heard the shadow speak, Madam Chu, still up so late. You're working hard for the prince's safety. It seems you really care about the prince deeply. Hearing it was Wang Qingqi's voice, Chu Yukon scoffed, sneaking around, what a sight. Even though Lu Chen had told her in the morning that Wang Qingqi was his person and that he had full control over them, Chu Yukon felt somewhat uneasy for no known reason. She had no favorability towards this Wang Qingqi. Just as Wang Qingqi was about to say something, she heard Lu Chen's voice coming from the room. Qingqi, if you're here then come inside quickly. Hearing Lu Chen's voice, Wang Qingqi had no choice but to bypass Chu Yukon and enter Lu Chen's room. The previous night, while building a relationship with Wang Qingqi, Lu Chen realized that he wasn't gaining any experience points for his Qi refinement mantra. He asked the system only to find out that a woman could only provide him with experience once a day. He had already built a relationship with Wang Qingqi during the day, so naturally, there were no experience points at night. Having no other option, Lu Chen had asked Wang Qingqi to come every night for the next few days. He needed to advance to the 9th grade realm as soon as possible. It wasn't long after Wang Qingqi entered Lu Chen's room that her voice could be heard. Chu Yukon, who was at the courtyard gate, said coldly upon hearing her voice, how shameless. Naturally, Chu Yukon wouldn't speak ill of her own Chanur, so the only one she could be scolding was Wang Qingqi. As her words fell, Chu Yukon turned and left. She didn't want to keep eavesdropping at the wall, otherwise, she might not be able to stand it later on. Meanwhile, inside the room, after Lu Chen and Wang Qingqi fostered their emotional connection, the system notification tone sounded. Host and Wang Qingqi have fostered an emotional connection once, gaining 20 experience points for Qi refinement mantra. This emotional connection has triggered an emotional crit, awarding an additional 40 experience points. Rejuvenating skill gains 20 experience points and has broken through to the first layer. Upon hearing the system notification, Lu Chen was stunned for a moment, then filled with immense excitement in his heart. He had thought after Zhou Yuyu's pregnancy, breaking through to the 9th grade before the arrival of Blood Moon Tower would be difficult unless he pushed Chu Yukon away. Otherwise, Wang Qingqi alone could only provide him with 20 experience points a day, requiring at least 5 days. It was possible that they didn't even have 5 days before those people from Blood Moon Tower arrived at Yan County. But today, he had gained 60 experience points in one day. Emotional crit, that really was a wonderful thing. If he could have more emotional crits, wouldn't his realm advancement be even easier in the future? Just as Lu Chen was thinking this, he noticed his hand seemed to be emitting a green gas. What is this? Lu Chen lifted his right hand, embracing Wang Qingqi with his left now, and then took a serious look at his right hand. System, what's happening with my hand? This is the power of the rejuvenating skill. From now on, the host can use it to heal illnesses and injuries. After hearing the system's voice, Lu Chen lowered his right hand, wanting to try out the capacity of the rejuvenating skill. When his right hand touched Wang Qingqi's delicate body again, she couldn't help but let out a moan. Prince, what are you doing? My waist feels so comfortable, she said. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen's eyes brightened. He hadn't expected that merely touching Wang Qingqi's body would immediately activate the rejuvenating skill. Soon, Lu Chen understood what was happening. It turned out that during the emotional crit earlier, he, overwhelmed with rage and too ferocious, accidentally injured Wang Qingqi's willowy waist. Now, the spiritual energy gathered in his right hand was helping to repair the muscular injuries inside Wang Qingqi's body, which is why she felt so comfortable. The rejuvenating skill was indeed excellent. It would allow him to quickly recover from minor injuries and illnesses in the future. At that moment, Lu Chen patted Wang Qingqi's bottom and said with a smile, how does it feel to be a female slave to this prince? Her cheeks flushing, her eyes filled with affection, Wang Qingqi replied, Prince, please don't humiliate your servant like this. Wang Qingqi was uncertain about her future, but she had grown accustomed to being with Lu Chen. Although their relationship had only been cultivated a few times, she could no longer stay away from him. This bad man had not only captured her heart but had also conquered her entire being. Lu Chen then said, "Once I've dealt with Blood Moon Tower, you should move to the prince's mansion." Upon hearing this, Wang Qingqi was silent for a moment. To be honest, she, too, wanted to move to the prince's mansion and serve Lu Chen every day. But she thought of a problem. In front of the North Prince, could her value only be shown in bed? Even though both her body and heart belonged to the North Prince, Wang Qingqi didn't want to become a mere tool to satisfy his base desires. She wanted to show her worth in many ways in front of Lu Chen, only then could she go further, and only then would the North Prince value her, the female slave, more. Even when she grew old and her beauty faded, if she had made significant contributions to the prince's mansion, it was unlikely that the North Prince would cast her aside. With this thought, Wang Qingqi said, "Prince, I want to stay at 100 Flowers Tower forever, collecting intelligence for your highness." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen asked with puzzlement, "Don't you want to come to the prince's mansion and serve me?" Wang Qingqi quickly replied, "It's not like that. I just feel that if I were to come to the prince's mansion now, people would afterward recognize me as someone from the prince's mansion, and then I wouldn't be able to gather intelligence for your highness." After the assassination attempt by Blood Moon Tower concludes, Prince Lu Shuyun will certainly not let it rest. He might send someone to assassinate your highness again. If your highness has me, a chess piece, then no matter what Prince Lu Shuyun does, I could notify your highness immediately. Hearing what Wang Qingqi said, Lu Chen felt there was some truth to it. 100 Flowers Tower, being a place of pleasure, indeed made it easy to gather intelligence. Moreover, his brother Prince Lu Shuyun really might not let things rest. If he had Wang Qingqi, the saintess of Misty Pavilion, perhaps he could monitor every move of Lu Shuyun in the future. This would also be a good thing for him. With that in mind, Lu Chen gently caressed Wang Qingqi's jade back and then said, "All right then, continue to stay at 100 Flowers Tower. If my brother Prince Lu Shuyun makes any moves in the future, notify me immediately." Seeing that Lu Chen agreed with her proposal, Wang Qingqi was very pleased inside. She had finally found an opportunity to demonstrate her value, an excellent beginning that also meant her worth was no longer just to be used for Lu Chen's amusement. The next day, after getting up in the morning and having a simple meal, Lu Chen went to find Chu Yukan. Chu Yukan was curious inside to see Lu Chen looking so spirited. Why is it that Lu Chen was entangled with women every day but seemed to suffer no significant detriment to his health? Logically, a man who engaged in the activities of men and women would lose vital energy. Indulgence in women is a taboo for those practicing martial arts. Martial artists often say, "Women only affect the speed with which I can draw my sword," and this saying did not come from nowhere. If one became addicted to the pleasures of women, it could indeed slow down a martial artist's reaction speed. Chu Yukan thought to herself, could it be that Lu Chen has some celestial fate which prevents him from being affected by such activities? Noticing Chu Yukan's beautiful eyes scanning him, Lu Chen said with a smile, "Madam Chu, is there something on me?" Chu Yukan, returning to her senses and realizing her own lapse, quickly coughed and said, "Chenur, I've noticed you've been engaging in activities with women every day. Although continuing the family line is crucial, you should also take care of your body." Lu Chen replied with a smile, "Don't worry, Madam Chu, I'm aware of what I'm doing. By the way, Madam Chu, I came to you today because there's something I need to discuss." As he spoke, Lu Chen's expression turned serious. Lu Chen was like that. When it came to serious matters, he would not joke around. Seeing how serious Lu Chen looked, Chu Yukan knew there must be something important, so she asked, "Chenur, is it regarding the prince's mansion?" Lu Chen nodded, "I've already sent for General Li Feng. I believe he will arrive at the prince's mansion shortly." Seeing that Lu Chen mentioned General Li Feng, Chu Yukan realized that what Lu Chen was about to discuss must be no trivial matter. At that moment, a maid came in from outside and said, "Prince, General Li has arrived." Lu Chen said, "Madam Chu, let's head to the training ground first." Okay. With that, the two headed to the training ground of the prince's mansion. General Li Feng, clad in armor, was pacing around the training ground, his armor clanging, he was curious about what important matter the North Prince wanted to discuss with him at this time. Since arriving in North City, apart from commanding him to train troops, the North Prince seemed to be doing nothing else. Even opening shops was managed by the princess consort while the North Prince indulged himself in the inner quarters. Of course, General Li Feng always believed this was the North Prince's way of deceiving others, making people outside believe he was a wastrel prince. At this moment, General Li Feng couldn't help thinking, could it be that the North Prince was calling for him now because he felt the time was ripe to initiate his next plan? After arriving at the training ground, Li Feng hurriedly approached to pay his respects and said, "This humble general pays his respects to Prince Lu Chen and has seen Madame Chu." Lu Chen nodded slightly, and then said, "Let's talk about the matter at hand. I've received intelligence that Blood Moon Tower has sent assassins to kill me. This time, they sent not only 5 ninth grade experts, but the Vice Tower Master of Blood Moon Tower has also come personally." Upon hearing this, Li Feng's face changed abruptly, and then he asked, "Prince, are you certain the Vice Tower Master of Blood Moon Tower is coming in person?" Li Feng had heard of the Vice Tower Master of Blood Moon Tower, who was said to be at the half-step Grandmaster realm, which made him very worried. Lu Chen said, "If the intelligence is correct, he should have come personally." Chu Yukon thought for a moment, then said, "Blood Moon Tower really has the audacity to attempt to assassinate you time and again." Lu Chen said, "They wouldn't dare do this without someone backing them." Looking at Lu Chen, Li Feng asked tentatively, "Prince, what do you plan to do?" Li Feng knew that Lu Chen had weapons capable of easily killing ninth-grade experts, so he believed that the North Prince shouldn't be afraid at all of the assassins sent by Blood Moon Tower. However, since Lu Chen sought him out, there must be some arrangement in mind. Lu Chen didn't answer immediately, but instead counter-asked, "General Li, have you completely taken control of North City's army?" Li Feng replied, "Prince, rest assured. Under my management, the military of North City has been fully aligned with the North Prince Mansion." Lu Chen said, "Good, since the people from Blood Moon Tower are coming, we should properly welcome them. By the way, General Li, call over the soldiers who escorted me to North City initially, I have something to discuss with you all." Upon hearing this, Li Feng asked cautiously, "Prince, under what pretext should I call them?" The over 100 soldiers were 3rd and 4th grade martial artists. Even though it was only somewhat over 100 3rd and 4th grade martial artists, in a place as impoverished as North City, these individuals counted as a formidable force. If all of them were to come to the North Prince Mansion, it would certainly spark curiosity among the people of Yan County. Moreover, many were watching the North Prince Mansion now. Since Lu Chen's arrival at North City, he had been indulging in daily pleasures. Suddenly summoning so many soldiers at this time was bound to raise suspicions about whether the North Prince Mansion was planning something significant. After pondering for a moment, Lu Chen said, "Just tell them that their families have arrived in North City. I'd like to take this opportunity to set up a grand feast to thank them for their escort along the way and to meet their relatives as well." Li Feng instantly understood Lu Chen's intention, and immediately said, "Understood, Prince, I'll go take care of it." Then Li Feng turned and left the North Prince Mansion. After Li Feng had gone, Chu Yukon looked at Lu Chen and said, "Chenur, the Vice Tower Master of Blood Moon Tower is likely a half-step Grandmaster. I can probably hold him off, but as for the other 5 ninth grade martial artists, I'm afraid it might be difficult to restrain all of them." Although the mysterious weapon Lu Chen had was indeed powerful, capable of instantly killing a 9th grade martial artist, if the opponents attacked together, Lu Chen might not be able to react in time. Chu Yukon was somewhat worried. The Blood Moon Tower's attempt to assassinate Lu Chen surely wouldn't involve just 6 people. Last time they had sent a considerable number of 3rd and 4th grade martial artists to assassinate him. This time coming to North City, they would inevitably send many 3rd and 4th grade martial artists as well. These 3rd and 4th grade martial artists were not the main force, but they could engage the people from the North Prince Mansion, making it hard for them to protect Lu Chen. Having experienced the previous incident, Chu Yukon had also realized the limits of her own power. Even though she could withstand the assault of a half-step Grandmaster, she couldn't hold back everyone. If it hadn't been for Lu Chen producing that mysterious weapon at the critical moment last time, she might have lost her Chun'er forever. Lu Chen understood what Chu Yukon was worried about and then said to her, Madam Chu, wait until General Li returns, and I'll show you something. Hearing this, Chu Yukon became somewhat expectant, guessing that Lu Chen was going to show her a weapon, but she wondered what kind of weapon it was. Afterward, the prince's mansion began bustling with activity. When Mu Zixuan heard that Lu Chen was going to host a banquet for the relatives of the soldiers who had escorted them to North City, she took the initiative to take charge of the matter. By noon, many people had entered the North Prince mansion. Seeing the hustle and bustle of carriages and visitors, the people grew curious, wondering if the North Prince had taken another concubine. As the main person in charge of Misty Pavilion in Yan County, Chen Yu noticed something amiss with so many coming and going at the North Prince mansion. She discreetly disguised herself and approached the entrance of the North Prince mansion, seeking information from someone familiar with the situation. Excuse me, young master, is there some special occasion at the North Prince mansion today? Why is it so lively? Hearing this question, the young man who had been enjoying the excitement in front of Chen Yu replied, I heard that the North Prince is hosting a banquet to thank the soldiers and relatives who escorted him to North City. The young man then said quietly, it's said that without those people, the North Prince would have died on his way to North City. After hearing the young man's answer, Chen Yu breathed a sigh of relief. So that was it. She had thought that the North Prince had already become suspicious. Blood Moon Tower was going to arrive in North City in a few days, and it would be troublesome if the North Prince detected even a hint of their plans now. Then Chen Yu returned to Hundred Flowers Tower and reported today's events at the North Prince mansion to Wang Qingqi. After Wang Qingqi heard about the happenings at the North Prince mansion, she was somewhat puzzled. If Lu Chen was planning his strategy in advance, he wouldn't start this early, especially since the people from Blood Moon Tower hadn't arrived yet. Could it be that the North Prince really just wanted to thank those soldiers who escorted him to North City? Wang Qingqi always felt something was off, but now that she was one of the North Prince's people, she didn't need to probe too deeply into what the North Prince was planning. Besides, she had to attend to the North Prince at the North Prince mansion that night. To find out what the North Prince was doing, she just had to ask him later that evening. Noon. Lu Chen spoke a few words of thanks at the banquet, and then he let everyone eat and drink to their heart's content. At that moment, Li Feng came up to Lu Chen and said quietly, Prince, everyone has arrived. Lu Chen nodded, then said, after the meal, come to the back courtyard of the prince's mansion. As his words fell, Lu Chen started drinking with the soldiers, not showing any signs that he had important business with them afterward. After lunch, the drunk soldiers arrived at the back courtyard. Lu Chen said he wanted to reward them, but the soldiers weren't fools. They knew that the North Prince had something for them. Once in the back courtyard, Lu Chen glanced over these soldiers, whose loyalty was mostly above 80, considering them as his own people now. Chu Yukon, seeing everyone assembled, then asked, Chun'er, what is it that you said you wanted to show us? Lu Chen revealed a slight smile, then ordered several freshly slaughtered cows and sheep to be brought over and wrapped in fine armor. He then took out a grenade larger than an adult's fist and said to everyone, step back 50 paces. Upon hearing these words, without a second thought, everyone immediately retreated 50 steps. Subsequently, Lu Chen pulled the pin and threw the grenade. The next moment, an earth-shaking explosion sounded, startling the drunken soldiers sober, leaving their ears buzzing for a long while afterward. With the explosion of the grenade, a plume of white smoke rose in the distance, and countless holes appeared in the armor that had covered the cows and sheep. At the sight of this, the soldiers were stunned, standing rooted to the spot without daring to move. Heavenly thunder. Could their prince summon heavenly thunder? Could this be real? Was this something a person could do? Could it be that their prince was an immortal? Although some soldiers' minds were still clouded, Li Feng and Chu Yukon had already realized that the noise was caused by something in Lu Chen's hands. Even so, Li Feng and Chu Yukon were still immensely shocked. At this point, Lu Chen said, all right, come over and take a look. As he spoke, Lu Chen walked towards the site of the explosion. Seeing their prince proceed, the soldiers quickly followed along. Lu Chen's hand grenade was obtained from the newbie gift pack he had in the beginning, he had never used it before. To test the blast radius of these grenades, Lu Chen specially took one out for a trial explosion. The grenades from the newbie gift pack were much larger than the average hand grenade found on Earth, not designed for carrying on one's person, therefore, they were also more powerful. After Lu Chen approached the site of the explosion, he found that all the armors within a 10-meter radius had been pierced by the shards from the grenade's blast, and the bodies of cows and sheep were riddled with holes. The sight of the wounds on the cattle and sheep involuntarily filled the soldiers with dread, grateful that they had been a good distance away. If they had been any closer, their bodies would likely be full of bloody holes by now. At that moment, Lu Chen said to Chu Yukon and Li Feng, "General Li, Madam Chu, what do you think of the weapon I just used?" Li Feng immediately replied, "With such a divine artifact, the prince is sure to unify the entire world." No sooner had Li Feng finished speaking than the soldiers kneeled in unison and exclaimed in one voice, "We congratulate the prince on obtaining a divine artifact. The prince will definitely unify the world and inspire awe in all directions." Lu Chen was somewhat speechless. "Damn, a bunch of sycophants. All right, get up, all of you." Hearing Lu Chen's words, the soldiers promptly got to their feet. Chu Yukon then asked, "Chenur, wasn't that thing just now a one-time use? Do you still have many of them?" Lu Chen replied, "Not many, just a few dozen, but we could make them ourselves once the conditions are right." Hearing Lu Chen's response, Chu Yukon was thrilled and sighed. With such a divine artifact, it would be much easier for Lu Chen to vie for that position in the capital city in the future. Like pulling a rabbit from a hat, Lu Chen then took out a grenade from his sleeve and said to Li Feng, "General Li, I'll teach you how to use this first. When the assassins from Blood Moon Tower come that day, use this to give them a warm welcome. As you command, my prince." Then, Lu Chen taught Li Feng and the soldiers how to use the grenade, naturally without actually pulling the pin this time. After showing the soldiers how to use it, Lu Chen spoke to them. The North Prince was distributing rewards to the soldiers when heavenly thunder struck the prince's mansion, frightening the North Prince into hiding in his room all afternoon. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, the soldiers immediately understood his intent. After all, the sound of the grenade's explosion was too loud, and the neighbors around the prince's mansion must have heard it. If they didn't find an excuse, it could potentially awaken suspicion among the people. As soon as Lu Chen finished speaking, he quickly had people tidy up the backyard, and then he returned to the front court. After Li Feng and the soldiers left the backyard, their relatives came forward, asking what had happened just now. Li Feng and the others all claimed heavenly thunder had struck the backyard just now, giving the prince quite a scare. As evening fell, the news that the North Prince mansion had been struck by heavenly thunder spread throughout Yan County, leading people to wonder if the North Prince had done something utterly heinous to deserve being struck by lightning. At the same time, 100 Flowers Tower. Wang Qingqi was lounging on the beauty couch in the loft, with her cloud attire loosely tied, displaying a very lazy demeanor. At that moment, Chen Yu arrived at the loft. "Madam Yu, what brings you here?" Wang Qingqi inquired first. Chen Yu replied, "Saintess, our people have found out that at noon, after the North Prince had his meal and was rewarding his soldiers, heavenly thunder struck from the sky, scaring the North Prince so much that he hid in his room and didn't come out all afternoon." Hearing this, Wang Qingqi smiled faintly, then rose from the beauty couch, showing a very interested look. "This is somewhat interesting. Did the North Prince sustain any injuries?" Wang Qingqi naturally did not believe that Lu Chen was actually scared by the heavenly thunder into hiding in his room for an entire afternoon without coming out. She only suspected that the North Prince was preparing something. The idea that someone could be scared by the heavenly thunder is obviously a diversion to shift people's attention. At this moment, Chen Yu said, "We don't know about that." Wang Qingqi said indifferently, "Then I'll go to the North Prince mansion again tonight to probe for some information." Hearing this, Chen Yu said with some concern, "Saintess, you go to the North Prince mansion every night. It's very easy for Chu Yukon to discover you. Before the people from Blood Moon Tower arrive, I think it's better for you not to go to the North Prince mansion for the time being." Wang Qingqi said, "You don't have to worry about that. I generally don't get near the inner courtyard, so Chu Yukon won't find out. Having said this, Wang Qingqi stood up, ready to change clothes and head to the North Prince mansion. In the dead of the night, a black figure appeared again in the inner courtyard of the North Prince mansion. At this time, Chu Yukon was still patrolling the inner courtyard. Because of the incident with the grenade during the day, she was worried that spies might come to gather information at the North Prince mansion, so she was extra diligent tonight. When she saw a black figure swaggering into the main courtyard of the North Prince mansion, Chu Yukon was about to take action, but then she heard the black-clad woman say with a chuckle, "This servant pays her respects to Madam Chu. Good evening to you, madam." Hearing that it was Wang Qingqi's voice, Chu Yukon snorted coldly and said, "Remove your mask." Wang Qingqi unhesitatingly took off her mask, and after confirming Wang Qingqi's identity, Chu Yukon immediately turned and left, without any further words to Wang Qingqi. Watching Chu Yukon's retreating figure, the corners of Wang Qingqi's mouth turned up slightly, and then she muttered to herself, "It seems that madam really dislikes me." As her words fell, Wang Qingqi walked toward Lu Chen's room. After entering the room, Wang Qingqi had planned to inquire if anything had happened at the prince's mansion during the day. However, before she could speak, her words were stopped by a kiss. Wang Qingqi was somewhat speechless. Although her opinion of the North Prince had greatly improved, she also found that the rumors about the North Prince being a womanizer were absolutely true. The term, womanizer, could no longer describe the North Prince. He was akin to a hungry ghost among the lustful. Wang Qingqi naturally did not know why Lu Chen was so eager. Lu Chen was only 30 experience points away from breaking through to the second layer of the Qi refinement mantra. He was of course very anxious. He could hardly wait to become a 9th grade martial artist. As his emotional cultivation with Wang Qingqi was completed, the system notification finally sounded. Host has cultivated feelings with Wang Qingqi once, Qi refinement mantra experience points increased by 20. Triggered an emotional crit, experience points increased by another 40. Qi refinement mantra breaks through to the second layer, rejuvenating skill experience points increased by 10. Congratulations to the host for advancing to the 9th grade realm. After hearing the system notification, Lu Chen finally calmed down. Then he felt a vast power surge into his body, making his body feel lighter in an instant and as if he had endless energy. Not only that, he found that his vision had become clearer and his brain was exceptionally alert. After enjoying the peculiar sensation of his realm advancement, Lu Chen couldn't help but feel moved. So this is what it's like to be a 9th grade martial artist. He had never imagined that one day he could become a 9th grade martial artist. When he was in the capital city, he always thought he would just lie down for the rest of his life, remaining an ordinary person, because he had no talent for martial arts and couldn't endure the hardships of martial training. Unexpectedly, after gaining the system, he broke through to the 9th grade in less than half a year. How wonderful! With the enhancement of his personal strength, he now had some ability to protect himself. In the future, he could consider going out to explore and plan the development direction of North City. A few days later. 100 Flowers Tower. Today, many customers arrived at the entrance of 100 Flowers Tower only to find the doors tightly shut, with a sign placed at the doorway. The sign bore a message that the 100 Flowers Tower would be temporarily closed for renovations in preparation for the Oran contest happening in half a month. This sort of event was not unusual. The reason 100 Flowers Tower could maintain its status as the liveliest place in Yan County was precisely because of its constant upgrades and renovations, always offering fresh and exciting experiences to its customers. Moreover, with each upgrade and renovation, a number of beautiful young women would arrive, and the anticipation for this renovation stimulated the clientele of the 100 Flowers Tower. Of course, this renovation of 100 Flowers Tower was not a true renovation but because the guests from Blood Moon Tower had arrived. At this moment, upstairs in the 100 Flowers Tower, a man wearing a bamboo hat was gazing in the direction of the North Prince Mansion. Wang Qingqi sat on a divan with her slender legs crossed, with her derriere slightly indenting the couch. Lu Yuan spoke at this moment. "Thank you, Miss Wang, for giving me the opportunity to take revenge with my own hands. In Lu Yuan's eyes, if Mystique Pavilion wanted to move against the North Prince, without that mysterious Grand Master, it was entirely possible for them to kill the North Prince. But they had not taken action and were waiting until the arrival of Blood Moon Tower's guests to start discussing how to assassinate the North Prince, which presented an opportunity for Blood Moon Tower to act. Wang Qingqi said with a smile, Tower Master Lu, I did not wait until today for your sake, but to ensure that this assassination can be executed without fail. Lu Yuan said, no matter how Miss Wang sees it, objectively you have still provided me with an opportunity. At this moment, Lu Yuan was burning with the desire to charge into the North Prince mansion and behead the North Prince personally. It was possible that his younger brother, Lu Tong, had been killed by the mysterious Grand Master of the North Prince mansion, but he still attributed this debt to the North Prince. The reason was simple. Firstly, he might not be a match for that mysterious Grand Master, and secondly, since Lu Tong died attempting to assassinate the North Prince, it was related to the North Prince. Since the mysterious Grand Master could neither be found nor defeated, venting his anger by killing the North Prince was the only option. Originally, he thought that the task of assassinating the useless prince would be easy, so he sent his own brother. However, the next time he saw Lu Tong, his brother's body was already charred. If the North Prince did not die at his hands, his deep-seated hatred would be difficult to quell. At this time, Wang Qingqi asked, Tower Master Lu, are you planning to take action tonight? Lu Yuan said, yes, I can hardly wait to decapitate the North Prince and appease the spirit of my brother in heaven. Wang Qingqi said, very well, tonight, our Mystique Pavilion will fully support Blood Moon Tower. If there is anything you need, Tower Master Lu, just let us know. Lu Yuan asked, Miss Wang, just to be sure, could you confirm once more that the mysterious Grand Master following the North Prince to the Prince's mansion has indeed left? Wang Qingqi said with a smile, I have visited the Prince's mansion multiple times just to investigate this matter. According to the intelligence I've gathered, it seems that the mysterious Grand Master has indeed left the Prince's mansion and returned to the Chu family. Lu Yuan said, if that's the case, then nothing could be better. Wang Qingqi continued with a smile, Tower Master Lu, even if the intelligence collected by our Mystique Pavilion might be false, you need not worry too much. Even if the mysterious Grand Master returns to the North Prince mansion, with your strength, holding him off should be no problem. While you keep him occupied, we can certainly take care of the North Prince. After a moment's thought, Lu Yuan found Wang Qingqi's words sensible. After all, this time they had 5 ninth-grade martial artists and 1 half-step Grand Master. If you exclude that mysterious Grand Master, the North Prince mansion has only 1 ninth grade, Chu Yukon. A single 9th grade simply cannot hold back 6 ninth grades. So, tonight the North Prince is doomed to die. Even if that mysterious Grand Master comes, it will be of no use. At this moment, Wang Qingqi pulled out a map of the North Prince mansion. This is the map of the North Prince mansion. Tonight, during our operation, our Mystique Pavilion's people will directly head to the back courtyard to block North Prince's escape routes. As for the affairs of the front courtyard, we will leave them to Blood Moon Tower to handle. What do you think about this plan, Vice Tower Master Lu? If Vice Tower Master Lu has any other ideas, feel free to propose them. Lu Yuan thought for a moment, and then said, very well, let's do as Miss Wang has said. However, if Chu Yukon tries to stop me at that time, could I trouble Miss Wang to hold her off for a moment, so that I can take the North Prince's head? Chu Yukon was a difficult person to deal with. If she came out to stop him from killing Lu Chen, he might need some time to get rid of her entanglement. Although he could have other 9th grade assassins kill Lu Chen, Lu Yuan much preferred to do it himself. Wang Qingqi said, there is no problem with that. After that, Wang Qingqi added, alright, then let's each make our preparations. Meanwhile, in the North Prince mansion, when Blood Moon Tower arrived at the 100 Flowers Tower, Lu Chen received the message passed on by Wang Qingqi, and immediately began arranging troops and setting up an ambush within the prince's mansion. This time, he distributed a total of 20 grenades to the soldiers, which was completely sufficient to deal with Lu Yuan and his men. And they were not to throw grenades immediately. First, they would wait until Blood Moon Tower's people entered the ambush circle before the soldiers would shoot arrows. If they were well ambushed, even if the realm of people coming with Lu Yuan was at least 3rd or 4th grade, most of them would be shot to death by arrows. The grenades were mainly for dealing with those 5 ninth grade assassins and the vice tower master of Blood Moon Tower. In order to prevent his 3 pregnant wives, including Mu Zixuan, from being frightened, Lu Chen had moved them to a hidden passage within the prince's mansion ahead of time. Once everything was ready, it was just a matter of waiting for nightfall. The cold night wind howled. There was no moon or stars tonight. Thick clouds accumulated overhead, as if the sky were about to collapse. At this time, the entire North Prince mansion was eerily quiet, with nothing but the sound of the wind. Time passed, and then, a group of people dressed in black burst directly through the main gate of the prince's mansion. When Lu Yuan and his men entered the prince's mansion, they found not a single person at the gate, not even a patrolling trusted aide. This made Lu Yuan feel a sudden sense of unease. It was impossible for such a large prince's mansion to have no guards at all. It's possible that the North Prince had gotten wind of their arrival and escaped in advance. At that moment, Lu Yuan didn't even consider the possibility of the North Prince mansion setting up an ambush for them. After all, the 9th grade martial artists they brought this time were numerous, and they didn't take a mere prince's mansion seriously at all. In Lu Yuan's view, even if the North Prince mansion knew they were coming, the North Prince would only be scared into fleeing, not setting up an ambush for them. Unless the North Prince had lost his mind, he wouldn't do such a thing. At this point, Lu Yuan's face darkened. If the North Prince really had escaped, then killing the North Prince might take some more time. The capital city couldn't wait, and he himself didn't want to waste any more time. Then Lu Yuan said to his subordinates, "Search for me. Even if you have to dig 3 feet into the ground, find the North Prince for me." As Lu Yuan gave the order, the people of Blood Moon Tower immediately flooded into North Prince Mansion. Just as the members of Blood Moon Tower arrived at the training ground, countless arrows came flying from the sky. At this moment, someone shouted loudly, "Tower Master! We've been tricked." Watching the rain of arrows from the sky, Lu Yuan wasn't the slightest bit panicked. He just snorted coldly and said, "It's nothing but a last-ditch struggle. 9th grade martial artists couldn't be killed by mere arrow rain, not to mention that he himself was a half-step grandmaster who could already project his inner strength externally. These arrows had no way of hitting him, and even if they did, they couldn't cause him any harm." In his eyes, such ambush and sneak attacks were nothing but petty moves. Lu Yuan immediately said, "Close in on me right now." Hearing this, the Blood Moon Tower's members quickly turned back to back, then swung the swords in their hands non-stop, fending off the arrows raining down from the sky. Lu Chen was completely stunned by this scene. Damn it, so this is the world where martial arts exist. The last time he came to North City to pay tribute, he was inside the carriage and did not witness his trusted aides defending against the arrow rain. The scene today was extremely shocking to him. Without using shields, but just the swords in their hands, they actually managed to fend off the skyfall of arrows. Although some were unable to completely block and were shot dead, most of the people from Blood Moon Tower survived. The scene today also made Lu Chen realize how important the fragmentary hand grenades the system gave him were. If it weren't for the grenades, they would probably have no way to deal with the assassins of Blood Moon Tower with the few people they had in the prince's mansion. At this moment, Lu Chen also felt a sense of relief, thankful that the newbie gift pack from the system included modern lethal weapons like grenades. As the prince's mansion soldiers finished shooting their arrows, Lu Yuan looked at the distant rooftops with scorn and said, "Is this the extent of arrows? Do you really think this will kill us? Is North Prince being too naive?" Lu Chen had no intention of wasting words with Lu Yuan. He directly told Li Feng and the others, "Don't bother with them. Just throw the grenades, pull the safety pins and wait for 3 breaths." Hearing this, Li Feng and the others quickly took out the grenades from their bosoms. At this moment, the soldiers holding the grenades couldn't help but tremble, as they had witnessed the power of this weapon. They were terrified that they might accidentally fail to throw the grenades. If they didn't manage to throw them, they would likely be the ones to die. Seeing the soldiers so nervous, Lu Chen said, "Don't worry, it won't explode on you." No sooner had Lu Chen's words fallen than Li Feng pulled the pin off the grenade in his hand, and after holding it for less than 2 seconds, he forcefully threw the grenade into the crowd of Blood Moon Tower. Though Li Feng was a 7th grade martial artist, he was also very nervous when using lethal weapons like grenades. Originally, Lu Chen had wanted them to detonate the grenades in midair, as no one knew if those martial artists could kick the grenades back. If that happened, they would be the ones in trouble. Fortunately, when Li Feng's grenade landed among the crowd, Lu Yuan and the others thought nothing of it. They even assumed it was just a stone thrown by the North Prince Mansion and easily dodged Li Feng's thrown grenade. Lu Yuan mocked again, saying, "Ha ha ha, has North Prince Mansion become so poor that they have no arrows and can only throw stones?" However, as soon as Lu Yuan's words finished, a huge blast exploded in the midst of the crowd. Boom! With a puff of white smoke, those around were either dead or injured, and the scene was filled with wailing. After seeing this, the people from Blood Moon Tower were scared stiff, unable to react for a long while. It was not until the second grenade exploded among the crowd that the martial artists of Blood Moon Tower started to flee in panic, as if crazed. My God! Heavenly thunder! Run! The North Prince Mansion has someone who can summon heavenly thunder. An immortal. There's an immortal in the North Prince Mansion. ... Watching the Blood Moon Tower members scatter, Lu Yuan clenched his broadsword tightly and roared with all his might, "Stop right there. Whoever flees, I will kill." Before Lu Yuan could finish speaking, a prince's mansion soldier threw a grenade toward Lu Yuan's position. Lu Yuan wasn't a fool, he had realized that this thing was what caused the explosion just now. Although he didn't know why it had such great destructive power, he was very clear that it was dangerous. Lu Yuan quickly pushed against the ground with his legs, and his body retreated 10 steps back. Still, when the grenade exploded, a shrapnel grazed past his leg, blasting flesh and blood from his limb. Lu Yuan was considered one of the luckier ones, as the 9th grade martial artist closest to him had collided directly with a hand grenade, instantly blown open with more than a dozen bloody holes. Upon witnessing this scene, Lu Yuan's body started trembling uncontrollably. Without a doubt, he was scared. He had never seen such a strange weapon before. It looked just like a stone, yet when it exploded, it was able to kill a 9th grade martial artist instantly. This completely overturned his understanding. He had never heard of such a weapon. How could such a weapon possibly exist in this world? If that dynasty possessed such a murderous tool, they would have likely unified the world a long time ago. At the same time, in the back courtyard of the prince's mansion, when Wang Qingqi and the people of Hundred Flowers Tower arrived at the back courtyard of the prince's mansion, they too heard the thunderous explosions. Upon hearing those sounds, Wang Qingqi paused momentarily. At that moment, Chen Yu said beside her, "Saintess, it looks like it's going to rain soon, which should help cover our movements." Chen Yu thought the rumbling was thunder, but Wang Qingqi clearly thought otherwise. Although the night sky was indeed overcast with heavy clouds, the sound was clearly not coming from the heavens above, plus there was a significant echo. Something must have happened in the front courtyard. It seemed the North Prince had quite a few secrets. At this moment, one of the assassins from Misty Pavilion suddenly alerted, "Saintess, there are people." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone from Hundred Flowers Tower became instantly alert. They had come to the back door of the prince's mansion mainly to block the North Prince's escape route, so the presence of people at the back door meant that North Prince and his party were planning to flee. Just as the people from Misty Pavilion thought they were about to see the underlings of North Prince Mansion making their escape, they saw a beautiful woman dressed in a green cloud attire with her hair done up in a cloud bun, slowly walking to the back courtyard door. The people from Misty Pavilion immediately recognized the woman, who was none other than the 9th grade expert Chu Yukon of North Prince Mansion. Seeing Chu Yukon appearing in the back courtyard, Chen Yu and the other assassins from Misty Pavilion were dumbfounded. A 9th grade expert like Chu Yukon not protecting the North Prince at his side, what was she doing running to the back courtyard at a time like this? What was going on? Suddenly, a bad premonition surged in everyone's hearts. Chu Yukon asked coldly, "It's so late, where does Miss Wang plan to go?" Wang Qingqi replied with a beaming smile, "This servant came to North Prince Mansion, of course, to attend to the prince." Chu Yukon snorted coldly and said, does attending to Chenur require so many people? At this point, Chen Yu stepped forward proactively. She quickly moved in front of Wang Qingqi. Saintus, you should go to the front courtyard to see what's happening. I have a bad feeling, let me hold her off. Before Chen Yu could finish her sentence, she felt a chill on her back, followed by a piercing pain that swept through her entire body. Chen Yu looked down slightly, hardly believing the sword blade embedded in her chest. She turned her head only to find out that it was Wang Qingqi who had attacked her. Saintus, you. Wang Qingqi then pulled out her sword, and before Chen Yu could finish speaking, she fell to the ground unconscious. Seeing this, the assassins from Misty Pavilion were dumbstruck. In their wildest dreams, they never imagined their Saintus would turn on their own at a time like this. At this moment, Wang Qingqi spoke again to Chu Yukon, Madam Chu, I will have to trouble you to help this servant get rid of these people and not let them escape. Hearing Wang Qingqi's words, the assassins of Misty Pavilion weren't fools, and they quickly realized that Wang Qingqi had betrayed Prince Lu Shuyun. One of them shouted loudly, everyone, run. We must spread the news of the Saintus's betrayal. As soon as he finished speaking, the assassins of Misty Pavilion fled in several directions. At that moment, Chu Yukon merely cast a cold glance around. Soon, there were over a dozen additional corpses at the back door of the prince's mansion. After dealing with the assassins from Misty Pavilion, Chu Yukon and Wang Qingqi headed to the training ground together. Wang Qingqi was somewhat curious as to why Chu Yukon would dare leave the North Prince at such a time. Although she knew that the North Prince might be somewhat capable, after all, Blood Moon Tower had sent so many 9th-grade martial artists, and there was even a half-step grandmaster among them. Could it be that Chu Yukon was not at all worried about her Chenur being killed? Or did Chu Yukon think that Lu Chen was fully capable of dealing with the assassins from Blood Moon Tower? Had the strength of the North Prince Mansion really become so strong? While Wang Qingqi was filled with questions, they had already arrived at the prince's mansion's training ground. Seeing the people from Blood Moon Tower surrounded on the training ground, Wang Qingqi froze in place. At this time, the corpses littered the training ground, but these bodies all belonged to the assassins from Blood Moon Tower. Currently, only 2 9th grade along with Blood Moon Tower's Vice Tower Master Lu Yuan were still alive. But their situation was very bad. The 3 of them were covered in blood, and it was clear that the 2 surviving 9th grade martial artists were seriously injured. If they weren't treated promptly, death wasn't likely far away. It hadn't been that long. Had the soldiers of the North Prince Mansion really captured all the assassins sent by Blood Moon Tower in one fell swoop? Wang Qingqi felt as if she was dreaming. She knew the North Prince Mansion might have some strength, but she had never anticipated that the North Prince Mansion could resolve the situation with the assassins from Blood Moon Tower in such a short period of time. That was 5 9th grades. And a half-step Grandmaster too. Even if the North Prince Mansion truly had a Master Realm powerhouse, it shouldn't have been possible to resolve so many people in less than a quarter of an hour, right? How did the North Prince Mansion do it? At this moment, Wang Qingqi turned her head to look at Lu Chen, who was walking towards the training ground from afar. If she wanted to know how the North Prince Mansion did it, she would probably have to wait and personally ask the North Prince later. During this time, Lu Yuan, supporting his injured body with a sword planted in the ground, clenched his teeth and said with a cold laugh when he saw the North Prince slowly emerge from the crowd, North Prince, I didn't expect you to be the one who's been hiding the deepest. It seems the whole world has been deceived by you. At this moment, Lu Yuan had lost his earlier sharpness. It hadn't been long, but almost all of his people had perished, leaving only 3 seriously injured people. The kind of weapon that the North Prince Mansion had just brought out, let alone a half-step Grandmaster, I fear even a true Grandmaster might not be able to fully withstand it. He had never dreamed that one day he would actually fall at the hands of a worthless prince. Hearing Lu Yuan's words, Lu Chen said indifferently, Tower Master Lu, do you have any last words? Later, when this prince annihilates Blood Moon Tower, perhaps I can convey your last words to your Tower Master. Lu Yuan laughed loudly, impertinent brat, since you want to kill me, then I shall take you down with me. As he spoke, Lu Yuan suddenly drew the sword planted in the ground and charged straight at Lu Chen. A fierce and proud smile appeared on Lu Yuan's face. Had the North Prince not come out earlier, he certainly wouldn't have been able to kill the North Prince. But the North Prince should not have, at this time, come out to mock him. At such a close distance, and being a half-step Grandmaster, although he was seriously injured, it was still possible to kill a worthless person. Seeing this scene, Wang Qingqi's complexion changed drastically, and she cried out, "Oh no!" Just when Wang Qingqi thought Lu Chen was in danger, she found that the people around her remained motionless. The soldiers of the prince's mansion in Chu Yukon just stood in place, quietly watching the scene unfold, as if they hadn't seen Lu Yuan's intention to perish together with Lu Chen. Wang Qingqi was stunned. She didn't understand why the soldiers of the prince's mansion in Chu Yukon were reacting so calmly. Lu Yuan was a half-step Grandmaster. Even if he was seriously injured, taking a high-level 9th grade with him before dying wouldn't be a problem. Yet the people of the prince's mansion were indifferent to the scene. Soon, Wang Qingqi understood why the people of the prince's mansion had no reaction to the scene whatsoever. At that moment, she saw Lu Chen take out a black stick-like weapon and aim it at Lu Yuan, who was charging towards him. Seeing the stick in Lu Chen's hand, Lu Yuan laughed loudly. "A mere worthless prince dares to face me alone in combat. Do you think that because I am seriously injured, I can no longer kill you?" Lu Yuan saw that no one around him moved, and when he saw Lu Chen pull out a stick, he even thought Lu Chen had gone mad, wishing to end his own life. While speaking, Lu Yuan had already arrived in front of Lu Chen. "Go to hell for this seat." As Lu Yuan's sword was about to chop down on Lu Chen, Wang Qingqi's heart leapt into her throat. However, at that moment, what she feared did not happen. Suddenly, a loud noise erupted, followed by Lu Chen stepping back. Bang! The instant the gunshot sounded, Lu Chen smiled and said, "Old chap, the times have changed." The next moment, Lu Yuan's body instantly flew out, and a huge bloody hole appeared in his back. Witnessing this scene, Wang Qingqi was completely stunned. What had just happened? And what was that loud noise? She had only seen Lu Yuan swing his sword at North Prince, then North Prince, holding a stick, faced Lu Yuan, after which Lu Yuan was flung away, with a huge bloody hole appearing in his body. North Prince hadn't even moved, yet Lu Yuan died. Wang Qingqi was no fool. She quickly realized that it was the black stick in Lu Chen's hand that had killed Lu Yuan. Wang Qingqi's mind was bewildered. A half-step Grandmaster. Just like that, dead. What kind of weapon did North Prince have in his hand that was so terrifying? Could there really be such a weapon in this world that could instantly kill a half-step Grandmaster? Wang Qingqi's mind quickly connected all recent events. She finally understood why Blood Moon Tower's first assassination attempt had failed. And she finally comprehended why North Prince was not at all afraid of Blood Moon Tower's assassination attempts. At the same time, she realized why the soldiers of North Prince Mansion, including Chu Yukon herself, were indifferent to North Prince's danger. Where was the danger for North Prince? The one in danger was Lu Yuan. A half-step Grandmaster, with just a glance at North Prince, had a huge bloody hole appear in his body instantaneously. With such a weapon in hand, North Prince need not fear any half-step Grandmaster. Not to mention a half-step Grandmaster, perhaps even a Grandmaster couldn't withstand that mysterious weapon. Seeing the black stick in Lu Chen's hand again, Wang Qingqi unconsciously broke out in cold sweats on her pristine forehead. That black stick seemed to emanate a thick scent of blood, causing Wang Qingqi's delicate body to shiver uncontrollably. In fact, it wasn't just Wang Qingqi who was shocked by the scene. Even Li Feng and others who had previously seen Lu Chen use the batrelle to snipe a 9th-grade martial artist were equally stunned. The last time Blood Moon Tower had attempted to assassinate North Prince's target was only a 9th-grade martial artist. But this time, the one dead at North Prince's hand was a half-step Grandmaster. A half-step Grandmaster. This was an existence that even the court would try to win over. Moreover, the previous grenade hadn't even killed this half-step Grandmaster of Blood Moon Tower. But in front of North Prince, before North Prince's mysterious weapon, killing this half-step Grandmaster was just a matter of an instant. Seeing the huge bloody hole in Lu Yuan's back, nearly everyone felt a chill down their spine. For a moment, the training ground was as silent as a graveyard at night, until the pleas for mercy from the remaining two ninth-grade martial artists of Blood Moon Tower broke the silence, bringing people back to their senses. The two surviving ninth-grade martial artists of the Blood Moon Guild completely lost their will to resist when they saw Lu Yuan instantly killed by the North Prince using a mysterious weapon. Even a half-step Grandmaster had been killed by the North Prince as easily as slaughtering a chicken, so what resistance could they, two ninth-grade martial artists, possibly muster? That was a half-step Grandmaster. A half-step Grandmaster who was just one step away from becoming a Grandmaster. Let alone a Grandmaster, even for a Grandmaster, it's not easy to instantly kill a half-step Grandmaster. Yet, the North Prince, who was rumored to be nothing but useless, eliminated him in an instant. Prince, please spare our lives, this humble one was threatened by Lu Yuan to come here, this humble one never had the intention to oppose the prince, they pleaded. Prince, have mercy, this humble one knows the hiding places of the Blood Moon Guild. If the prince wishes to eradicate the Blood Moon Guild, this humble one can lead the way. As they spoke, the two ninth-grade martial artists from the Blood Moon Guild kowtowed incessantly, their blood already congealing their hair together. Witnessing this scene, Wang Qingqi's heart was filled with mixed emotions. Once, she had thought that ninth-grade martial artists were extremely powerful, especially after she herself became a ninth-grade martial artist. She believed that she could one day break free from the Misty Pavilion and the Wang family with her own strength. But now, being ninth grade seemed so trivial. Not to mention ninth grade, even the status of a half-step Grandmaster might drastically decline in the future. With these thoughts, Wang Qingqi once again glanced at the black staff in Lu Chen's hands. With that mysterious weapon, any half-step Grandmaster would be no different from an ordinary person. If the North Prince Mansion could mass-produce the same type of weapons, the entire martial arts world might very well be overturned. At this moment, Wang Qingqi seemed to have foreseen the collapse of the martial arts world and the North Prince unifying the entire continent. At that time, Li Feng said to Lu Chen, Prince, should we keep these two? Maybe they can help us locate the Blood Moon Guild. After thinking for a moment, Lu Chen then asked, General Li, can you guarantee that these two ninth-grade martial artists won't escape? Li Feng replied, Your Highness, we can lock down their Pippa bones with hooks to prevent them from using their skills. Lu Chen said with a smile, General Li, what I asked was whether you could ensure that these two ninth-grade martial artists wouldn't escape. Li Feng fell silent. Of course, he couldn't guarantee this. Even if they hooked these two people's Pippa bones, they could still potentially find ways to escape, given they were ninth-grade martial artists. Seeing Li Feng's silence, Lu Chen could practically confirm that even Li Feng couldn't be sure of preventing their escape without fail. Although he had a ninth grade and a half-step Grandmaster by his side, one was Wang Qingqi and the other was Chu Yukan. He couldn't possibly have them watch over the assassins from the Blood Moon Guild. If Li Feng and the rest were to watch these assassins, with Li Feng being a 7th grade, and the remaining soldiers being 3rd and 4th grade, they might not be able to stop them if the assassins of the Blood Moon Guild really broke free. So, to be safe, it was better to dispose of these two. With that thought, Lu Chen, without saying another word, conjured the Desert Eagle out of his sleeve like magic, aimed it at the two 9th grade martial artists, and fired 2 shots, bang, bang. The last 2 assassins sent by the Blood Moon Guild fell to the ground. With that, all assassins sent by the Blood Moon Guild were wiped out, and Prince Lu Xian's plan failed once again. Seeing the 2 fallen 9th grade experts, the soldiers couldn't help but swallow hard. If it were before, one 9th grade could defeat 50 of them. Under normal circumstances, these 2 9th grade experts would have been wholly capable of killing all of them, over 100 soldiers. But now, 2 9th grade experts had been easily executed by their prince. The weapon in the prince's hands was terrifying. They didn't dare to imagine what would happen if that kind of weapon were used on them in the future. At this moment, Li Feng and the others felt immensely relieved that they had been wise to stay in the North City. If they had chosen to return to the capital city, let alone whether they could have made it out of Yan County. Even if they had made it back to the capital city, when the North Prince rose to power, they would likely have to face those mysterious weapons in the hands of the North Prince directly. Every time the soldiers thought about the previous grenade explosion, their bodies would involuntarily begin to tremble. At that moment, Wang Qingqi stared intensely at the Desert Eagle in Lu Chen's hands. She had initially thought that the North Prince only had that long black weapon and was shocked to discover that the North Prince also possessed a mysterious weapon capable of easily killing a ninth-grade martial artist. How could the North Prince possess such a terrifying weapon? Where on earth did these weapons come from? Wang Qingqi was very certain that such dreadful weapons did not exist in this world. Otherwise, the martial arts world would have been in chaos long ago. It was at this moment that Lu Chen turned his head to look at Wang Qingqi. Wang Qingqi's delicate frame shivered slightly, and her mind went blank. With just one look from Lu Chen, Wang Qingqi felt overwhelmed with fear. In her heart, the North Prince had become synonymous with a god of death and mystery. Lu Chen said with a smile, "Qingqi, how do you plan to deal with the people from the Misty Pavilion?" Lu Chen had only subdued Wang Qingqi, therefore, he had no intention of sparing the remaining people from Misty Pavilion. Elements that could not be fully controlled were best eliminated entirely. He had not yet grown strong enough to contend with the whole world, so he still needed to act with caution and care. Upon hearing Lu Chen's question, Wang Qingqi immediately replied, "Your Highness, please rest assured, I have already taken care of them all with the help of Madame Chu." Lu Chen was somewhat surprised to hear Wang Qingqi's answer. Truthfully, he had not expected Wang Qingqi to be capable of such action, especially since she was the saintess of the Misty Pavilion and had grown up there since childhood. Chu Yukon then spoke up, "Chenur, what do you plan to do next?" Even though they had just thwarted another assassination attempt by Blood Moon Tower, Chu Yukon did not believe that Blood Moon Tower would just let it go. This time, their Vice Tower Master had died at the North Prince Mansion, and Blood Moon Tower was notorious for seeking vengeance. It was certain they would come back for revenge. The situation at the Prince's mansion remained precarious. After pondering for a moment, Lu Chen then said, "Let word of today's events spread. Say that the mysterious Grand Master of the Prince's mansion has not left, and with the help of the mansion's Grand Master, we have foiled another assassination by Blood Moon Tower." Lu Chen was not yet ready to let the world know about his Desert Eagle and Batrele, so for now, he could only use the mysterious Grand Master to deter those who harbored enmity towards the prince's mansion. Chu Yukon contemplated for a moment and agreed that Lu Chen's approach was sound. "Chenur, you should go see Zixuan and the others. Leave everything here to us," she said. Mu Zixuan and the sisters from the Zhou family were still in the tunnel, likely already aware of the commotion above the mansion and probably very worried. Thus, Chu Yukon wanted Lu Chen to check on them first. All three women, Mu Zixuan included, were pregnant and should not be overly frightened. Lu Chen simply said, "Okay," and then turned to leave. At the same time, inside the tunnel of the prince's mansion, Mu Zixuan and the Zhou sisters looked anxiously toward the top of the tunnel. Zhou Xiaoxiao then said to Mu Zixuan, "Sister Mu, the prince will be okay, won't he?" Zhou Xiaoxiao and Zhou Yuyu had experienced the devastation of their family being wiped out, so they were particularly sensitive to such matters. They didn't want to return to their previous way of life. To them, the North Prince was their sky, and if something happened to the North Prince, their world would collapse. Mu Zixuan reassured, "Don't worry, the prince will definitely be alright." Although Mu Zixuan had not personally witnessed Lu Chen using the mysterious weapon to kill a ninth-grade martial artist last time, she had heard about it from her trusted aides afterward. Therefore, she firmly believed that the man she married was not ordinary, and he would surely be able to deal with the assassination attempts from Blood Moon Tower with ease. They just needed to wait here. Just then, a tall and majestic man entered the tunnel. Seeing that it was Lu Chen, Zhou Xiaoxiao and Zhou Yuyu rushed to embrace him without hesitation. "Thank goodness, Your Highness, you're all right. Sob sob sob, you've scared us to death." Lu Chen patted Zhou Yuyu and Zhou Xiaoxiao on their backs and said with a smile, "All right, it's over. Everything's fine now." Early in the morning, the military forces of North City sealed off Yan County. On the streets, soldiers were coming and going on nearly every road. Seeing this scene, the common people were so scared that they hurriedly ran towards their homes. At the same time, the entrance to the prefectural government was surrounded by a group of soldiers. Li Rui had not yet risen from his bed when he heard his wife enter the room in a panic, shouting loudly, "My lord, something terrible has happened. There's been an incident." Hearing his wife's voice, Li Rui got up from the bed, dazed, and asked, "My lady, what has happened?" Lady Li quickly said, "A group of soldiers has come to the door, saying they are here to search the prefectural government." At these words, Li Rui's eyes suddenly widened, and he became fully alert. He immediately stood up from the bed. "What's going on? Why are there soldiers searching the prefectural government?" Lady Li said, "This servant does not know what happened. My lord, you should go and see. They're about to break in." Li Rui hastily walked towards the main gate of the prefectural government, not even taking the time to get dressed. At this moment, Li Rui's heart was filled with immense trepidation. He was wondering whether the North Prince was going to take action against him, the prefecture governor. But then he thought that he had already handed over the military power and had been diligently serving the North Prince. The North Prince wouldn't possibly take action against him, would he? He now considered himself a man of the North Prince, and what seigneur would act against their own people? If he, the prefecture governor, were removed, it would be even more difficult for the North Prince to suppress the various power groups in North City. Soon, Li Rui appeared at the entrance of the prefectural government. Seeing that the officer leading the soldiers was someone he knew well, Li Rui breathed a sigh of relief and asked, "Captain Wu, what is this about?" Wu Hong said with a smile, "Lord Li, please forgive the intrusion. Last night, the prince was attacked by an assassin from Blood Moon Tower. It is said that several assassins got away. The prince ordered a city-wide search. No one's residence can be overlooked." Upon hearing this, Li Rui's expression changed, and he quickly asked, "The prince is all right, isn't he?" Wu Hong replied, "Lord Li, rest assured, thanks to the mysterious Grand Master from the prince's mansion, the prince was only frightened, he is unharmed." Relieved by this information, Li Rui breathed a sigh of relief. If the North Prince had been killed, he as the prefecture governor might well have been implicated. Then Li Rui said, "All right, go ahead with your search." Wu Hong bowed and said, "Thank you for your understanding." After that, Wu Hong led the soldiers into the prefectural government for a quick search before moving on to the next residence. Soon, the news of the attempt on the North Prince's life spread throughout the entire Yan County. Almost everyone in Yan County knew about the assassination attempt on the North Prince by individuals from Blood Moon Tower and how it was thwarted by the mysterious Grand Master of the North Prince Mansion. Although the North Prince was regarded as an ineffectual prince, he was still a prince, and an attempted assassination on a prince was certainly a major event. This news quickly spread to the capital city. Prince Lu Shuyun's residence. Upon seeing the pigeon letter from Wang Qingqi, Lu Shuyun flew into a rage. He lifted his arm and swept everything off the table to the floor, then overturned the table in front of him. Sounds of clattering ensued in the study as Lu Shuyun smashed everything smashable in the room. Trash. Trash. A bunch of trash. 6 ninth-grade martial artists and 1 half-step grandmaster, yet they can't even kill a useless cripple. What use are you? Upon hearing Lu Shuyun's voice, all the maids in the room stood to one side, shivering and not daring to breathe too loudly. Lu Shuyun truly couldn't believe that this operation had actually failed. Even if the mysterious Grand Master was still at the North Prince Mansion, with the half-step Grand Master of Blood Moon Tower there, he should have been able to hold him off for a while, thus creating an opportunity for the other 9th-grade warriors to kill Lu Chen. But Blood Moon Tower had actually failed. Not only did the people of Blood Moon Tower fail, but also practically everyone sent by the Misty Pavilion died, leaving only Wang Qingqi to escape, reportedly with severe injuries, hiding in Yan County, desperately clinging to life. Lu Shuyun felt like his lungs were about to explode with anger. He had always thought that getting rid of that useless Lu Chen would be an easy task, but now he had failed twice in a row. With these 2 failures, attempting to strike at the North Prince Mansion again in the future would likely not be as easy. Other powers are not fools. Even a professional assassination organization like Blood Moon Tower had failed, so it's highly likely that other assassin organizations would refuse his mission. Just as Lu Shuyun was venting his dissatisfaction by smashing things, a servant hurriedly burst in. Your Highness, something terrible has happened. It's a major disaster. Lu Shuyun was already furious, and hearing the servant panic, his anger increased. He kicked the servant, sending him flying against the wall. Fortunately, his strength wasn't very great, and he didn't kick the servant to death. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, the servant hurriedly got up and said, Your Highness, the whole capital city is now abuzz with rumors saying that you sent Blood Moon Tower's assassins to kill the North Prince, with the aim of forcing the aristocratic families from the south to support only you in the succession dispute. Upon hearing this, Lu Shuyun froze for a moment, then stood stock still. He quickly collected himself and his face darkened in an instant. Those good brothers of mine are truly seizing every possible opportunity. In politics, what you can do, you must not declare, and what you declare, you cannot do. Although fratricide among royal brothers is a fairly common occurrence, it is taboo for any dynasty. Of course, people knew that Prince Lu Shuyun was the one most eager to eliminate Prince Lu Chen. Their maternal clans both hailed from the aristocratic families of the south, which could only support one prince in the struggle for succession. But such matters should only be known without being publicly discussed, as it would be scandalous for royal brothers to engage in murder. If such things were taboo for the royal family, then why were there rumors in the capital city about him sending people to assassinate Prince Lu Chen? Clearly, another prince was behind this, aiming to disqualify him from the race for the crown prince's title. After hearing about the capital city's rumors, Lu Shuyun, who had just been thinking about how to get rid of Lu Chen, now found himself in a position where he could no longer take action against him. This is the politics of doing what must not be spoken of. Now that rumors have spread, if he were to send someone to kill Lu Chen and Lu Chen died, it would essentially confirm his culpability. Even if Lu Chen's death didn't come by his hand, the court officials supporting other princes would say it was his doing, and the common people would likewise believe he killed Prince Lu Chen. At that point, he would completely lose his eligibility to contest for the position of crown prince. Lu Shuyun clenched his fists, filled with unwillingness in his heart. Was he to simply let that worthless man go? The first and second assassination attempts were mainly for his own political purposes, but at this moment, Lu Shuyun was so enraged he stopped thinking politically, he only wanted to get rid of Lu Chen. Of course, this was just a momentary personal emotion, and Lu Shuyun soon calmed down. Regardless, he could not take any action against Lu Chen for the time being. At this moment, Lu Shuyun turned his head to look at the bookshelf in the study and directed toward it. Immediately send a message to Wang Qingqi. Tell her to heal from her injuries while continuing to lie low in North City, not to take any action for the time being. As Lu Shuyun's words fell, a shadow flipped out of the window and left the study. Capital City. Imperial Palace, Royal Garden. The Sum Emperor, dressed in a yellow dragon robe, sat in the pavilion, delicately savoring the fragrant tea in his hands. At this moment, a soldier clad in armor suddenly appeared behind him. Your Majesty, your servant has confirmed that it was Prince Lu Yi who spread the rumors that Prince Shuyun sent people to assassinate Prince Lu Chen. Hearing this, the teacup in the hands of the Sum Emperor shattered instantly, and he uttered a cold snort. My children are really getting too restless. Could it be that they're all hoping for my early demise? Are they so eager for the crown prince's position? Seeing the Sum Emperor's anger, the state preceptor, Satu Ce, seated opposite to him immediately said, Your Majesty, please calm your anger. It's not surprising for brothers to turn against each other when the crown prince position remains undecided. If your Majesty could establish the heir sooner, it might quell some of the prince's thoughts. At these words, the Sum Emperor chuckled and then said, Only you dare to talk to me like this, state preceptor. If anyone else suggested that I establish the crown prince earlier, I'd make sure they get 100 lashes. Saying so, the Sum Emperor rose from his stone bench and, with hands clasped behind his back, gazed at the lotus pond in the royal garden. To be truthful, I'm more curious about how Chen managed to survive than the affairs occurring within the capital city. The thoughts of the Sum Emperor were much like those of Lu Shuyun. Even if the Chu family really arranged for a mysterious Grand Master to protect Lu Chen, it was highly likely that the assassination attempt by Blood Moon Tower would succeed. According to intelligence gathered by the Shadow Guard, Blood Moon Tower had dispatched a half-step Grandmaster and 5 ninth-grade fighters to North City. Moreover, with the pieces Lu Shuyun had placed in North City, if they acted together, even the presence of a Grandmaster might not spare the North Prince from death. Yet, the North Prince had survived. This caused the Sum Emperor to doubt whether the mysterious Grandmaster beside the North Prince was truly just that simple. At this moment, Satu Ce spoke up. Perhaps Prince Lu Chen was able to survive because his fate decreed he should not die yet. Luck played its part. The Sum Emperor spoke indifferently. Enough, the farce should come to an end. Since the Chu family has not sent anyone to North City to contact Chen lately, let him do as he pleases there. I no longer plan to inquire about his affairs. The Sum Emperor had someone investigate the Chu family recently and found that aside from initially sending Chu Yukon and that mysterious Grand Master to protect Lu Chen when he first went to North City, they had made no further moves. They had not sent anyone to contact Lu Chen, and it seemed as if they had indeed given up on him. Even the Sum Emperor had heard that there was great dissatisfaction within the Chu family with Chu Shang, the family head, and there was talk of replacing him. Chu Shang, with troubles of his own, naturally lacked the interest to concern himself with Lu Chen, far away in North City. The Sum Emperor then commanded the red-robed eunuch beside him, issue my decree. For spreading rumors and tarnishing the royal family's dignity, Prince Lu Yi is to be confined for 3 months. As for Prince Shuyun. At this, the Sum Emperor paused for a moment, then continued, Mr. Lu, later go and tell Prince Shuyun to exercise restraint. Upon hearing this, the red-robed eunuch in front of the Sum Emperor instantly responded, Yes, Your Majesty. Following this, Mr. Lu left the imperial palace and headed for the residences of Prince Lu Yi and Prince Shuyun to deliver the decree. Meanwhile, south, Sufeng City. Chu family. An old man with graying hair sat in the courtyard, poring over the letter in his hands repeatedly. Just then, a middle-aged man dressed in blue brocade entered the compound. Father, didn't you say that we would temporarily ignore the affairs of North Prince Mansion? Why won't you let Yukon return? And to think that you have secretly arranged for a Grand Master to protect the North Prince. The man named Chu Hongfei is the son of Chu Shang, and he is also Lu Chen's uncle. Chu Hongfei was in a bad mood after learning that the North Prince Mansion had a mysterious Grand Master, even though Lu Chen was his nephew, but he had very little to do with Lu Chen, let alone having any fondness for him. Moreover, the woman he loved had always been with the North Prince, which made Chu Hongfei even more unhappy. As for the woman he loved, that was naturally Chu Yukon. Facing his son's questioning, Chu Shang fell silent for a moment, then countered, Hongfei, do you really think that the Grand Master in the North Prince Mansion was sent by me? Upon hearing Chu Shang's words, Chu Hongfei was taken aback, then he said, besides you, who else would send a Grand Master to protect a worthless prince? In Chu Hongfei's view, Chu Shang was likely worried that Lu Chen, his grandson, would get hurt, so he sent a Grand Master there. At that moment, Chu Shang sighed and said, Indeed, I had considered sending a Grand Master to protect the North Prince, but thinking of the recent movements in the capital city, I eventually gave up on that idea. I have no idea where that mysterious Grand Master came from either. And Yukon went to North City with the North Prince of her own free will, now she no longer listens to the Chu family. At this point, a look of doubt surfaced on Chu Hongfei's face, and he promptly asked, Dad, you wouldn't be lying to me, would you? If it wasn't by your order, how could Yukon possibly follow a good-for-nothing who doesn't know anything? I don't believe it. Chu Shang said with a disappointed tone. Right now, the Sum Emperor's actions are unrelenting. The head of the imperial guards in the capital city has been replaced over and over. Even Zhou Wangtian has been wiped out. Mu Chengtian has been imprisoned in the capital city, and it's clear that the Sum Emperor is about to strike at the aristocratic families. At a time like this, how dare I have too much contact with the North Prince? Do you really think I've gone senile and want the Sum Emperor's blade to fall on us even quicker? As for Yukon, I advise you, son, best give up sooner rather than later. Although her husband died on the first day she married into the Wang family, she is still considered the Wang family's daughter-in-law. Upon hearing Chu Shang's words, Chu Hongfei thoughtfully said, Dad, if it really wasn't a Grand Master you sent to North City, Then it stands to reason that no Grand Master would protect the North Prince, right? Chu Shang stroked his graying beard and then said, I was also very puzzled when I first saw this message. However, I just received news from the capital city, and it seems that this matter may have something to do with Prince Lu Yi. As he said this, Chu Shang handed the letter he was holding to Chu Hongfei. Chu Hongfei picked up the letter and glanced at it, his expression changing again and again. Then he said, Dad, do you think that Prince Lu Yi is the one who sent the Grand Master to protect the North Prince, trying to pull our Chu family over to his side in this way? Chu Shang said indifferently, not to win over the Chu family, but to win over me. The letter in Chu Hongfei's hand was sent by a spy from the Chu family in the capital city, who found out that Prince Lu Yi had spread news about the North Prince several times, including the news circulated in the capital city about the 8th Prince faction attempting to assassinate the North Prince, which was also spread by Prince Lu Yi. It seemed like Prince Lu Yi was protecting the North Prince. But Chu Shang was no fool, it was clearly a performance for him to see. It was hard to say whether the Grand Master by the North Prince's side was Prince Lu Yi's underling. As Prince Lu Yi, the person most likely to become the crown prince, it was unquestionable that he had Grand Masters under him. But Grand Masters aren't cabbages. Prince Lu Yi himself needed Grand Master protection, and sending a Grand Master to protect the North Prince would leave who to protect him in the capital city. That is, unless he had more than one Grand Master at his side. At this time, Chu Hongfei placed the letter on the stone table and said, I don't care, Yukon must come back no matter what. What's the point of her staying with a worthless prince in North City? The conditions in North City are so harsh, she'll only suffer there. Hearing this, Chu Shang became furious and scolded, all you think about is women, is that all you aspire to? With the Chu family on the brink of disaster, you're still concerned about women. Chu Hongfei said carelessly, what does the Chu family's disaster have to do with me? When the time comes, I'll simply take Yukon to the Great Wu dynasty. Hearing Chu Hongfei's words almost caused Chu Shang to choke in anger. Get out. Just get the hell out of here. Chu Shang yelled fiercely. Seeing Chu Shang angry, Chu Hongfei quickly left the courtyard. After Chu Hongfei left, Chu Shang looked at the empty courtyard and sighed deeply, saying, Yue, your father has wronged you. I failed to protect you back then, and now I don't even dare to send someone to protect your child. As the days passed by, the bellies of the 3 ladies of Mu Zixuan grew larger and soon the time for childbirth approached. Ever since the news spread that the North Prince had been assassinated by Blood Moon Tower and then saved by a mysterious Grand Master, North City had become much more stable. This made some forces realize that the mysterious Grand Master by the North Prince's side might stay with him permanently, protecting the North Prince. Although the North Prince was ineffectual, the mysterious Grand Master by his side was certainly not to be trifled with. Moreover, due to the Sum Emperor's warning, Prince Lu Shuyun no longer continued to send assassins after Lu Chen but merely instructed Wang Qingqi to continue monitoring Lu Chen in North City, and to inform him immediately if there was any contact between the North Prince and the Chu family. Over these months, Lu Chen had not been preoccupied with the affairs of North City. It was still managed by the prefecture governor Li Rui. However, Lu Chen had had the land of the prince's mansion surveyed, then ordered the people to reclaim the wasteland and had all 10,000 caddies of seed potatoes planted. There was plenty of unused land in North City, and not many people paid attention to the surveying and reclamation of land by the North Prince mansion. These days, Lu Chen had been consistently present at the prince's mansion, accompanying Mu Zixuan and the other 2 ladies, who were due to give birth soon, thus he took extra care of them, fearing any potential mishaps. At that moment, Lu Chen gently stroked Mu Zixuan's protruding belly and said with a smile, My consort, for now, entrust the businesses of the prince's mansion to Madame Chu. From here on, just focus on waiting for the delivery, and don't worry about those matters. In these few months, Mu Zixuan had expanded the soap and perfume industries 100-fold, and now across the entire Great Xia dynasty, whether it was nobles and dignitaries or common folk, all were using the perfumes and soaps produced by their prince's mansion. Although these 2 products were quite profitable, because they belonged to the North Prince's enterprises and with Mu Chengtian overseeing them in the capital city, for the time being, no one dared to covet these industries. What Lu Chen found most surprising was that Mu Zixuan seemed to be a person with a sharp business acumen, having combined perfumes and soaps to create the product known as scented soap. Of course, this combination was no simple matter. The scented soap had been improved to be used for bathing. With these industries in the prince's mansion, they could reap hundreds of thousands of silver every month, and Mu Zixuan was still actively expanding the trade routes, intending to sell these products to other countries. Unfortunately, as her belly swelled day by day, her energy waned more and more, and she felt sleepy every day. Now, she was completely unable to manage the businesses of the prince's mansion. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Mu Zixuan said, I have already transferred all the business ledgers of the prince's mansion to Madame Chu, and she has been familiarizing herself with those enterprises these past days. Although Chu Yukon could not be counted as a member of the North Prince Mansion yet, everyone there trusted her, knowing that she would eventually be one of Lu Chen's women. Handing over the management of the prince's mansion's businesses to her, no one was worried about any potential issues arising. Just then, the maid Xiao Ru entered the room and said softly, Prince, General Li seeks an audience with you, mentioning it's an important matter. Hearing this, Lu Chen caressed Mu Zixuan's cheek and then said, My consort, I need to step out for a while, you stay here and rest. With a smile, Mu Zixuan said, All right, Prince, go attend to your affairs. Lu Chen then stood up and made his way towards the training ground. Seeing Li Feng, Lu Chen asked without waiting for a salute, General Li, what brings you to me? What is the matter? Li Feng promptly replied, Prince, good news. Those plants that you had those. Pausing for a moment, Li Feng then quickly added, Oh, right, potatoes. The potatoes are ready for harvest. Hearing this, Lu Chen's eyes lit up. Potatoes were considered the most suitable crop for addressing the food shortage in North City, and were a product that Lu Chen valued highly. Lu Chen immediately said, Let's go have a look. With those words, he headed towards the main gate of the prince's mansion. Lu Chen was eager to know just how much harvest they could obtain from the potatoes planted in North City. He was no agricultural expert and could only follow the planting methods of the people in this world, so he was quite uncertain. Soon, Lu Chen arrived at the field where the North Prince Mansion had planted the potatoes. By that time, many soldiers and local commoners were already waiting there. The local commoners were all interested in the new crops planted by the North Prince, even though the North Prince Mansion had never revealed to them what they were planting. But the fact that soldiers were sent out every day to patrol the fields showed how important these crops must be to the North Prince Mansion. Seeing so many commoners nearby, Li Feng asked, Prince, should we drive all these commoners away? After all, potatoes were a secret of the North Prince Mansion. If too many people knew about it, there would likely be many who coveted the North Prince Mansion's potatoes. Lu Chen shook his head and said, If we drive them away, how will we promote the planting of potatoes in North City in the future? He had planned to let the commoners of North City grow potatoes, and if they could not witness the yield per acre, they would certainly not take up potato cultivation. If the North Prince Mansion forced the commoners to plant crops they had never seen before, it could potentially cause public outrage. At this moment, the surrounding commoners saw the North Prince himself coming and began to discuss. Look, isn't that the prince? Yes, it's him. I saw him when he first came to Yan County. What is being planted in these fields that even the North Prince himself has to come? They say it's food that can be eaten. Really? This is the first time I've heard of food buried in the ground. Let's just wait and see. They're probably about to start digging, and then we'll know. Lu Chen ignored the commoners' discussions. He glanced at the crowd and then said to the soldiers holding hoes, Start by digging up 1 acre and see how much the yield is. At Lu Chen's command, the soldiers started digging, and soon enough, several irregularly shaped, oval potatoes appeared before everyone's eyes. Seeing so many potatoes beneath a single plant, the surrounding commoners were astounded. Can these really be eaten? My God, there are so many under just one plant. If they all can be eaten, then won't North City never suffer from famine again? But will the North Prince distribute the seeds of these plants to us commoners? As time passed, the digging of the 1-acre plot was soon completed. Seeing the potatoes piled up like a small hill, Both the soldiers of North City and the surrounding commoners were spellbound. In the end, after weighing, the yield of potatoes from 1 acre was nearly 2,000 kilograms. When Li Feng saw this number, he could hardly believe it, 2,000 kilograms of potatoes from just 1 acre. In this era, an acre of wheat did not even yield 200 kilograms. As unbelievable as it was, all of this was unfolding right before his eyes, leaving Li Feng with no choice but to believe. Li Feng then approached Lu Chen to report the measuring results, but Lu Chen directly said to Li Feng, "General Li, tell the commoners loudly how much yield we have per acre of potatoes." Instantly understanding Lu Chen's intention, Li Feng loudly announced, reporting to the prince, "After our measurement, the yield of potatoes per acre is 2,000 kilograms. Hearing this, the surrounding commoners erupted in excitement. Heavens! 2,000 kilograms. With so much food, we won't have to worry about going hungry again in the future. Auspicious omen, this is an auspicious omen indeed. Seeing the excited populace, Lu Chen revealed a slight smile. He believed that after seeing the yield of potatoes, they already had the idea of planting them in their minds. After all, compared to potatoes, the yield of wheat was simply too low. At this moment, Lu Chen called out to the surrounding people, "Quiet down, everyone." As the North Prince spoke, the crowd instantly fell silent. Their eyes were fixed on Lu Chen as if they were hungry wolves eyeing their prey. They were eager to know if the North Prince would distribute the seeds of this plant to the people. Seeing the crowd quiet down, Lu Chen then spoke, "The grain you see here is called a potato, it can serve as a staple food. As for its yield, you've seen it yourselves. The prince has decided to distribute some potato seeds for the public to try planting, and those who do so will be exempt from agricultural taxes for 2 years. Hearing Lu Chen's words, the people stirred with excitement once more. They hadn't expected that the North Prince would truly consider giving them this miraculous crop to cultivate, and even exempt them from 2 years of agricultural tax. Then some of the people couldn't help but kneel down, constantly bowing their heads to Lu Chen in gratitude. Seeing the fervor of the populace, Lu Chen knew that promoting potatoes would probably not be a big problem. After a few years, if North City wasn't stricken by any natural disasters or calamities, it was highly likely that there would be no severe food crisis like there was currently. Just at that moment, when Lu Chen was about to say something, a system notification suddenly sounded. "Congratulations to the host for the birth of your first child. Rewarded with 5,000 brocade guards, 2 master-level commanders, and a bonus reward of weapons forging technology. The more offspring the host has, the more valuable the rewards will be, including but not limited to various modern technologies, factories, and even industrial production lines." Hearing this unexpected system voice, Lu Chen was stunned. He hadn't thought that shortly after leaving the prince's mansion, he would already have a child. But without a doubt, Mu Zixuan must have given birth. At that moment, as he was preparing to hurry back to the prince's mansion, a trusted aide from the mansion rode towards him excitedly, shouting, "Prince, Prince, the princess consort is about to give birth, Madame Chu requests you to return quickly." Hearing this, Lu Chen didn't hesitate to say to Li Feng, "General Li, I'll leave the rest to you, I need to go see the princess consort." Li Feng naturally understood the importance of the prince consort giving birth to an heir. With an heir, it meant that the North Prince mansion's lineage would continue. He immediately replied, "Prince, please rest assured on your return, I will instruct the soldiers to excavate the potatoes as quickly as possible." Lu Chen said no more and immediately boarded his carriage. Meanwhile, in a tavern in Yan County, North City, the tavern owner stood at the counter, clicking away at an abacus. Suddenly, his brain paused as a surge of information flooded his mind. The tavern owner immediately looked shocked, turning his head in the direction of the North Prince mansion in disbelief. Muttering to himself, the tavern owner said, "Could it be him? No wonder, no wonder. It looks like I'm going to be busy in the future." With that, the tavern owner set down the abacus and began to change clothes. At almost the same time, in the capital city, the owner of a liquor establishment that Prince Lu Shuyun frequently visited, and also the manager. Just as he was about to personally welcome today's distinguished guests, he froze in place, his expression one of disbelief. He murmured to himself, "If it's that Prince is doing, I fear my task is imminent." It seems I must prepare in advance. On the way back to the prince's mansion, Lu Chen opened the system to take a look at the rewards he had just received. System, where are these 5,000 brocade guards now? And what's their strength like? Lu Chen hadn't expected that one of the rewards for having an heir would be a group of people. He thought the system would have awarded him a batch of modern military hardware. The system's prompt sounded at that moment. The 5,000 members of the Brocade Guard are now distributed across the various counties of the Great Xia dynasty, with the lowest rank among them being 5th grade, while the heads of the 4 major institutions and the 5 commanders of the Brocade Guard are all 9th grade. In addition, the subordinates obtained by the host through the system have a loyalty of 100% and possess identities implanted from this world. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Lu Chen curiously asked, how do those people know that they are part of the Brocade Guard? It is the power of the system. The host can think of it as the system having implanted a portion of special memories in them, keeping the whole Brocade Guard operational until their true master appears. At the sound of the system's prompt, Lu Chen couldn't help but marvel at the system's power. All members of the Brocade Guard have received your personal information. Currently, there are 300 Brocade Guards in North City, including a commander, head of punishment department, head of investigation department, and both outer and inner commanders stationed in Yan County. They will arrive at the prince's mansion as soon as possible to report intelligence to you. Does the host need to recall Brocade Guards from outside North City? Seeing the system's prompt, Lu Chen asked, can I communicate with them across the distance? No, but the host has the authority to summon them once. Lu Chen understood the system's meaning. If he wanted to recall all the Brocade Guards, then they would be able to receive a message from the system. This was a capability of the system. But why would he want to recall all the Brocade Guards? The function of the Brocade Guard is to monitor officials and gather intelligence. If he recalled them, what use would the Brocade Guard still have? With this in mind, Lu Chen said, no need, let them stay where they are. The Brocade Guards outside North City have received the host's order to stand by at their current locations. After returning to the prince's mansion, Lu Chen hurried to Mu Zixuan's birthing room. At that moment, Mu Zixuan looked pale, covered in sweat, and extremely weak. Seeing Lu Chen return, Mu Zixuan strained to rise from the bed, and Lu Chen quickly went to support her, saying, my love, you should lie down and rest. Just then, the midwife came to Lu Chen with a child in her arms. Congratulations, Prince, the princess consort has given birth to a princely heir for you. Hearing this, Lu Chen immediately glanced at the child in the midwife's hands and nervously took him into his own arms. The newborn was very small and rather ugly, but Lu Chen had no thoughts of disdain, for it was his own child. At that moment, Chu Yukan reminded him, Chenur, you haven't named the child yet. Give him a name now. Lu Chen thought for a while and then said, let's call him Lu Changfeng. Changfeng can be interpreted as a continual wind, symbolizing strength, vitality, and hope. Lu Chen wished for his first child to grow proactively and one day accomplish great things. After accompanying Mu Zixuan in the birthing room for a while, Lu Chen left to prepare for the arrival of the commander of the Brocade Guard. As soon as he stepped out of the birthing room, Chu Yukan asked, Chenur, where have you just been? Mu Zixuan was about to give birth, yet Lu Chen was not at the prince's mansion, which meant he must have been attending to something very important. Lu Chen replied, the potatoes are ripe. I just went to check on General Li and the others harvesting potatoes. At that, Chu Yukan's eyes lit up before she asked, the same potatoes you gave us to eat before. Chu Yukan and the other women of the inner court of the prince's mansion had all seen potatoes and tasted them. Chu Yukan realized the importance of potatoes to North City after Lu Chen introduced them. Lu Chen nodded at this time. Chu Yukan continued to ask, how is the yield of those potatoes? Lu Chen replied, 2,000 kilograms per acre. Upon hearing this answer, Chu Yukan stood frozen in place. Although Lu Chen had mentioned before that the yield of potatoes would be substantial, she hadn't expected it to be this high. If potatoes could be widely adopted, the people of North City might never have to go hungry again, and the prestige of the North Prince would quickly rise. Seeing Chu Yukan astonished at the yield of the potatoes, Lu Chen said mysteriously, Madam Chu, are you surprised? Wait, there's something even more surprising coming for you. Before Lu Chen could finish, a trusted aide from the prince's mansion rushed over and said, Prince, Madam Chu, something terrible has happened. A group of martial artists wearing strange clothes has arrived outside the prince's mansion. Hearing the report of the trusted aide, Chu Yukin's brows furrowed. A martial artist dressed in strange attire. Who would dare to cause trouble at the North Prince mansion? Ever since the assassination attempt on Lu Chen by Blood Moon Tower failed last time, no one in North City had dared to provoke the North Prince mansion. People knew that the North Prince mansion had a Grand Master, so they wouldn't be so foolish. And yet, someone had come knocking today. Chu Yukin immediately said to Lu Chen, Chenur, I'll go take a look first. Lu Chen said, Madam Chu, I'll go with you. Chu Yukin was about to say something, but thinking of the mysterious weapon on Lu Chen's person, coupled with the fact that Lu Chen was now a martial artist himself, she refrained from dissuading him. After that, they arrived at the entrance of the prince's mansion. As soon as they arrived at the entrance, they saw the martial artists in strange attire, described by the trusted aide, standing in rows, extremely respectful at the entrance of the prince's mansion, with no intention of causing trouble. Lu Chen evaluated the martial artists wearing flying fish suits and cloaks, the brocade guards, but didn't immediately approach. Chu Yukin, on seeing this scene, was immediately stunned. She had thought they were there to cause trouble, but by their appearance, they clearly weren't. Moreover, their attire was uniform, as if they were martial artists from some government agency. However, she had never heard of any agency under the Great Xia dynasty that wore such attire. After sensing the realm of these individuals, Chu Yukin's brow furrowed, and she became instantly alert. The man at the forefront, judging by his aura, was undoubtedly not any less powerful than her. And the 5 people behind him were also 9th grade. As for the remaining warriors on the 2 carts, nearly all were 5th grade or above. Last time when Blood Moon Tower sent people to assassinate Lu Chen, they didn't bring so many 5th grade martial artists. What was the origin of these people? And what did they want to do at the prince's mansion? What made Chu Yukin most uneasy was the man at the front, who posed a tremendous threat to her. She even suspected that he might be a Grand Master. Just as Chu Yukin was about to inquire their identities, she saw the leading man step forward and then kneel on one knee in front of Lu Chen, saying, Commander of the Brocade Guard, Qin Yushan, pays his respects to the prince. I have failed to report to the prince at the earliest opportunity. Please, prince, punish me. After Qin Yushan knelt down, the brocade guards behind him also uniformly knelt down in unison. Seeing this scene, Chu Yukin's face showed shock. She couldn't understand when Lu Chen had acquired so many strong subordinates. Keep in mind, Li Feng, who had come to North City with Lu Chen initially, was only 8th grade now. And yet, Lu Chen had in his company 5 9th grade martial artists, over 100 5th grade ones, and even a master whose strength seemed to surpass that of a half-step Grand Master. Afterward, Lu Chen glanced at Qin Yushan and checked his personal information. Name: Qin Yushan. Identity: Commander of the Brocade Guard, shopkeeper of the Joyful Arrival Tavern in North City. Upon learning you are his master, he immediately summoned the Jinyue Guard of Yan County to report to you. Strength: Grand Master. Loyalty: 100. After reviewing Qin Yushan's personal profile, Lu Chen glanced over the other members of the Brocade Guard and found that their loyalty, indeed, was as the system had said, all 100. The system really was powerful, able to cultivate so many wholly loyal subordinates for him in advance. Lu Chen then said, Commander Qin, rise. Don't stand at the entrance of the prince's mansion, come inside first. With that, Lu Chen turned and walked towards the prince's mansion. Occasionally, civilians would pass by the entrance. Seeing so many martial artists at the entrance of the prince's mansion, they would probably spread rumors everywhere. It was better to discuss matters after entering the prince's mansion. Following that, Qin Yushan led several hundred subordinates into the prince's mansion. When they arrived at the training ground, Chu Yukin curiously asked Lu Chen, Chenur, when did you cultivate so many experts, and why didn't Madame Chu know anything about it? If it were just one expert, her ignorance would be normal, but seeing these brocade guards wearing the same type of clothing, Chu Yukin instantly understood that this was an organization. Lu Chen had already created an organization belonging to the prince's mansion, and she had not heard a whisper of it, which puzzled Chu Yukon. Lu Chen said with a smile, Madam Chu, there are still many things you don't know about me. Hearing that, Chu Yukon rolled her eyes at Lu Chen. But thinking of Lu Chen as someone with a celestial fate, Chu Yukon also felt reassured in her heart. At this moment, Lu Chen stopped in his tracks, turned around, and said to Qin Yushan, Commander Qin, give an overview of the current situation of the Brocade Guard. Yes, Prince. The Brocade Guard currently has 5,000 members, distributed across the various counties of the Great Xia Dynasty, all above the 5th grade in strength. There are 11 martial artists above the 9th grade, among them 2 are Grandmasters, that is, myself and Commander Liang Zong. Hearing Qin Yushan's report, Chu Yukon was completely stunned. 5,000 martial artists above the 5th grade. All of them Brocade Guards. And there are 9 9th grade martial artists and 2 Grandmasters. Chenur had secretly created such a huge power. With such a force, why had he needed to pretend to be an ignorant wastrel back when he was in the capital city? The princes of the capital city, even with various powers backing them, did not directly control such a superpower as Lu Chen did. With such a vast force backing him, why would Lu Chen need to fear those princes? Furthermore, with the support of the Chu family and the aristocratic families of the south, his position as the crown prince was virtually secured. Chu Yukon was utterly confused for a moment, she couldn't fathom the point of Lu Chen's past pretense as an incompetent fool. Of course, she didn't know that Lu Chen had only just acquired the Brocade Guard, so her lack of understanding was natural. Lu Chen had Qin Yushan introduce the Brocade Guard purely for Chu Yukon to hear. Now that the introduction was finished, it was time to discuss serious matters. Commander Qin, show me the intelligence that the Brocade Guard has gathered recently, Lu Chen said. As soon as Lu Chen finished speaking, the Jinyue guards behind Qin Yushan carried several large boxes over to Lu Chen. Prince, this is the intelligence gathered by the Brocade Guard on the Great Xia Dynasty this year. Please review it, Prince, said Qin Yushan. Seeing so many boxes of intelligence, Lu Chen paused. He definitely wouldn't be able to finish them today. Then he said to Qin Yushan, move these intelligence documents to my study later. Commander Qin, tell me, has anything happened in the capital city recently? Upon hearing Lu Chen inquire about the capital city, Qin Yushan immediately replied, Prince, I received a pigeon letter from my colleagues in the capital city yesterday. A major incident happened recently in the capital city. On hearing this, both Lu Chen and Chu Yukon's expressions became a bit more severe. Qin Yushan continued to report, the remnants of Chen nation attempted to assassinate His Majesty in the capital city and failed, escaping from the capital city. Despite His Majesty's exhaustive search across the entire capital city, the whereabouts of those assassins were not found. Ultimately, His Majesty's Shadow Guard found out that the Duke Mu residents had helped those assassins escape the capital city. Now the entire Duke Mu residence has been thrown into the dungeon, awaiting trial, Qin Yushan finished. After hearing Qin Yushan's report, Lu Chen's mind went blank for a moment, he hadn't expected his father-in-law to get into trouble so soon. During the Zhou family's rebellion, Duke Mu residence was implicated once, and only by producing the writ of protection against execution was Mu Chengtian able to barely preserve the entire Duke Mu residence. Just a little over a year had passed, and the Duke Mu residents encountered such an incident again. Lu Chen started to doubt whether his father-in-law was really this foolish. Even if he truly had a rebellious streak, it wouldn't make sense for him to align with the remnant forces of Chen nation again in such a short span of time. He wasn't an idiot, the current Sum Emperor was in his prime, and his skill had also broken through to the Master Realm, so living past 100 years old shouldn't be an issue. Thinking that assassinating the Sum Emperor and then overturning the Great Xia Dynasty would be easy was anything but the case. At this moment, Chu Yukon quickly said to Lu Chen, Chenur, Zixuan has just given birth to a child, she must not know about this under any circumstances. Although the term, postpartum depression, wasn't used in this era, people of the time were aware that women could be emotionally sensitive after giving birth. If Mu Zixuan found out that the whole Mu family had been locked up in prison, it could adversely affect her physical recovery. Lu Chen said, I understand. At this point, Lu Chen looked at Qin Yushan and asked, Commander Qin, has my imperial father incurred any injuries? Qin Yushan replied, Your Highness, the emperor has not been harmed. It is said that during the assassination attempt by the remnants of Chen nation, the state preceptor was right in front of His Majesty. Hearing this, Lu Chen let out a scornful laugh. He then said, Are these remnants of Chen nation really that foolish? To dare attempt an assassination on a master in front of a Grand Master. Although Satu Ce never declared himself a Grand Master, the fact that he was one was no longer a secret. After all, as the national pillar of the great Xia dynasty, how could he be called that without the strength of a Grand Master? When the remnants of Chen nation tried to assassinate the Sum Emperor, did they not do any homework at all? Lu Chen continued to inquire, how many assassins did the remnants of Chen nation dispatch to assassinate my imperial father? And what is the level of skill of these assassins? Qin Yushan replied, based on the intelligence gathered by colleagues in the capital city, the remnants of Chen nation dispatched a total of 30 assassins to infiltrate the imperial palace. Among these assassins, the majority have skill around the 6th rank, with the strongest being half-step Grand Masters. There are 2 of them. Upon hearing Qin Yushan's report, Lu Chen was at a loss for words on how to comment. Sending 30 assassins, among them 2 half-step Grand Masters, to the heavily guarded imperial palace to kill a master. And these assassins didn't even bother to find out if there were any formidable individuals around the emperor beforehand. Their brains truly had issues. Lu Chen even began to question whether these remnants were really from Chen nation. Lu Chen immediately asked, has the Brocade Guard investigated these remnants of Chen nation? Are they truly from Chen nation? Qin Yushan responded, Your Highness, Commander Liang has sent people to investigate, confirming that remnants of Chen nation indeed entered the imperial palace. However, according to Commander Liang's investigation, the escape of the remnants of Chen nation from the capital city is probably not related to Duke Mu residence. Qin Yushan, knowing what Lu Chen wanted to confirm, directly shared Commander Liang's investigation. After hearing Qin Yushan's words, Lu Chen fell silent. First, the Sum Emperor used the Zhou family's rebellion as a pretext to take the writ of protection against execution from Duke Mu residence, then stripped Mu Chengtian of his military command, and eventually disbanded the Huben army, redistributing its soldiers to other camps. Now, by using the remnants of Chen nation, he has thrown the entire Duke Mu residence into prison. It seems his imperial father is intent on killing the donkey once it's outlived its usefulness. Even as a political novice, Lu Chen had a basic understanding of what the Sum Emperor intended to do. Mu Chengtian and Zhou Wangtian, who rebelled more than a year ago, were once known as the 2 Sky Kings of the Great Xia dynasty. Now that Zhou Wangtian has been eliminated, Mu Chengtian is also almost due to be ousted. With the fall of these 2 Sky Kings, the Sum Emperor's control over the Great Xia dynasty has reached an unprecedented height in its history. He has taken all military power into his own hands. What is he planning to do? Seeing that Lu Chen hadn't spoken for a long time, Chu Yukan sighed beside him. Chen'er, I'm afraid your father the emperor is planning to take action against the aristocratic families. Hearing this, Lu Chen realized. His father the emperor had tried every means to reclaim military power and must have had something in mind. Otherwise, why would he go to the trouble of reclaiming military power at the risk of destabilizing the foundation of the nation? If it was to act against the aristocratic families, indeed, it would require having soldiers at hand. He hadn't expected his father the emperor to have such boldness. Throughout history, few emperors have dared to casually act against the aristocratic families. There's a saying, the aristocratic families last 1,000 years, the dynasties only 100. Even if a dynasty was overthrown, those families would still remain, their dominance of court affairs now taken for granted. That his father the emperor had such ambition made Lu Chen also couldn't help but admire him. But on the flip side, his current situation was somewhat awkward. First off, his mother's family comes from the Chu family, the largest of the aristocratic families in the south, and secondly, his wife is the daughter of Mu Chengtian. Lu Chen then looked at Qin Yushan and asked, has the court said how they plan to deal with my wife? Qin Yushan answered, there have been several debates in the court about this issue. Prince Lu Shuyan's faction believes that the princess should be brought back to the capital city for disposition, while Prince Lu Yi believes that the princess, being the wife of a prince, should not be seen as belonging to the Duke Mu residence anymore. Lu Chen said with a smile, unexpectedly, there are still people in the capital who speak up for this useless prince. Just then, a soldier from the prince's mansion entered the training ground. Your Highness, there is a martial artist outside claiming to be from the Brocade Guard seeking an audience. As he said this, the soldier from the prince's mansion glanced at the Jinyue guards on the training ground, and then continued, he is dressed just like them. Lu Chen said directly, let him in. Yes, Your Highness. Shortly after, the soldier led the newly arrived Jinyue guard into the training ground. The Jinyue guard saw Lu Chen and immediately knelt down halfway, saying, greetings, Your Highness. Lu Chen said, rise. Lu Chen had thought that this Jinyue guard had arrived at the prince's mansion simply because of the long distance, but as soon as the Jinyue guard stood up, he immediately took out a bamboo tube from his waist and handed it to Lu Chen. Your Highness, I have a letter from the capital. The Duke Mu residence is accused of colluding with the remnants of Chen nation and has been exiled by His Majesty to the northwest. Lu Chen was somewhat surprised. He had just taken charge of the Brocade Guard, and its intelligence network was already operating. Lu Chen took the bamboo tube from the Jinyue Guard, removed a piece of intelligence from inside, and read it carefully. From the content on the intelligence, Lu Chen immediately understood that it was a routine exchange of information between members of the Brocade Guard, and it was not because the Jinyue in the capital knew in advance that he, the North Prince, was their master. Seeing Lu Chen's expression turn somber, Chu Yukan asked, Chen'er, what's wrong? Lu Chen replied, Commander Liang says in this report that, on his way to exile in the northwest, Duke Mu will be subject to assassination attempts by numerous forces. Now that Duke Mu has been stripped of his skill and is just an ordinary person, it's very likely that the entire Duke Mu family will not make it to the northwest. Ancient officials on their way to exile were generally at the greatest risk. The exiled officials had lost their power, and those who they had offended in the past no longer feared them. It was very likely that their enemies would seize this opportunity to take revenge by hiring assassins to kill the exiled. Moreover, political adversaries still in court did not wish for these exiled individuals to ever return to the court, and would find ways to eliminate them. Not to mention, Mu Changtian was once a highly renowned general in the Huben army. In his efforts to assist the Sum Emperor in seizing the imperial throne, Mu Changtian had made quite a few enemies. These people all wanted Mu Changtian dead. Now, like a tiger without teeth, Mu Changtian's enemies would not miss this chance. The issue Lu Chen now contemplated was whether to save his esteemed father-in-law or not. With his current strength, if he wished to save Mu Changtian, it wasn't completely out of the question, especially since he already had the Brocade Guard at his disposal. Furthermore, Mu Changtian was the father of his wife, and it wouldn't be right to turn a blind eye to his plight. After a long moment, Lu Chen finally spoke, if the exile is to the northwest, then it shouldn't be too far from North City, right? Qin Yushan replied, indeed, my prince. Lu Chen glanced once more at the report in his hand and then said, this report came 4 days ago. I fear the Duke Mu residence's family is already on the way to exile. If this prince wants to save them, I'm not sure whether there's still time. Hearing these words from Lu Chen, Qin Yushan immediately said, please rest assured, my prince. I believe that once Commander Liang Zong becomes aware that you are our lord, he will know what to do. If Liang Zong didn't know that his master was the North Prince, he definitely wouldn't act to save the Duke Mu residence. But since he was already aware that their master of the Brocade Guard was the North Prince, and Duke Mu was the father-in-law of the North Prince, he would surely act immediately to rescue Duke Mu residence and then await the North Prince's next command. After some thought, Lu Chen could only hope that the yet-to-be-met commander of the Brocade Guard would have some sense. Lu Chen then said to Qin Yushan, send a message to Commander Liang, instructing him to save Duke Mu residence's family. Have him disguise them as if they've all perished and then find a way to bring them safely to North City. Qin Yushan saluted and said, as you command, my prince. Lu Chen looked at the heads of the 4 divisions of the Brocade Guard and continued, the Brocade Guard must continue to operate covertly for now. Whatever you were doing before, keep doing it. Although the Brocade Guard, in comparison to the Great Shah dynasty's Shadow Guard, wasn't much to speak of. As a prince, a lord on the frontier with such a vast and complete intelligence network, this would certainly arouse suspicion from others. Why would a prince send people to infiltrate various counties of the Great Shah dynasty, monitor officials, and gather intelligence? What are his intentions? This is overtly preparing for rebellion. Lu Chen wasn't so foolish. It was best for the Brocade Guard to continue lurking in the shadows. Meanwhile, capital city. Heaven Prison. A middle-aged man clad in prisoner's garb, tall and imposing, was bound tightly to the rack. The man had disheveled hair, and his face looked utterly exhausted. Upon learning of his impending exile, Mu Changtian couldn't help but laugh uproariously. Ha ha ha, how ridiculous, truly ridiculous. Lu Xingqiu, oh Lu Xingqiu, back then, to save you, I risked my life and led 100 men deep into enemy territory, fighting with all we had to get you out. And when you were contending for the throne, I gave my all to support you, yet today, I've been reduced to such a state. The emperor's heart is always cold and merciless. Today, I have truly seen it. Mu Changtian's neighboring cell held the members of Duke Emu's family. As Mu Changtian's words ended, a young man dressed in prisoner's clothes asked, Father, will we survive the journey to the northwest? The young man who spoke was Mu Changtian's second son Mu Xingping, also Mu Zixuan's elder brother. He had grown up in the Duke Mu residence, acutely aware of politics, so he was very clear that their whole family's exile to the northwest was nothing more than a pretense. The Sum Emperor would certainly not allow them to arrive in the northwest safely. Even if the Sum Emperor didn't kill them, the former enemies of the Duke Mu residence would not let them live in peace. Now that all the males in their family had been stripped of their skill, they were all ordinary people. If they encountered an assassination by a martial artist on the road, they would have no means of resistance. After hearing his second son's words, Mu Changtian fell silent. Because he also knew that the Sum Emperor would not allow him to live and reach the northwest, nor would his enemies let him continue to live. He and his family would die on the road of exile. The Sum Emperor had not killed them directly but chose to exile their whole family, only because he feared others would accuse him of killing a meritorious official, afraid of being pointed at the spine. At that moment, Mu Changtian's eldest son, Mu Jingwu, said, Father, little sister shouldn't be implicated, right? Their demise was certain, beyond doubt. Mu Jingwu was now only worried that his sister, who had married the North Prince, would also be implicated. Hearing this, Mu Changtian sighed deeply, still saying nothing. The North Prince was nothing but an ignorant waste, and moreover, he was weak and incompetent. He had heard that after the North Prince went to North City, he had kept many women in the prince's mansion, indulging in pleasure every day, with his entire mansion managed by his daughter. Given the North Prince's character, even if the court did not dispose of his daughter, the North Prince might fear the court's punishment and drive his daughter out of the prince's mansion, or even divorce her directly. Once the people from the Duke Mu residence were all dead, Mu Zixuan would be completely helpless, and the North Prince wouldn't have to worry about anyone troubling him. Just thinking of his daughter's future plight made Mu Changtian's heart seethe with hatred. He had truly been blind to have supported the ingrate Lu Xingqiu to the throne. At that moment, a jailer unlocked the cell that held Mu Changtian alone. A man walked in and said to the jailer beside him, You go out first, I have a few words to pass on to Duke Mu. Okay, head jailer, replied the jailer. After the jailer left the cell, only the man remained in Mu Changtian's presence. The Mu family members in the adjacent cells, seeing someone enter Mu Changtian's cell, all turned their attention in that direction. Mu Changtian gave the man in front of him a once-over, snorted with a laugh, and said, Did Lu Xingqiu send you? Facing his impending death, Mu Changtian no longer showed the Sum Emperor the same respect, addressing him directly by name. At these words, the man simply smiled. He then approached Mu Changtian and unlocked all of the iron chains that bound him. Seeing this scene, the Mu family members were all puzzled, not understanding why the head jailer would do such a thing. The head jailer then spoke, Duke Mu, let me introduce myself. My name is Zhao Hong, and I am a man of the prince. Upon hearing this, Mu Changtian was filled with confusion. The prince. Which prince? Which prince would dare to send someone to contact him now? He was already about to be exiled, and he didn't believe that the other princes did not understand what his exile implied. If a prince contacted him at this time, it would surely incur the Sum Emperor's displeasure. Then, not just confinement but even their princely positions could be at risk of being lost. After being unchained, Mu Chengtian moved his body to ease the stiffness. While he was about to inquire which prince Zhao Hong served, Zhao Hong took out 3 bottles and said, "These are 3 great returning pills. Upon taking them, you will recover 90% of your skill." Hearing this, Mu Chengtian was completely stunned. As a former grandmaster martial artist, Mu Chengtian could not possibly be unaware of what the great returning pill was. However, he had only heard about it before and had never seen it. The rumors claimed that the great returning pill could bring someone back from the dead and fully restore one's skill. Although the rumors may be exaggerated, there was no doubt it could restore one's skill, and the imperial palace indeed had such pills. Mu Chengtian looked at the 3 small porcelain bottles in Zhao Hong's hand with disbelief. After a moment of silence, he sneered and said, "It seems some people can't wait anymore. We haven't even left the capital city yet they plan to make their move on me. At such a time, how could anyone come to rescue them, and even bring them a miraculous elixir like the great returning pill?" Apparently, someone was planning to act against them in advance, to poison him to death with a toxicant. What nonsense about the great returning pill. Clearly, it was poison. Mu Chengtian then said, "Speak, who sent you? If it's Lu Xingqiu, I'd rather die on the road than take the poison he gives." Seeing that Mu Chengtian seemed to have misunderstood his intent, Zhao Hong said with a smile, "Duke Mu, you have misunderstood. Those who want you dead wouldn't let you die in heaven prison. The great returning pills in my possession are indeed real, and as for which prince gave them to you, you will soon find out. If you want to see your daughter again, it's best to take the great returning pill immediately and regain all your strength before you're exiled." If Zhao Hong now said that the great returning pill was from the North Prince, Mu Chengtian would probably be even more distrustful, given that the North Prince's image as a good-for-nothing had deeply imprinted in people's hearts. Hearing Zhao Hong mention his daughter, Mu Chengtian was startled for a moment. At this time, Mu Jingwu from the neighboring cell said, "Father, give it to me, I'll take it first. Even if it's poison, I accept my fate, we won't live many days anyway." Mu Chengtian looked again at the small porcelain bottles in Zhao Hong's hand, pondered for a moment, and finally snatched the bottles from Zhao Hong. He opened one and threw the pill inside into his mouth. Just when Mu Chengtian was ready to meet death, he found his inner strength starting to recover, and he felt an incredible sense of comfort flooding his body. Soon, he felt his skill returning. Although it had not fully recovered, he now possessed the strength of a 9th-grade martial artist. Mu Chengtian looked at the remaining 2 small porcelain bottles in his hand with disbelief. Could these actually be the real great returning pills? How could that be? Only the imperial palace had great returning pills. Such skill-restoring pills were coveted by grandmasters, let alone by great grandmasters. One pill was already immensely precious, yet now this prison head actually gave him 3. If people knew that there were 3 great returning pills in the hands of a commoner, the capital city would have probably already been in chaos. Such precious pills, could they really have come from a prince? Wait a minute. Mu Chengtian seemed to realize something. The prison head had only mentioned that these pills came from a certain prince, but he did not say that this prince was a child of the Sum Emperor. The Great Xia dynasty had numerous princes, and it wasn't only the current princes who could be named so, a seigneur might also be possible. Could it be that a seigneur was planning a rebellion and thus sought to enlist his support? With this thought, Mu Chengtian immediately confirmed his suspicion. It must be so, otherwise, why would the other party be willing to part with 3 great returning pills to help him and his 2 sons regain their skill? But then again, even if that prince intended to rebel, he no longer cared. Lu Xingqiu was just an ungrateful wretch, what did it matter if he rebelled against him? With this in mind, Mu Chengtian immediately said to Zhao Hong, "Thank you, go back and tell your prince that whatever he wants me to do, I, Mu Chengtian, will oblige." Having said that, Mu Chengtian tossed the two remaining small porcelain bottles to his sons Mu Jingwu and Mu Xingping in the next cell. After Mu Jingwu and Mu Xingping received the small porcelain bottles, they didn't say another word and immediately swallowed the pills. When the two of them felt their skill returning within their bodies, they also revealed a look of disbelief. This isn't poison, but the actual great returning pill. Does this mean our father has also recovered his skill? If that's the case, we'd be able to put up some resistance on the way, and not be slaughtered unilaterally by others. As for whether we can make it to the northwest alive, that's up to fate. Zhao Hong said, all right, Duke Mu, I will relay your message to the prince. I won't disturb you any longer. After that, Zhao Hong turned around and left the cell. Once the cell door was closed again, Mu Xingping immediately asked, Father, which prince dares to send us the pill at this time, and it's even the legendary great returning pill? Mu Chengtian was silent for a moment before saying, it seems that a senior is getting restless and wants to take advantage of Lu Xingqiu dealing with the aristocratic families to unite with them and overthrow Lu Xingqiu. The aristocratic families already knew that Lu Xingqiu might take action against them, so they wouldn't just sit and wait for death. The most likely scenario is that they would support a senior, then overthrow Lu Xingqiu's rule and replace him with someone else as the emperor. Just as the aristocratic families helped Lu Xingqiu ascend to the throne back then. Hearing Mu Chengtian's words, Mu Jingwu asked from the side, Father, what should we do then? Mu Chengtian scoffed and said, what to do? I was the one who helped Lu Xingqiu to the throne back then. Since he has turned his back on me, he can't blame me for pulling him down. Mu Chengtian had already decided that if someone truly wanted to rebel against Lu Xingqiu, he would definitely support that person. Obviously, these three great returning pills were the other party's gesture of sincerity, otherwise, they wouldn't have sent such precious pills to them. It's just that I don't know which prince it is. There aren't many seniors in the Great Shah who have the power to rebel. Although the Great Shah gave some princes a lot of power, Lu Xingqiu liked to meddle in those territories that had potential for growth. If they couldn't be controlled, then he would have the Shadow Guard take action in advance to eliminate any potential disasters. This wasn't something that Lu Xingqiu had never done. Mu Chengtian knew of a prince who was killed by Lu Xingqiu's Shadow Guard. After his death, the court even pushed all the blame onto the head official of the senior's territory, accusing him of imprisoning the senior with the intent to rebel. After pondering for a moment, Mu Chengtian still couldn't figure out which senior would reach out to him. He had no choice but to let it go. After all, once he got out, he would know who had approached him. In the meantime, mysterious Moon Palace. Within the Chamber of Light Veils, transcendent in a veil of smoke, a woman dressed in plain white clothes was sitting in front of a zither, earnestly playing the instrument. The woman had a tall figure and a graceful, enchanting posture. At that moment, a breeze came by, lifting the sheer veil at the door, revealing a glimpse of the woman's exquisite beauty. The woman's beauty was unmatched, flawless like frost and snow, her pale countenance revealing a touch of aloofness. She was like a goddess from the ninth heaven, a fairy descended to earth. At that moment, a woman dressed in purple cloud attire entered the room, exuding a dignified and elegant aura. The melodious sound of the zither ceased as the woman arrived, and the female zither player spoke, Madam Lin, is there something you need? The woman's voice was cool but also carried a hint of gentleness. The dignified woman asked, Palace Master, do you really plan to go to North City? Upon hearing this, Chen Wanrong stood up and walked slowly out of the veil-covered chamber. Her saintly face came into view of the dignified woman. Chen Wanrong spoke softly, only with the fresh blood of some emperor's child can the subtle dragon spell be created, and the North Prince is the easiest prince to approach. As she heard this, a worried look appeared on the dignified woman's face, but I've heard the North Prince is lustful, he keeps many servants in his residence for pleasure-seeking. If he takes a fancy to you. The woman left her sentence unfinished. Gazing emotionlessly at the distant green hills, Chen Wanrong said indifferently, people are easier to control when they have desires. I will plant the love worm in him, then manipulate him to help us complete the subtle dragon spell. Hearing this, the dignified woman sighed and then said, he is Chu Yu's child. If possible, I hope you can spare his life in the end. Chen Wanrong offered no response, merely looking silently into the distance as a breeze blew by, swaying her dress continuously. Lu Chen had no idea he was already being targeted by the remnants of Chen Nation. With the arrival of the brocade guards, he became much busier. The information brought by the brocade guards was overwhelming, and he had spent the last few days in his study poring over the accumulated intelligence. It must be said, the abilities of the brocade guards were indeed formidable. Even without his oversight as their master, the brocade guards had managed to thoroughly investigate some of the old affairs of the great Xia dynasty. For instance, the truth about his mother's death, and how the Sum Emperor, supported by the aristocratic families, had gradually become antagonistic towards them. At that moment, as Lu Chen was flipping through the brocade guard's files, his brows grew more furrowed by the minute. According to the records, the woman loved by the Sum Emperor was murdered by his mother, and the Sum Emperor had hated her immensely, directing that hatred towards him as well, to the point that the Sum Emperor had even contemplated getting rid of him at his birth. As for the reason why his mother had killed the Sum Emperor's favorite woman, it was nothing more than the petty affairs of the harem, such as the strife for the position of empress. Lu Chen had no interest in those matters. What he was interested in now was how he could return to the capital city. Judging by the Sum Emperor's attitude towards him, it seemed that his only way back to the capital city in this lifetime might be through rebellion. Any prince could partake in the struggle for power, except for him, the North Prince. There was no way he could normally participate, the Sum Emperor would never allow it. To return, only his corpse might accomplish that. Just then, a charming voice called from outside the door. Prince, are you there? This servant has important matters to report. Hearing that it was Wang Qingqi's voice, Lu Chen set aside the intelligence in his hands. Well, there were too many matters, and they could not be resolved in a short while. Better to take it slow. He had plenty of time, so he might as well relax a bit first. Come in, he said. As Lu Chen's words fell, Wang Qingqi, dressed in a thin red gauze, entered the study with even steps. By now, Wang Qingqi had completely submitted to Lu Chen. Maybe it was because of the frequent cultivation of their relationship, but she had become increasingly charming and almost bewitchingly so. A delicate nose, soft red lips, a slender waist, and skin as white as jade, combined with the warm fragrance emanating from her at all times, even just passing by her would make one involuntarily think of doing something to her. If it wasn't for the fact that Lu Chen was already a 9th grade martial artist, he might have pounced on Wang Qingqi, driven by the effects of the dragon and tiger pill. Of course, although Lu Chen could now control himself, it did not mean he would give up on cultivating a relationship with Wang Qingqi. During the time when Mu Zixuan and the other two were pregnant, Wang Qingqi had mostly been the one tending to him, and she almost visited the prince's mansion every day. Compared to the other three, Lu Chen felt a stronger impulse towards Wang Qingqi. Perhaps it was due to her identity as an Oran. Just the thought of the much-adored Oran only being his female slave excited Lu Chen immensely. It must be said that sometimes status complements appearance. When Wang Qingqi entered the study, she said softly, I have seen the prince. Lu Chen glanced at Wang Qingqi and then, lifting her delicate hand, he pulled her forcefully into his arms. Wang Qingqi did not resist and soon sat in Lu Chen's embrace. In front of this man, she had no power to resist, nor did she need to. She was his female slave, at his behest to do with as he wished. Lu Chen asked, what is it you want to see me about? Wang Qingqi replied, Prince Lu Shuyun has sent a letter, saying the Tower Master of Blood Moon Tower plans to visit North City personally and wants this servant to gather recent developments from the prince's mansion, especially to find out about any movements from that mysterious Grand Master. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen was momentarily taken aback. Was his brother Shuyun still not giving up? After having stayed in North City for so long, he should know that the Chu family had not sent anyone to make contact with him. Why would he still trouble himself with Lu Chen? While stroking Wang Qingqi's body, Lu Chen asked, the Tower Master of Blood Moon Tower should possess Grandmaster strength, right? Is he coming to assassinate me? Wang Qingqi answered, the prince did not tell this servant. He only asked this servant to report what has been happening in the prince's mansion lately, and whether there has been any activity from that mysterious Grand Master. Lu Chen thought to himself that his brother Shuyun probably didn't yet know that their father, the Sum Emperor, was planning to move against the aristocratic families in the south. With so much at stake, he still aspired to gain the Chu family's support. Just don't end up being abolished alongside the Chu family, she warned. Just then, an idea seemed to strike Wang Qingqi, and she continued, "That's right, Prince, I also inquired about something else." Lu Chen asked, "What is it?" "I heard that the entire Duke Mu residence has been exiled to the northwest. The intelligence network of Misty Pavilion was also quite formidable. They quickly obtained news of events happening in the capital city, which Wang Qingqi could then learn. Upon learning the news about Duke Mu residence and considering that the princess consort was also Duke Mu's daughter, Lu Chen would likely be concerned about this. Hence, she took the initiative to bring it up. However, upon hearing this, Lu Chen immediately said, "I already know about it." Wang Qingqi then said, "Then I have nothing else to report." As she said this, Wang Qingqi shifted her body slightly, feeling somewhat uncomfortable sitting down. At that moment, Lu Chen said with a smile, "No, you have one more thing to do. Coincidentally, I was feeling a bit tired just now and need to relax." Hearing this, Wang Qingqi gave Lu Chen a resentful glance and, understanding what he implied, stood up and leaned over the table to tidy up the scattered intelligence papers on his desk. Host and Wang Qingqi foster affection once, Chi refinement mantra experience plus 20. Rejuvenating skill experience plus 20. Congratulations to the host for rejuvenating skill reaching the second level. After hearing the prompt, Lu Chen glanced at Wang Qingqi, who was sprawled out, feeling somewhat perplexed. It was known that martial artists had difficulty conceiving, and he was aware of that. However, ever since Mu Zixuan and the others had become pregnant, Wang Qingqi had been coming to the prince's mansion almost daily, fostering affection with him every day, but still, Wang Qingqi remained childless. Even though Wang Qingqi was a 9th-grade martial artist, wasn't this difficulty in getting pregnant a bit too much? It had been almost a year. Could there be an issue with Wang Qingqi's body? Lu Chen wouldn't think the problem lies with his body. After all, he had taken the dragon and tiger pill and drunk the dragon and phoenix tea. It could only be something wrong with Wang Qingqi's body. After a moment of thought, Lu Chen used his rejuvenating skill to check Wang Qingqi's body. The rejuvenating skill had reached the second level, and for him to check for any hidden injuries or diseases in someone's body was very easy. When he placed his hand on Wang Qingqi's abdomen, the conditions inside her body flashed through his mind in an instant. Wang Qingqi's body did not have any issues and was much like any regular woman's. This was rather strange. Her body was fine, yet getting pregnant was so challenging. Could it indeed be because she was a 9th-grade martial artist? If that was the case, wouldn't it be even more difficult for him to have children with a beautiful woman in the future? Just then, Wang Qingqi suddenly spoke up, "Prince, when do you plan on eating your Madame Chu? Her jealousy is growing stronger by the day, and she's becoming increasingly annoying to me." Hearing this, Lu Chen's expression froze for a moment, then he chuckled and said, "What do you mean by that? Do you really think I would do something disrespectful to her?" Wang Qingqi said, "The moment you hear the words, Madam Chu, you become even fiercer. Do you still need me to spell it out for you?" Lu Chen huffed a laugh, then responded, "It seems you still don't understand what a female slave is, daring to meddle in my affairs. Today, you must be properly disciplined." "Ah, Prince, I know my mistake," she pleaded. Good brother," she cooed. Wang Qingqi left Lu Chen's study disheveled, her hair loose and flowing, her face flushed with color. Her walk was unsteady and wobbly. Just as she stepped out of the main courtyard, she happened to bump into Chu Yukan, who was on patrol. Seeing Wang Qingqi in such a state, Chu Yukan knew that bitch must have just gone to seduce her Chanur. Chu Yukan said in a taunting tone, "Miss Wang, I've heard that the business at the 100 Flowers Tower is particularly good. As the tower master, why aren't you there overseeing it, instead of coming to the prince's mansion every day?" Seeing the jealousy in Chu Yukan's eyes, Wang Qingqi smiled knowingly. She was very aware of why Chu Yukan disliked her. Wasn't it because she served the North Prince every day, arousing her envy? Wang Qingqi then said, Madam Chu, the princess and several ladies are pregnant, so only a concubine like me can serve the prince. You're not unaware of the great stress the prince is under. If I don't attend to him, are you suggesting that Madam Chu help the prince relax? If Madam Chu plans to help the prince relieve his stress every day, then this concubine won't come tomorrow. Hearing this, Chu Yukin's complexion changed dramatically, and then a gust of wind blew out from her body, wildly tossing her skirts. Wang Qingqi, you're just Chanur's female slave. I'd advise you to watch what you say. Otherwise, even if I kill you, I believe Chanur wouldn't say a thing. Wang Qingqi smiled sweetly, and then said, Madam Chu, if you really intend to kill this concubine, without me to serve the prince, I'm afraid you'll truly have to attend to him every day then. Hearing this, Chu Yukin was both angry and embarrassed, her face coloring with a blush. Seeing that Wang Qingqi wasn't afraid of her at all, Chu Yukin couldn't be bothered to argue any further. She turned on her heel and walked towards the other side of the prince's mansion, muttering as she went. She's merely a tool for Chanur to release his evil thoughts. Why should I be upset over a tool? Wang Qingqi wasn't angry upon hearing these words. Indeed, she was just a tool, but as long as she could please the North Prince, that's all that mattered. Watching Chu Yukin's voluptuous figure, Wang Qingqi's lips curled up slightly as she whispered, Madam Chu, oh Madam Chu, the prince's patience is limited, and it won't be long before you end up in his bed. Although Chu Yukin had been trying to keep her distance from Lu Chen for the past 6 months, she was, after all, the commander of the inner guard, responsible for Lu Chen's safety. So, Chu Yukin would occasionally come across Lu Chen seizing Wang Qingqi, and every time she saw Chu Yukin or even mentioned her in his presence, his entire demeanor would grow more furious, as if he became a completely different person, wildly crazed, making her suffer alongside. It was clear that Lu Chen's desire for Chu Yukin was growing day by day, and while he still could restrain his inner longing, it might not last forever. Maybe one careless day, the two might bump into each other, Chu Yukin might not get away, and then she would be devoured completely. After Chu Yukin's figure disappeared from sight, Wang Qingqi turned and continued to leave the courtyard. But as she turned, she saw Mu Zixuan. Having rested a while after giving birth, Mu Zixuan had largely recovered and was now able to get out of bed and walk. Unlike with Chu Yukin, Wang Qingqi held great respect for the princess Mu Zixuan. Upon seeing her, Wang Qingqi immediately said, Greetings to the princess. Mu Zixuan smiled faintly and nodded, Rise, Miss Wang. Mu Zixuan knew that Wang Qingqi was Lu Chen's plaything, so she didn't mind at all that Wang Qingqi frequently visited the inner court. In this era, most mistresses didn't care if their husbands had concubines or female slaves. Mu Zixuan was no exception. At this moment, Mu Zixuan asked, Is the prince inside? Wang Qingqi answered, The prince is now in the study. Mu Zixuan said, All right, Miss Wang, go ahead and do whatever you need to, I'll go check on the prince. Mu Zixuan was increasingly exuding the temperament of a prince's wife, with every word and action revealing the aura of someone in a high position. Just as Wang Qingqi was about to leave, she suddenly thought of something and immediately said, Oh yes, madam, I have a favor to ask of you, if you would be willing to hear it. Hearing this, Mu Zixuan asked with a hint of curiosity, What is it? Miss Wang, please speak. Wang Qingqi glanced at Lu Chen's study, then said, Madam, isn't it about time for the prince to take another concubine? Please consider this as me overstepping. Ever since Lu Chen's wives and concubines became pregnant, it had been Wang Qingqi attending to Lu Chen every day, and even as a 9th-grade martial artist, she could hardly bear it any longer. Now that Mu Zixuan had just given birth, she obviously couldn't attend to Lu Chen, leaving her, the female slave, to continue serving him. Although she was just a female slave, and it wasn't her place to speak of taking concubines, she simply couldn't endure it any longer. She believed that Mu Zixuan was a rather magnanimous person and wouldn't prevent Lu Chen from taking concubines. After all, the North Prince's household was hardly sufficient to serve him, and as his wife, Mu Zixuan couldn't possibly forever refuse him additional concubines. When Mu Zixuan heard Wang Qingqi's words, she immediately grasped the situation, knowing that Wang Qingqi must be overwhelmed. Mu Zixuan thought to herself, if even a ninth-grade martial artist could barely cope, her darling's constitution must be extremely formidable. When she had married Lu Chen in the capital city, she had thought him to be a youth whose body was depleted by wine and women, and presumed it to be quite frail. Looking at it now, Mu Zixuan sighed and then said, Miss Wang, I will bring up the matter of the prince taking concubines to him. You can go back with your mind at ease. Wang Qingqi immediately expressed her thanks. Thank you, madam. I shall take my leave. Afterward, Wang Qingqi turned and left the courtyard. Meanwhile, just coming out of his study, Lu Chen saw Chu Yukan, her face flushed with redness, and immediately called out to her, Madam Chu, wait a moment, I have a question to ask of you. Hearing this, Chu Yukan halted in her tracks. She turned to look at Lu Chen with a puzzled expression and asked, Chenur, what do you need from me? Lu Chen asked, Madam Chu, I remember that the higher a martial artist's realm, the more difficult it is for them to conceive, correct? Chu Yukan answered, That's correct, why do you ask? Chu Yukan felt a twinge of nervousness inside. Why would Chenur suddenly ask this? He wouldn't still be considering me as an option, would he? After all, within the inner quarters of the prince's mansion, it seemed she was the only female martial artist close to Lu Chen. At this moment, Lu Chen said, I've been intimate with Wang Qingqi so many times, and yet she still hasn't become pregnant, but there's nothing wrong with her body. Even if it's harder for martial artists with higher realms to conceive, it shouldn't be that after half a year there's still not the slightest reaction from her body, right? Upon hearing Lu Chen mention Wang Qingqi, Chu Yukan breathed a sigh of relief. So, he was speaking of Wang Qingqi. She had thought he was eyeing her up. Chu Yukan smiled warmly, then responded, Chenur, are you unaware that martial artists above 5th grade can expel certain impurities from their bodies using their inner strength? Many martial artists, if they're poisoned, can use their inner strength to expel the toxins, as long as the poison isn't too fierce. Hearing Chu Yukan's response, Lu Chen was momentarily stunned. So that was it. He had been wondering why Wang Qingqi showed no signs of illness, and yet, half a year had passed without any reaction from her stomach. How dare this female slave take the emotions he imparted to her and use her inner strength to expel them? The next time he saw her, he would have to punish her severely, to let her know the power of him as her master. This person had actually kept it from him for half a year. He had even suspected there might be something wrong with his own body, but it turned out to be her problem all along. At that moment, Chu Yukan reminded him, Chenur, even though Wang Qingqi is a 9th grade martial artist, her public identity is that of the Oran of 100 Flowers Tower. It's not a problem if you are just playing around, but if you want to take her as a concubine, it could affect your reputation. Chu Yukan did indeed have some preconceived notions about Wang Qingqi, but her reminder was not without reason. This era placed great importance on one's status. Even if an Oran was redeemed, or purchased by a wealthy family, they were often still unable to become a concubine. Moreover, for Lu Chen, a prince, to take an Oran as a concubine would become the subject of ridicule once it spread. Hearing Chu Yukan's reminder, Lu Chen said with a smile, Madam Chu, don't you think taking her as my concubine could buy me more time to grow? Hearing Lu Chen's words, Chu Yukan was taken aback for a moment, then asked, Do you mean you want to continue to tarnish your name to numb the court, making them believe you are still that useless prince? Lu Chen replied, Now is a time of many affairs. Although North City is not in the direct scrutiny of the court, there are still many who are watching over it, making my every move particularly important. Chu Yukan thought for a moment and then sighed softly, Chenur, you have grown up and have your own ideas, do whatever you wish. If you encounter any trouble, tell me, and I will persuade your grandfather to help you. Hearing this, Lu Chen smiled and said, Madam Chu, I have indeed encountered a bit of trouble recently. Chu Yukan asked with concern, What trouble? Lu Chen answered, Lately, when I practice martial arts, I always feel a breath circling in my dantian, which makes me very uncomfortable. Could you help me check it out, and see what's going on? Hearing this, Chu Yukan was taken aback. When Lu Chen was young, she did often check his body, but now that he had grown so much and even had his own wife, it was somewhat inappropriate for her to check his body at this time. After all, he was an adult, and there are differences between men and women. Chu Yukon thought for a moment, and then said, Chanur, you are an adult now, and it wouldn't be appropriate for me to check your body anymore. I will ask General Li to come and see you later, he should be able to see what the problem is. Hearing this, Lu Chen said, Madam Chu, General Li is just a martial artist of the 8th grade, and it hasn't been long since his breakthrough to that status. He doesn't have your extensive experience. Chu Yukon then said, don't you still have the brocade guard? Commander Qin should still be in Yan County, right? He is a grandmaster. Let him check it. Chu Yukon refused to check Lu Chen's body herself. She was afraid that intimate contact might occur once again. After hearing Chu Yukon's words, Lu Chen sighed deeply and then said, Ah, I see, Madam Chu. You despise me now. Chu Yukon immediately said, Chanur, how can you talk like that? I am your aunt, how could I possibly despise you? Lu Chen said, when I was younger, you often checked my body, but now that I have grown up, you refuse to do so anymore. If that's not despising me, then what is it? Hearing his words, Chu Yukon's face turned a shade of red, spreading even to her neck. Chu Yukon was about to say something when Lu Chen immediately turned around and said, Madam Chu, if you don't want to help me check, then forget it. If something really happens, then I'll just be dead, and it seems you no longer care about me anyway. Upon hearing these words, Chu Yukon's mind went blank, then she said somewhat angrily, Chanur, how can you talk about life and death so casually? As soon as she finished speaking, Chu Yukon raised her hand and grabbed Lu Chen's wrist. The corners of Lu Chen's mouth curved slightly upwards, but since he was turned away from Chu Yukon, she couldn't see it. Lu Chen had long noticed that recently, Chu Yukon had been finding ways to avoid him. Of course, Lu Chen understood why. Chu Yukon was afraid that things would escalate between them and she would end up becoming his woman. After all, she was a relatively traditional woman and wasn't able to come to terms with such a thing just yet. After holding Lu Chen's wrist, Chu Yukon sighed and said, come to the room, I'll have a look and also help you regulate your inner strength. Chu Yukon had actually wanted to check on Lu Chen's body for a while now. Although Lu Chen had a fortunate destiny, training in martial arts is still an individual matter, and nobody knows if something might go wrong. However, thinking about that incident from the past, and knowing that Lu Chen, this little rascal, had been coveting her body all along, she had to restrain herself and never took the initiative to suggest checking on his body. Seeing that Chu Yukon agreed, Lu Chen immediately said, then I'm troubling you, Madam Chu. Shortly after, they arrived at the study. When Chu Yukon smelled an odd scent in the study, a peculiar expression appeared on her face. What is this smell? Why is it so unpleasant? Although Chu Yukon was already 28, almost 29, she had never been involved in those kinds of matters, so there were some things she was still clueless about. Lu Chen said indifferently, this is a new perfume developed by the prince's mansion. Chu Yukon said with a hint of surprise, perfume. Who would buy a perfume with this kind of scent? As she said that, Chu Yukon sniffed the air and then continued, could it be that being exposed to this scent has caused some issue with your body during your training? Sometimes, mishaps during training can be caused by the environment, so Chu Yukon suspected that the overpowering smell may have caused some problems for Chanur during his training. Lu Chen said, I don't know. Maybe there is some connection. At this moment, Chu Yukon glanced at Lu Chen and, blushing, said, take off your upper clothing. I want to look at your condition first. No sooner had Chu Yukon finished speaking, than Lu Chen skillfully took off his top. Seeing this, Chu Yukon's face grew even hotter, as if she were running a fever, her ears turning red as well. With the removal of Lu Chen's upper clothing, his muscular body was revealed before Chu Yukon. Seeing Lu Chen's neatly lined 8-pack abs, Chu Yukon was momentarily dazed. When Lu Chen married Mu Zixuan, Chu Yukon had checked his body once, and at that time, there weren't noticeable abs, just a little belly. Now that Lu Chen actually had such pronounced muscles, it seemed unbelievable to Chu Yukon. Although she knew that Lu Chen was a martial artist, she hadn't actually seen how he trained, and for someone who hadn't trained much, to have such a sturdy physique was indeed surprising. Lu Chen's muscles, though well defined, weren't exaggeratedly bulky like those of modern bodybuilders. The shape of Lu Chen's muscles was flawless, and the sight left Chu Yukon somewhat dazed. Struggling with herself, Chu Yukon said, Chenur, even though you are now a martial artist, I don't seem to have seen you practice martial arts before. Why is your body so well built? Lu Chen replied with a smile, Madam Chu, who says I haven't been practicing martial arts? Haven't I been training every day these past days? Hearing this, Chu Yukon asked in confusion, then why haven't I seen it? Lu Chen answered, I usually practice in my room, and it requires cooperation from Prince Wang Qingqi, so it's normal that you haven't seen it. Upon hearing this, Chu Yukon instantly grasped Lu Chen's implication and gave him a white look, saying, You little rascal, is that really what you call practicing martial arts? Unabashed, Lu Chen said, Madam Chu, that's because you don't understand, there are many ways to practice martial arts. Chu Yukon huffed lightly and did not continue the topic with Lu Chen. Chenur, tell me, where do you feel uncomfortable? As she finished speaking, Chu Yukon began to seriously examine Lu Chen's abs. At that moment, Lu Chen grabbed Chu Yukon's jade hand and placed it directly on his chest. I sometimes feel pain here, especially during martial arts practice. Often, it hurts so much that I can't move. Chu Yukon instinctively tried to pull her hand away when Lu Chen took hold of it, but after hearing his words, she didn't take it to heart. She earnestly sensed Lu Chen's condition. By now, she was able to transmit her inner strength into another person's body, and she could easily find out if there were any symptoms within a person's body. After a while, Chu Yukon muttered to herself, strange, there seems to be nothing wrong. Lu Chen reacted to Chu Yukon's words, Madam Chu, could you be feeling it wrong? How could there be no problem? As he said this, Lu Chen suddenly seemed to think of something, then with a surprised expression, he exclaimed, how odd. Madam Chu, I don't know why, but after your hand touched my dantian, that burning sensation is gone. Hearing this, Chu Yukon looked at Lu Chen skeptically, really? Lu Chen said, why would I lie to you? Just then, Lu Chen looked at his own chest and said, Madam Chu, look quickly, there's something strange on my chest. At his words, Chu Yukon's gaze immediately shifted from Lu Chen's face to his chest. As she looked, she saw a green glow emanating from Lu Chen's chest. What was this thing? It was the first time Chu Yukon had seen such a phenomenon. Lu Chen continued, how magical, Madam Chu, the gas that had been accumulating in my dantian seems to be gradually dissipating, and it feels like my inner strength is flowing again. Looking puzzled, Chu Yukon asked, really? But I didn't do anything. She had just placed her hand on Lu Chen's chest and checked his body, not doing anything to adjust his inner strength, yet his body was healing on its own. Was there such a miraculous thing? Chu Yukon could not comprehend what was happening. At that moment, Lu Chen bluffed, Madam Chu, I understand what this is. Hearing his words, Chu Yukon quickly asked, what is it? Lu Chen continued, the immortal law I inherited contains a unique cultivation technique, which allows a woman who is in tune with my heart to help me cultivate. It must be because you touched my body, Madam Chu, so we indirectly met the conditions for dual cultivation, which calmed the chaotic energy in my body and made my inner strength flow smoothly. With a look of doubt, Chu Yukon stared at Lu Chen, Chenur, you're not deceiving me, are you? How come I feel like the cultivation technique you're talking about is the demon sex happy union skill? Lu Chen asked earnestly, Madam Chu, have you never considered where the demon sex happy union skill came from? The demon sex happy union skill is harmful to people, while the immortal law I inherit benefits both parties. And as you've seen, just by touching my body, you have helped stabilize my inner strength, and you didn't get hurt at all. As he spoke, Lu Chen looked intently into Chu Yukon's beautiful eyes. I suspect that the happy union skill definitely has similarities with the cultivation technique I practice, but the happy union skill is incomplete, hence it's harmful to people. The cultivation technique I possess is complete, so it's not bad for either party. It's possible that someone once stole a part of an immortal's technique, and what they took was not complete, resulting in the demon sex happy union skill. Hearing Lu Chen's fanciful talk, Chu Yukon seriously considered it and thought there was some reason to it. So, what should we do now? Chu Yukon asked with a blush. Her hand was still on Lu Chen's chest, and combined with how close she was to him, she was feeling extremely agitated at the moment. The masculine scent of Lu Chen's body continuously stimulated her, assaulting her innermost thoughts. If things continued like this, it might lead to what had happened before. At this point, Lu Chen said, Madam Chu, since touching me can stabilize my inner strength, why don't you stay close to me a little longer? Chu Yukon thought for a moment. It's just her hand resting on Chener's chest. As long as she didn't actively get closer, it should be fine. With that thought, Chu Yukon sighed and said, alright, if you're better, tell me right away. But at that moment, Lu Chen suddenly let out a cry of pain, his hand violently tightening, grasping Chu Yukon's hand and pressing it firmly against his chest. Seeing this, Chu Yukon asked in a panic, Chener, what's wrong with you? As soon as she finished speaking, Chu Yukon's body instinctively moved in front of Lu Chen, and her other hand quickly supported him. Lu Chen showed a pained expression and said, Madam Chu, it might be because I have too many impurities accumulated in my body from martial arts training, and they can't be cleared out all at once. Chu Yukon's rosy complexion instantly turned pale. What should we do now? Lu Chen said, Madam Chu, hold me now, maybe you can use the special cultivation technique I practiced to alleviate some of my body's pain. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Chu Yukon hesitated. After all, Lu Chen had grown up, he was not a child anymore, and such close contact with him was definitely not appropriate. But seeing how much pain Lu Chen was in, Chu Yukon simply couldn't bear it. She then bit her lip and said, Chener, tell me once you're feeling a bit better. Having said that, Chu Yukon took the initiative to embrace Lu Chen's body. Lu Chen hurriedly controlled all the inner strength in his body, stabilizing his mind. Even as a ninth-grade martial artist, he was almost losing control, truly a woman of 97 points. Then, as the two held each other, after a while, Chu Yukon felt something was amiss as her body became hotter and more agitated. Chu Yukon clenched her teeth, reminding herself in her heart that this was Yu's child, and she mustn't have any improper thoughts. However, the more she thought this, the more panicked Chu Yukon became. Gradually, Chu Yukon's body softened, and although she was the one embracing Lu Chen initially, now it turned into Lu Chen holding her delicate body. Seeing Chu Yukon like this, Lu Chen knew the dragon and phoenix tea was taking effect. Lu Chen thought to himself, my dear Madam Chu, you've avoided me for the better part of a year, but today you can't hide anymore. Just as he was thinking this, a voice suddenly came from outside the door. Prince, are you in there? Upon hearing Mu Zixuan's voice, Chu Yukon, who had been in a befuddled and amorous state, instantly sobered up. She quickly pushed Lu Chen with force and said anxiously, Chener, let go of Madam, Zixuan is coming in. Lu Chen felt like crying but had no tears to shed. My dear princess, why choose to come now of all times? Why exactly now? Then, Lu Chen had no choice but to let go of Chu Yukon. However, Chu Yukon didn't run away immediately. She looked at Lu Chen with concern and asked, Chener, are you feeling better now? Lu Chen nodded and said, yes, much better, it seems that doing this is indeed helpful. Madam Chu, you will have to help me regulate my body on a regular basis in the future. Chu Yukon said, can't Zixuan and the others help you with that? Lu Chen said, Zixuan and the other two aren't martial artists, they lack inner strength. It won't work, and Chinky seems to have no feelings for me, so she can't meet the conditions for dual cultivation either. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Chu Yukon's brain nearly fried. She quickly said, alright then, if you feel unwell in the future, come and find me. I have to go now. With those words, Chu Yukon immediately headed for the door. When Mu Zixuan saw Chu Yukon open the door, she was momentarily startled. Chu Yukon quickly explained, I was just checking on Chener's health, you two talk, I'll be taking my leave now. As soon as she finished speaking, Chu Yukon hurriedly made her escape. Seeing Chu Yukon's frantic silhouette in her flushed face, Mu Zixuan instantly realized what had just happened. She turned to Lu Chen and apologized, Prince, it is all this consort's fault for interrupting your moment, I will be more careful in the future. Hearing this, Lu Chen gave a slight smile and then said, it's fine, Madam Chu and I were just chatting, and we didn't do anything inappropriate. By the way, my beloved consort, did you come to see me about something? Mu Zixuan immediately entered the study and responded, Prince. Just as Mu Zixuan was about to speak, she suddenly smelled something pungent. As Lu Chen's princess, how could Mu Zixuan not recognize that scent? Mu Zixuan looked at Lu Chen, somewhat speechless, thinking he just said they hadn't done anything improper, yet the room was heavy with that odor. Seeing Mu Zixuan suddenly stop speaking and wearing a strange expression on her face, Lu Chen knew she must have misunderstood and quickly added, Oh, right, Chinky was here earlier. Hearing this, Mu Zixuan then realized that the smell in the room was caused by Wang Chinky. Lu Chen continued, My consort, go ahead and speak your mind. Mu Zixuan immediately said, Prince, I took over the business of the prince's mansion today and found that our soap and perfume sales in the capital have dropped significantly recently. I'm not sure what's causing this. Lu Chen was taken aback. He immediately came over to Mu Zixuan, then wrapped his arms around her body and said, My consort, you've just had a child, why not rest properly instead of taking over the business of the prince's mansion so soon? Mu Zixuan said, Prince, this consort would be idle in the mansion anyway, and besides, Feng'er is being taken care of. In ancient times, when the ladies of noble families had children, they would usually hire a wet nurse, and the prince's mansion was no exception. After Mu Zixuan gave birth to a child, although she also cared for the child, most of the time it was the prince's mansion's wet nurses and maids who looked after them, allowing her to relax more. Mu Zixuan was someone who couldn't sit still, and after being pregnant and staying in the prince's mansion for so long, she had grown somewhat tired of it, so as soon as she had recovered from childbirth, she once again took over the business affairs of the prince's mansion. Mu Zixuan continued to ask, Prince, I heard that you established an organization to collect intelligence. Do you know what's going on in the capital city? Even though the brocade guard had not made a public appearance, Mu Zixuan had seen some of them coming to report intelligence to Lu Chen these past few days at the prince's mansion, so she had some understanding of the brocade guard and also knew that Lu Chen had established an intelligence agency. Mu Zixuan had just given birth, and Lu Chen definitely wouldn't tell her about the affairs of the Duke Mu residence. At that time, Lu Chen said, The capital city has been quite turbulent recently. I've heard that the commanders of the Imperial Guard have been changed over and over, and the downturn in the prince's mansion's business may also be related to the current situation. Mu Zixuan showed a thoughtful look and then said, So that's it, I was wondering why the business of the prince's mansion had dropped so swiftly. As for the decline in the prince's mansion's business, Lu Chen had basically figured out the reasons, and it definitely wasn't just because of the instability of the times. Soap, perfume, and scented soaps were all new things that sold very well in the capital city and were very profitable. It was impossible that no one would covet them. Before, with the Duke Mu residence keeping watch, no one dared to target the businesses of the North Prince Mansion. But now that the entire Duke Mu residence was being exiled, who would fear the Duke Mu residence? And with the North Prince far off in North City, he couldn't manage the capital city. The shops of the North Prince Mansion in the capital city were probably either robbed or vandalized, and it's likely that some people were already coveting the methods of producing soap and perfume. From now on, the business strategy of the prince's mansion must change. It would be best to find local merchants or high-ranking officials to collaborate with and share some of the profits with others, otherwise they would always be eyeing us. Thinking of this, Lu Chen said to Mu Zixuan, My love, from now on our business at the prince's mansion should not only be conducted in the capital city but also spread to other fiefs. In the future, when conducting business, try to give gifts to those fiefs' seigneurs, especially shares in the shops, otherwise, others will keep eyeing them. Upon hearing Lu Chen's reminder, Mu Zixuan instantly understood what Lu Chen meant. Doing business required understanding the niceties of human relations, and some profits that should be conceded must be given up. Mu Zixuan then said, I will keep your reminder in mind, Prince. At that moment, Mu Zixuan suddenly thought of something and then said, Prince, there's something I'm not sure whether or not I should mention. Lu Chen gave a faint smile, and then he gently teased her delicate nose. Between husband and wife, what can't be said? Go ahead, what is it? Mu Zixuan said, Prince, I have only just given birth to a child and the Xiaoxiao sisters are also pregnant, so now it's only Miss Wang serving you alone. Your health has been getting better and better recently, and it seems Miss Wang is somewhat overwhelmed. Perhaps it's time for you to take a concubine. Upon hearing the mention of Wang Qingqi, Lu Chen felt a bit irritated inside. Of course, he was not angry with Mu Zixuan but was put off by the thought that Wang Qingqi had managed to detach her own feelings. After pondering for a moment, Lu Chen said, "Since my love has already mentioned it, then I shall find a time to take a concubine. However, North City doesn't seem to have many beautiful women, and you know, I may be lustful, but I am only interested in peerless beauties. Ordinary women do not intrigue me much." Hearing this, Mu Zixuan thought for a moment, and then said, "Prince, how about we issue a concubine invitation, and openly invite families from the entire Great Xia dynasty to send in concubines? By then, many families will surely send their daughters to the North Prince mansion for selection, and with enough candidates, there will definitely be someone who catches your eye."